Good morning, or good afternoon. Um, I gotta keep it a quiet day in my house. So not a lot talking to begin with. I'm gonna get directly to trial though. So with that, I'm gonna hit play. Hey Cindy, hey TCN. How is everybody this morning? Um, yeah, my throat's a little sore this morning, so I'm not gonna do a whole lot of talking. I might be doing more chatting um in the chat. So I'm gonna hit I'm gonna hit play. And we can't hear anything they're saying. So, huh? I thought I had it at the right spot. I guess I didn't. You have a bad headache. I'm sorry, TCN. Yeah, I'm having my throat sore this morning.
When we left off,
So Sergeant Piper is back on the stand. I'll put his stuff in there.
when we left off with your testimony yesterday, we had finished watching the video out there by Kunal Implement to give us a perspective of what vegetation would look like in July of any given summer, correct?
Correct.
Were there also still images that were collected that would give a perspective of what that area looked like there at the pond if you were to look down into that drive that would be that steep grade?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's previously been marked as States Exhibits 97-1 through 97-6. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
And then I'm handing you what's marked as States Exhibit 97-1 through 97-6 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize that group exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that group exhibit?
It is the area where the skeletal remains of Breasia Terrell's body were recovered.
Okay. When were these photographs taken?
These were taken in July of this year, 2023.
Do these photographs simply provide a representation of what that area would have looked like when there was foliage on the trees and everything was in full bloom?
I believe it's similar.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce States Exhibits 97-1 through 97-6.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish those?
You may.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer, please describe what's depicted in States Exhibit 97.1.
This exhibit, it's a photograph from the gravel road. Make sure I get my numbers right, 270th Avenue. This is the access driveway that drops down into the area around the pond from July of this year.
As we look at the photograph, where would the pond be located?
You can see just a little bit of the shadowing, but the pond is just here, pretty much in the center of the screen.
Okay. There is a large tree that is in the vicinity of where you have pointed to. Is that the tree that we saw in a previous diagram that would have essentially that circle drive that would go around the tree?
Yes, if you call your attention to this sort of fork in the road as you come down this driveway, there's slight pass off to the left and then to the right, and they do make a full circle around this area.
Okay. I've used the term driveway. Is that really a very apt description?
It's an entranceway of some kind. It is gravel and it's unfinished, and this is a fairly steep terrain.
Please describe what we are seeing in States Exhibit 97.2.
So this is a view looking more towards it would be the north east. So this is essentially near the pond down here at the bottom of the screen. And this is the that loop driveway as you're going back out towards the entrance point.
Okay, when we look to the background where we see the trees and the foliage, is that where Breasia's remains were found?
Yes, she was recovered in this general area up here where the pointer is in the screen.
Okay, and you had indicated, toward the north east side, if you were to continue north, would you be walking toward Kunal Implement?
Essentially, it's all in a curvature setting there, the way the property is laid out.
States Exhibit 97.3.
.3 is an overview from a drone image that, again, we captured on July of this year, 2023. This is the same area as the last slide. You can see that entranceway and the area where her remains were found are right in this general area.
Is this more of an aerial perspective in this image?
Yes, it is.
All right. States Exhibit 97.4.
.4 is a photograph showing the area of foliage in the same general area that we've been speaking of. And just in this area here where these weed trees are and this other foliage is the location where Breasia's body was found.
97.5.
Again, it's a similar view of what we had just looked at in 97.4, just showing from the grassy area of that circle drive, looking into that northeastern type direction where her body was found in this, under all of this vegetation.
And then finally, 97.6.
So this would be a view facing mostly west. You would still have the pond area out here in the middle of the screen, but off to the right-hand side of your screen here on this image, her body was over in this general area.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, just given the amount of vegetation in that area, if a body were disposed in the locations that you've identified during the month of July, would it be very difficult for anyone to discover that body?
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer, when law enforcement was called out to handle initially what was thought to be a missing child report, as the day developed, what steps were being taken when Breasia wasn't being located?
Steps that were initially taken involved some early cellular telephone records requests for the people that we knew involved within the circle of people of Breasia. Those records take some time to obtain, so those were done in fairly soon fashion. We organized with outside agencies in our neighboring jurisdictions for other resources, both human resources and technology tools that included the use of drones. There was state aircraft involved, and throughout the days, the MedForce helicopter was utilized in certain areas.
What do you mean by a MedForce helicopter?
Our local medevac helicopter service offered their services with their helicopter to fly some of the areas.
Were press releases being issued by the Davenport Police Department to notify the public of Breasia's missing in the event that they could provide any potential leads?
Yes, there were multiple press releases made. Some of them included methods to self-organized search parties in groups of 30 or less. And then there were other organized search efforts in different locations depending on the day and the data that was driving the locations. So we use media and our public outreach tools to try to help organize those searches so that they were purposeful and had an organization to them.
Sure. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 105. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 105. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 105?
Yes, I do.
What is State's Exhibit 105?
Exhibit 105 contains photographs that were issued in a press release sent out by the Davenport Police Department, providing our website that was dedicated to a missing child case, which for this, it was created for Breasia Terrell. In this picture, there were images that we wanted the public to notify us of in the event that they saw any of these things while this investigation was beginning.
Did it have a photograph of Breasia?
Yes.
Did it have any photographs of a subject of interest?
Yes.
Who was the subject of interest?
Henry Dinkins.
And did it have photographs of vehicles that were associated with Henry Dinkins?
Yes, it does.
How many?
3.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 105.
Exhibit 105 will be admitted.
Okay. Your Honor, may we publish this?
You may.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, as we look at State's Exhibit 105, has information been redacted from this particular press release?
Yes, there is.
Okay. All right. So this area on State's Exhibit 105, was there some type of information put out to the public to facilitate assistance?
Yes.
All right. That notwithstanding, how is this captioned at the top?
Just as it reads, a person of interest identified in a missing child case. Davenport Police asks anyone with information to call 911.
Okay. And then is the web address set up on this press release?
Yes, it is.
All right. And then just beyond that, then, do we have Breasia's photograph?
Yes.
How many photographs of Mr. Dinkins?
3.
And then is there photographs for each vehicle associated with him?
Yes, there is.
Could you describe those vehicles for our written record?
On the lower left corner of this image, there is a picture of the white motorhome, which was described as the residence for Henry Dinkins. In the middle, there is a maroon Chevy Impala, which was relayed to us as a vehicle operated by Henry Dinkins. And then to the far lower right, there is a black Chevy Camaro, which is identified as a vehicle also operated by Henry Dinkins.
Where was the RV located or stored at?
It was stored in the 700 block of South Schmidt Road in Davenport.
What relationship does that location have to the entry of Credit Island?
It's within probably 400 meters of Credit Island.
All right. With respect to Andrea Culberson and Mr. Dinkins' apartment up at 7, I'm getting that wrong, 7433 Jersey Meadows apartment number 8, and I may have that address wrong. The maroon Chevy Impala and the black Camaro, were those kept up there for their use?
They were kept at the 2744 East 53rd address at Jersey Meadows, yes.
Thank you for correcting me on that. And then as we look at these photographs of the vehicles, where are they located so we've got a perspective
At the time
that these photographs are being taken?
At the time of these photographs were taken, they are in a evidence processing area.
Had they been seized?
Yes.
Had there been a number of search warrants obtained for each of those vehicles?
Yes, there was.
Were those search warrants executed?
Yes.
All right, and then was there evidence that was seized from each of those vehicles?
Yes, there was.
Sergeant Piper, speak to the weather conditions of July 9th in the evening and going into the early morning hours of July 10th of 2020.
The weather conditions were rainy and at times stormy.
Did that later become significant to the investigation?
Yes, it did.
And just to give us a brief perspective, why?
During the search of the maroon Chevy Impala, there was mud that was caked, stuck to the undercarriage of the vehicle. And that mud was still there several days after the vehicle had been seized. And we know that the vehicle drove quite a bit during the daytime hours without rain on July 10th.
Okay. Let's go back to some earlier testimony that you had provided. You were describing basically what was being done in attempts to locate Breasia. Now, were there major canvasses done over a period of time?
Yes, there was.
On July 10th, we've discussed the canvas out in the area of the Jersey Meadow apartment complex. Is that correct?
Yes.
I want you to speak to the issue of how far that extended beyond the area of the apartment complex and even that field behind the apartment complex to the north.
So that search, as you mentioned, extended to different areas around the 74 bridge. There's a area where there's a creek bed. We covered areas of field north of those apartment areas and several areas where there would have been any sort of tips that would have come in of any sightings of something to look for.
Did that extend out to the west on 53rd?
Towards the west, we went to Jersey Ridge area, Veterans Memorial Parkway area, and where Eastern Avenue and Veterans Memorial Parkway intersect, there is another area of open grass in land that is, I would call it, just unmowed, that separates Veterans Memorial Parkway with some field areas to get to Interstate 80 to the north.
And then on the south side of 53rd, beyond the businesses, is there residential neighborhoods to the south of that business district?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Were areas to the south as far as those neighborhoods and the residences canvassed?
There was, and additionally, the area of 53rd Street from Eastern Avenue to Brady Street was under heavy construction. Those areas were all searched within that time frame to the point there was even a torrential storm during one of those events, and we actually had to rescue several of our officers out of some pretty serious storms in that particular area.
Okay. Did that include going to residences in those locations?
Yes.
What were officers doing when they would deploy into those neighborhoods?
They were looking for video surveillance cameras affixed to houses and walking around with pictures and flyers and knocking on doors, asking anyone had they seen anything.
Did that develop any leads whatsoever? And don't speak to the issue of video surveillance feed, but just making contact with people who lived in the area.
we didn't find anybody that saw anything.
Okay.
Sergeant Piper, I want to go back to State's Exhibit 38. Let's go ahead, let's put that back up here. On the easel. I know it's going to be difficult to see, but can you give us a perspective just based on that map?
Around the Jersey Meadow Apartments, what areas would have been encompassed?
So where I have the pointer and you see the yellow dots is the general area around the apartments. And in the lower right-hand screen, you see a more blown up version of some of that concentrated area around the apartment complex.
Okay. Let's speak to the issue of video surveillance footage. Why were you looking for any locations that had video cameras affixed to the physical structures?
Video cameras will oftentimes capture, any sort of movement, and they don't require any human interaction. And to, help develop this theory that Breasia got up and walked away in the middle of the night, but with a time of uncertainty in our perspective at that moment, it is important for us to see, do any of the cameras in these residences around there, did they see this little girl walking around, which would presumably, in our opinion, be lost.
Okay.
Being in an area of unfamiliarity.
Based on canvases and based on video footage that was collected, was there anything to support the theory that Breasia just got up in the middle of the night and walked away?
No.
All right. Was there video surveillance footage that was collected that would help establish the movements of Henry Dinkins during the middle of the night of July 10th and even into the morning hours of July 10th?
Yes, there was.
All right. Now, let's talk about other canvases that you conducted on July 10th. What other areas did you do a canvass of?
The area of Credit Island was of interest.
Why?
On July 10th. We were provided information that Henry Dinkins was in the area of Credit Island with his son.
All right. So describe what you did in canvassing that area.
We assembled groups of officers and members of the public also assimilated in that area to do a walking search of Credit Island. And if you're unfamiliar with it, I can point it to the map here, but this area that is essentially in the middle of the Mississippi River down here in the lower left corner is truly an island with one causeway, driveway, bridge type of thing to access it. And the only other access point to it without a boat is a pedestrian bridge on the further south side of it that connects to the other southwest side of the city of Davenport. So those are the two ways to access Credit Island from Davenport without boat.
For purposes of our written record, and I think we all recognize where Credit Island is located, but what would be the main thoroughfare that runs along the Mississippi River on our southernmost border?
As far as a roadway,
Yeah.
It would be South Concord Street, follows the riverbed for the most part. And in the area where you enter Credit Island, it is actually River Drive.
All right. Yesterday, civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster had testified as having been sent down to that area for purposes of photographing footprints. Were you out there at the scene when that development was taking place?
I was not there for collecting footprints.
Were you aware of those footprints out there on Credit Island?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was there anything beneficial that came of that canvas?
No.
Was Breasia found there?
No.
Okay. Was there an item, a clothing item or a shoe item that was found out there that created questions about whether or not it could have potentially been Breasia's?
Yes.
What was that item?
There was a flip-flop shoe.
Okay. And would that have been a topic of discussion in follow-up with Breasia's mother, Aisha Langford?
Yes.
All right. All right. Now, beyond that, how committed was the community in their efforts to try and locate Breasia?
It was the largest form of unsolicited support that I had seen in a couple decades of public service work ever.
All right. At any point in time down in the area of Credit Island, was there members of the public who were out and requested assistance because they thought they might have found something?
Okay, guys, I'm sorry. Y'all, I have to tell y'all know we got to do the little breaks, right? I'm having a rough morning. I'm not going to lie. Y'all know me. Sometimes my days are a little rough. This morning has been a rough morning. Having some throat issues. I use Google in my house to turn the lights on and off. So I hollered the F word at Google to turn the effing lights on. He says, I'm sorry, I don't know that command. I said, Google, then turn the lights on. Google turns the lights on. I hollered out loud, you're such an asshole. Google says, I beg your pardon. I don't like that command. Y'all, Google made my morning. Okay, back to trial.
Yes, there was.
Describe that.
We encountered multiple phone calls to our 911 center that people had found different items of clothing they thought might have been relevant. We had a couple calls. One of them in particular was somebody called 911 and they were frantic, and they were on the phone saying that you just walked past us. You just walked past her. She's right there. She's in a tree. What are you doing? This is just the frantic ramblings that I remember from those phone calls, and they made no sense. Our search parties were there when these calls were coming in, so there was a lot of calls brought in to us. People saying they were mediums and psychics, and just a variety of things that we were unable to make contact with some sort of rational thought or solution.
Okay, and any time a tip came in, did it develop anything of value related to Breasia Terrell and her being missing?
No.
Okay, speak to the issue of a well that members of the public had come across and had reached out to law enforcement about.
Throughout the course of this searching of Credit Island, I received a call that there were people using a fish finder device of some sort, and they had come across an abandoned well. I don't know what the well was or what it was for, but it was full of water, and this fisherman had thought that he had seen something that resembled a face by utilizing his sonar equipment. So plans were devised at that time with our partners from the Davenport Fire Department to bring some equipment down there to pump the water out of that well and try to determine if that was Breasia.
What were the findings?
There was nothing found in there.
All right. So when you stop and consider all of those search efforts, did anything that law enforcement did or the public did in attempts to locate Breasia suggest that this was simply a situation of a child who wandered off?
No.
All right. Let's talk about cellular devices. Explain the import of cellular devices and how that becomes an important investigative tool to law enforcement.
I'm not able to speak to the actual technicalities of it all, but in a general sense, we use cellular technology in a variety of investigative efforts. But in a general sense, cellular telephones communicate with cellular towers, and the signals that communicate from the towers to those devices, there is a frame of time that it takes from a signal to get from one device to the next, and those times are measured. And through that process, return trip time is one of the phrases that you'll hear used in it, and other people can explain the more technicalities of it. But essentially, you're able to determine distance, how far away from a particular cell phone tower that device may have been at that point in time. And then you have other pieces of technology within cellular devices that are maybe more commonly understood as GPS, or global positioning systems. And some devices are able to provide us with, very precise location information. And in this particular time of our world, almost everybody has a cellular device on them of some sort, whether it's a device that's attached to your vehicle for your mapping systems, or just simply your tablet or your phone. And it is very common for a large majority of our population to have some sort of communication device with them that is operating on the cellular network, or somehow communicating with the actual internet through other means, which could be Wi-Fi technology as well.
Was that an investigative tool that was used in this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And did that relate specifically to the cell phone of Henry Dinkins?
Yes, it did.
All right. And then I just want you to speak very briefly to a particular topic, because that will be developed through other testimony. When there was interest in Henry Dinkins' cell phone, were there search warrants obtained for that cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a very important break in the case that came early on that law enforcement utilized?
Yes, there was.
Explain.
The first identification of a cellular signal of interest in this process was a brief contact with the cell phone that we had for Henry Dinkins when it made contact with the cellular antenna tower in Comanche, Iowa.
Okay. Go ahead and let's go back to State's Exhibit 38. What is the relationship of Comanche, Iowa to the, I guess, main highway street into Clinton? And let me do a little bit better job. If you're going down Highway 61 and you want to go into Clinton, what direction are you going to travel?
So just to recap, so I don't confuse, you would go north on 61, and then at Highway 30, you would come back to the east.
Okay.
And Comanche is situated right here where the pointer is, in this upper right-hand corner of this map.
All right. Highway 30, as you enter the city limits of Clinton, what's the name of that street?
I can't think of it off the top of my head other than 30.
Lincoln Way?
Without looking, I don't recall.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Does Lincoln Way sound familiar?
It is one of the streets there.
Okay, gotcha. All right. And then relative to that ping, what area would it have focused on? An area there in Clinton?
Yes, it did.
Okay. All right. So then with that piece of information, how was that utilized from an investigative standpoint?
At that point in time, having the signal in that area for just a brief minute, the amount of usage out of that connectivity was analyzed by a few of us. And it, for me, and having done a lot of work with cellular phone devices in different cases, there was literally little to no data exchanged within that contact point, which seemed different for me, for someone to turn on a phone but not use it. So that seemed different from things I had seen in the past. And at that point, we started to involve some other partners that had more knowledge with that specific area of cellular technology.
What other partners did you involve?
At that point, the FBI was involved. There's a member from the CAST unit, which is their cellular analytics. There's a couple other acronyms in there that I don't know.
Survey team?
Yeah.
There we go.
That sounds good.
Okay.
And they'll be able to speak to their portions of that. With the enlistment of their assistance, that particular signal contact in that Comanche tower, they were able to make pretty quick sense of that and use their skill sets for the things that they they know.
Okay, by virtue of that, then, did that lead to another major canvass that was done outside of Scott County?
Yes, it did.
Okay, going back to State's Exhibit 38, explain that and the areas that that canvas focused on.
So initially, we knew that based off of the antenna element that was provided to us, the Comanche Tower, if you see these blue sort of angle lines from this blue dot in Comanche, that represents the cellular tower. And this particular tower has 3 sides to it, and signals branch off of it in one of 3 directions. And the direction that this momentary contact was made with that tower is in that area you see projecting to the north. So initial video canvas and foot canvas work was initiated in that area to see if anything of familiarity with what we had known so far to be related to Henry Dinkins, Breasia Terrell, and the involved vehicles were able to be observed in that area.
Sergeant Piper, Sergeant Ellerbach will be testifying later on, but on this map, did you indicate how broad the canvassing took place in Clinton County in some fashion so that the court has some perspective of the areas that were covered?
Absolutely. If you see this area that is outlined in pink, and then there are shaded pink markings within the pink boxes, they all, if you're close enough, you can see they have an area and a numerical identifier to those areas. And Sergeant Ellerbach will explain how those areas were and how they managed those particular search groups with different operational structure. But that entire area was canvassed around that area. And again, you can see a large portion of that speaks to the array coming from that cellular antenna direction.
By virtue of that canvas, did it develop any evidence that would lead to the discovery of Breasia Terrell? And I should actually call it searches by virtue of searching that area.
Nothing other than video.
Okay, all right. And then we're going to speak to video here in a moment. But then the next question, I need to be more definitive when I talk about searches versus canvassing. Is most of that area rural?
Yes, with the exception of that immediate area where there's some commercial businesses.
And in this instance, were there any areas where officers would have gone out in neighborhoods and knocked on doors to see if anybody had any information that they could provide?
Yes.
All right. And did that produce any information at all?
No.
All right. Now let's go to the topic that you brought up. We've got a perspective of how cellular devices became very important to this investigation. But now tell us how location or GPS information from cellular devices then would then lead to another very important investigative tool that was utilized by the Davenport Police Department.
In this particular area?
Yeah, and in each of our areas that we searched.
Because of the Comanche area, there was video surveillance obtained in that area, and there were cameras along Highway 30 that had captured the maroon vehicle, which was on the list of vehicles associated with Henry Dinkins, and that was present on a couple of different camera surveillance systems, and most notably at the Walmart in Clinton. We were able to observe Henry Dinkins' maroon Chevy Impala in the parking lot of Walmart. And then further, we observed Henry Dinkins walk from his Chevy Impala into the Walmart.
And then what did he do there?
Within the store, he purchased 2 bottles of Clorox bleach.
Okay. What time of the morning would that have occurred and what date?
It was just after 7 a.m. On the morning of July 10th.
And is that before he's made the telephone call to Aisha at 8:08 a.m. to report to her that Breasia is missing?
Yes, it's before that.
Okay. Is Clorox something that would be significant to you as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, it is.
Why?
Clorox bleach is used as a disinfectant and a cleanser. It is used both to conceal evidence in crime scenes, and it's also used to clean our own tools and prepare things so that they're sanitary for the purposes that it is used to kill bloodborne pathogens for safety purposes for our own equipment and our cabinets.
Okay. Were there video surveillance feed, or was there video surveillance feed that was also collected down in the area of the Jersey Meadow apartments along 53rd, Eastern, and Jersey Ridge?
Yes,
And then down in the area of Credit Island, in particular where that RV was stored, was there video surveillance footage that was collected that ended up being very beneficial to the investigation?
yes, there was.
Does that give us just a very good perspective of what the investigation consisted of and how it was handled?
Yes, it does.
I have no further questions of this witness at this time, Your Honor, and I would reserve the right to recall this witness later on.
Mr. Freeze? Yes.
Detective, if you could just help me out here, can you do the laser pointer on the cell phone tower thing?
Here.
Right there. Now, we have that time at 7:02 to 7:03 a.m.
Correct.
Do you have any other cell tower pings from Henry's phone anytime that night?
No,
Do we have any other video that puts Henry any place other than that area, the pink area, that night that you can definitively say you saw Henry?
at around 3:30 that morning,
Where was it?
the quick shop at 53rd and Sheridan in Davenport.
So we have the 3:30 a.m. quick shop in Davenport. Correct?
Correct.
And we have a quick shop at 3:30 a.m. Is he alone?
As far as we can tell,
Breasia Terrell wasn't with him?
she did not come in the store if she was.
In all these beneficial videos that you have, how many videos, first of all, were seized in this investigation?
Hundreds. I don't know the exact count.
When you say hundreds of videos from businesses and locations along what you thought might be Henry Dinkins' area of travel, right?
And everywhere to establish a possible area.
Out of those hundreds, were you able to winnow down those videos into a smaller number that may have information on it that concerns Henry Dinkins or a purple Impala?
Yes.
And how many of those were there?
I don't know off the top of my head.
And when did you start looking for these videos for Mr. Dinkins' movements and this Impala?
Immediately.
Why did you immediately start looking for the movements of Mr. Dinkins and this Impala?
Simply because Mr. Dinkins was the last person to be with Breasia Terrell. He took care and control of her the night before at his residence for an overnight visit with his son. And he was the last person to have been with her.
You say been with her. What do you mean been with her?
He was the custodial caregiver for her at his residence that night.
As was Andrea Culberson, right?
Correct.
And what step did you do to backtrack the events of Andrea Culberson that night?
We also went through her cellular phone and her movements and her interview about where she was.
And what'd you do to backtrack the steps of Aisha Langford?
Similar. We also went through her cell phone and places where she was and where she was that morning.
Did you get videos like this for Aisha Langford?
She was not in any videos that we had.
Did you try to get any videos like you did from Ms. Langford? Like you did?
Absolutely.
Because you understand you have no evidence, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have no evidence, no witness, no video, no pictures that puts Breasia Terrell in that Impala that night.
Andrea Culberson provided information that when she looked out the window, Breasia was next to that Impala in the overnight hours of early morning hours of July 10th with Henry Dinkins when he had came back to the apartment.
Again, my question is, you have no evidence that puts Breasia Terrell inside that Impala, right?
She was no longer in the parking lot after the Impala left the parking lot.
You have no witness, no trace evidence, no physical evidence that puts her in that Impala.
That's correct.
Okay. And when Andrea Culberson said she saw Breasia outside the Impala, she told you that Breasia was outside the Impala alone, right?
Right.
And Henry Dinkins was in the apartment or coming in the apartment, correct?
Correct.
And Andrea Culberson also told you that she did not question Mr. Dinkins as to why Breasia was outside, did she?
Correct.
How long did it become before Mr. Dinkins became the person you were focusing on in this investigation?
With respects to time, I don't know a time frame of what you're asking for, some transitional points, but he had always remained the last person to be with her, and his movements in the middle of the night while she was missing and lack of doing something that a normal adult would do when a 10-year-old child is in their care and custody, I think piques the interest of anybody who has ever had a child or cared for a child would understand that when a 10-year-old that you're responsible for is missing and there is no sense of alarm, there's not a phone call made, there were no doors knocked on in the adjacent apartments, there was none of those things done yet by the time police arrived in the daytime hours. And when you have these types of facts of a young child in an unfamiliar area and the person solely responsible for her has indicated that he has done nothing to try to find her whereabouts other than drive around in a large 40-some mile loop.
Okay. So with that in mind, you knew that right away. Within a day, you knew that's what he had done, right?
Right.
You knew that when he came to the police station voluntarily that day, right?
When he came that morning, we did not know all of his travels, no.
Okay. Didn't take long though, did it?
That's relative. I was there for several days in a row.
Okay. Well, within several days, you knew all this information, and the forces of your investigation honed in on Mr. Dinkins. That's a fair statement.
That is fair.
And what investigation were you doing looking into possible other suspects?
There were multiple, and when I say multiple, this is the largest multi-agency thing that I've been a part of in 2 decades of this business. There were state DCI police involved, and there were FBI agents that had come in from several different home offices to assist with this. And they investigated leads around people that Henry Dinkins was associated with in a variety of other activities. And those avenues were explored. There were even search warrants conducted at other associates of Henry Dinkins where cellular analysis took place.
And other agencies would call you with information they thought might be relevant to the disappearance of Breasia Terrell, right?
At times, yeah.
One of those agencies was the Rock Island Police Department, correct?
We had multiple, I don't know what thing you're specifically getting at.
Do you know the name Tina Noe or Noe?
I do, yeah.
She contacted you, right?
Yes, she did.
Why'd she contact you?
She contacted me regarding an investigation that she had on CS.
Okay. And CS was a child living with Breasia Terrell, correct?
Correct.
And she had information about CS that she thought might be relevant to the disappearance of Breasia Terrell, right?
I don't find it to be relative, no.
Why not?
Do you have specific statements you're speaking to?
You put them in a report, right?
If you have one authored by me, you have it, but I handled literally hundreds of phone calls in that time.
Okay, they're on a break. I don't know why. Because they're approaching. They always approach. Anyways, sorry. I know I've been quiet. Hey, baby. Hey, Muffin. My little Muffin. How are you today? See, look, this is the guy. See, he looks like the guy from Pawn Stars. Y'all remember Pawn Stars? I mean, I think it's still on TV, but he reminds me of the guy from Pawn Stars. Look at him playing with his little dreads. Or, those are not called dreads. What are they called? Somebody inform the Gen X. Somebody inform Gen X here. What is that called? What is his hairstyle? Muffin, tell mommy. What's his hairstyle? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to call it. But he's fixing it, whatever it is. Okay, zoom. Let's get back to it.
You may proceed, Mr. Freeze.
Detective, you did talk to Officer Tina No from the Rock Island Police Department.
Yes, I did.
And Officer No advised you that she had information regarding Breasia's brother, CS, correct?
Yes.
And she told you that, in her opinion, that information regarding CS may have some relevance to the investigation into the disappearance of Breasia Terrell, right?
I don't recall the exact contents of it. I know the nature of the case that she was working with him.
And we could agree that the information that was provided by Tina No was not followed up on by the Davenport Police Department.
I don't know the exact things that you're speaking of, so I can't answer what you're insinuating. I know.
Very well. Now, outline for me again your role in this investigation. You're supervising the detectives?
Yes.
So when detectives receive information and reduce it to a report, you approve the reports, right?
Correct.
Do you read all the reports?
Yes, I do.
Is AJ, I'm going to butcher this name, I'm sorry.
Poirier.
Poirier, one of your detectives?
Yes.
Do you know who Special Agent Rick Ron is?
Yes, I do.
Tell the court who Special Agent Rick Ron is.
Rick Ron is now retired, but he is at the time was the area commander for the major crime side of the DCI for the state. And he was the overall commander for the state side.
Okay, so very respected law enforcement officer.
Yes.
Very decorated, correct?
Yes.
In the 10 days following the disappearance of Breasia, there was a homicide investigation that occurred in Clinton. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And there was evidence seized in that case from a gentleman that a search warrant was executed upon his vehicle. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Recall that person's name?
I'm sorry, guys. Is he looking at his cell phone while he's doing that? That was odd. I think that was his cell phone. Just picked up off the table, looking at it. I don't know. It does. It looks so unprofessional when they don't stand. It's like lazy or something. Oh, Rick from Pawn. Yes, Rick from Pawn Stars. Yes, because my squirrel moments. I went from the guy sitting there from Pawn Stars to his haircut. Rick from Pawn Stars. You're right. Yes. I'm just.
No, I do not.
Was his name Kyle Julian? Ring a bell?
I honestly don't remember the name that was provided in that one.
Do you recall that Special Agent Ron was involved in the search of a Dodge Challenger belonging to Kyle Julian?
Yes.
And tell the court what was found in the trunk of that Dodge Challenger belonging to Mr. Julian.
From my recollection, I believe it was a white shirt.
Okay. What kind of shirt was it?
I believe it was a white t-shirt, but without seeing the document, I don't
Okay.
know for certain.
Was there any other shirt found?
I don't know off of memory.
Okay. What was the significance of these shirts?
It was relayed to me from Special Agent Rick Ron that there was potentially blood on it.
And these shirts were around youth size 10, right?
If that's what it reflects, I don't remember the size of it.
Okay. Size 10 or 12 would be about the size of Breasia Terrell, correct?
I believe so.
And Clinton, we know now, is an area of interest, correct?
Correct.
You know what Rick Ron, Special Agent Rick Ron, did with those shirts?
He turned them over to Detective Poirier.
Where are those shirts today?
I believe they're in evidence, or they could be at the lab. I'm not sure their exact location.
If there were blood stains found on children's shirts 10 days after the disappearance of Breasia Terrell, that would be relevant to the investigation, wouldn't it?
What's the connection between those two cases?
What kids? What is he talking about?
Breasia Terrell is missing. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay.
You have Henry Dinkins for some reason in Clinton. Agreed?
Agreed.
10 days after Breasia Terrell winds up missing, somebody is found having children's clothes in the trunk of his car covered in blood. And you don't think that's relevant?
Not given the facts of that case and the people involved, and there were children involved in the household with that other homicide that has no causal connection to this event.
So you respect Rick Ron's opinions, right?
I do.
You respect Rick Ron's decisions, right?
I do.
You just don't respect it in this one when he gave it to you guys at the Davenport Police Department 10 days after Breasia Terrell's disappearance to give it to you as evidence and to test.
He also had the ability to have it tested if he felt his office with an open case in this investigation, if he wanted it tested through his lab, but he did not provide causal connection to these two incidents.
Okay, so it's Rick Ron's fault that these shirts aren't tested
It would have been up to him if he wanted to test them.
in the Breasia Terrell case.
He could have, yes.
Who's running the Breasia Terrell case? Is it Davenport, FBI, DCI?
There's multiple entities in it.
So he gave them to you and kind of just said it may not be worth anything.
He collected it and said he collected it, and he explained the circumstances that he collected it under.
Okay. The point is, nobody tested the bloody shirts, right?
At that time?
At any time.
Correct.
Okay. To this day, we don't know whose blood is on that shirt, right?
There was a later lab submission done on that shirt.
Was it Breasia Terrell?
No,
Okay. We don't have any blood of Breasia Terrell anywhere in this case, do we?
no,
We don't have any blood in that Impala, do we?
none.
And just for the court's understanding, that Impala was searched extensively.
To the best of anyone's abilities.
I mean, you know, the local sheriff didn't search the Impala, the FBI did, right?
Correct.
And when the FBI searches an Impala like this, they bring a special team from across the country to do this, right?
Yes, they did.
And they dress up in hazmat suits, correct?
Yes.
They wore rubber boots, correct?
Yes, they did.
They wear special gloves, right?
They had gloves on.
They wear helmets.
Yes, they did.
They have specialized tools. They have vacuums that are super high powered, like dustbusters, don't they?
Yes.
And they vacuum that entire vehicle top to bottom to find any trace evidence, right?
Correct.
Trace evidence includes blood, right?
Yes.
Includes hair, right?
Yes.
It can include skin sometimes, right?
It can.
It can include just about anything that the body sloughs off, right? That's the whole point of this machine.
Right.
And they did that for hours on Henry Dinkins Impala, right?
Yes.
And That was all analyzed, to your knowledge,
Yes, by the FBI.
and not one piece of trace evidence belonging to Breasia Terrell was found in that Impala. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, there was no trace evidence at all found in that motorhome or in the Camaro. Same questions, same type of search was done. No trace evidence belonging to Breasia Terrell at all in any of those vehicles, right?
And she was in those vehicles, but there was none found by the FBI.
You talked about the bleach at the Clinton Walmart. The bleach was discovered, was it not?
That's a broad, I don't know what you're
The
asking.
bottle of bleach was discovered.
You're saying the bottle?
Yes.
There were 2 bottles purchased.
Okay. Was a bottle of bleach discovered?
There was a bottle of bleach discovered at the apartment.
Now, when you brought the FBI in, they also brought.
Now I have to say, I like how this cop is not, or the sergeant. Sorry, I shouldn't call him cop. That was rude of me. Is not letting the defense attorney get away with anything he says that is not comfortable to him to answer. He's like, no, you need to bring it to facts. I like it.
their technology, and that's allowing them to actually search an area to see if it's been cleaned with bleach, right?
Where are you speaking of now?
Any area at all. They
There
have
was-
the FBI has the technology to be able to look at a place through their technology and say, this particular place has been scrubbed with bleach.
That did not happen here.
Okay. Now, I'm going to approach.
I mean, we know he picked the kids up. We know he picked both the kids up. We know he took them to the girlfriend's house, to Andrea's house
Credit Island.
or apartment.
Right? This is a fair sketch.
It's close.
Who took you to Credit Island and made Credit Island relevant to begin with?
Detorius.
It's on the DL.
Yes.
Okay. And how did he get there? With law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, tell the court what happened and how he got there.
I wasn't along with
I'm going to
that
bump it up a
particular
little bit because it's hard
drive.
to tell with him being.
I know
away
he
from
went
the
with
phone.
investigators, but I was not there for it.
So you weren't there when you heard what he had to say and what went down there?
Not on his first trip there, no.
How about a second trip?
I was with him on that, yes.
And so you rode with Notorious. Tell us, if you would, please, how Notorious said things went down, how that affected the path of your investigation.
He recognized the area just inside the roadway with the sort of pond-like area that had water in at that time.
I'm pointing to this right here. It says Mississippi River and some lines.
Yes. So I guess what you don't understand is that all that white area here is river.
Sorry,
Uh,
found that
so-
comical.
The river backfills back into this little area where you see Mississippi River. And then that's not actually part of the flowing river. The actual river is up at the top. So this is just kind of backspill area that wraps around the island. And there's a little area that you can drive off into where there's a bunch of gravel. At that particular time, there was some road graders there and they were restructuring some of that area. But that area was an area he said he was at with his dad.
Did he say Breasia was with him?
No,
What did he say his dad was doing there?
he said he went into the woods to pee.
You went in
Say
the woods
the
to pee.
machete with
Okay,
him.
thank you.
He saw him, from my recollection of that, he saw him wipe one off in the trunk when he had come back.
That's not always Notorious' story, though. He's changed stories, hasn't he?
He does.
Talking about the kid changing stories. He's a child. He's going to tell it in excerpts. He's not going to just come out and spill it all in one
State
story.
Exhibit 41. It's not the one I want. I'm trying to find the one with. Right. Exhibit 42. Again, tell us what that is.
That is the area where Breasia was recovered.
And that's the most real-time photo we have, aerial photo of around the time Breasia was recovered.
It is.
Now we have, as I count, 1, 2, 3 cars down there. It appears to be a boat, right?
Yep.
So that would be the day the boat went out and tried to recover the evidence from the pond.
Yes.
So about a week after Breasia died?
Yes.
Was recovered, I'm sorry. I see there's one driveway that's kind of longer, and then there's that one that's steep, just a little bit more to the south, I think.
Yeah, we're kind of facing west a little bit. West is kind of towards your top on that one.
Okay. So this is a much easier and more navigable driveway going to the corner, right?
Yes, and it's better that day. The road had been regraded slightly because the derecho had come in between her disappearance and this day.
So this road here kind of keeps maintained just a little bit, just I think from use and stuff, right?
I believe from just vehicle traffic knocking it down.
But there's no trouble here with two-wheel drive vehicles getting down there that day.
So the silver car is mine, and it was a struggle getting out of there, but yeah, we made it okay.
This exhibit is 43. Now, I'll turn it, you can see okay?
Yeah, you're okay.
All right, see the same driveway right here?
Yes,
That's the same long driveway you drove down, right?
yes,
Okay, that's not the deep one. The deep one, you can kind of see, if you look right here.
right.
So that's the one that gets used all the time. I pointed that second.
So just to capture when we were there, it didn't appear anybody had driven down there anytime recently. There were no, just beyond that. So it's all high-grown grass down there.
Sure, I'm not saying it's easy to use this one, but any assumption that someone would use this driveway in the summertime.
I wouldn't think ever.
And up here to the left, you see there's some stuff on the, I'm gonna call it left side of the road.
Mhm.
What is that?
That is all from just being up there. It's a bunch of recycled road concrete
Someone dumped stuff.
fill.
there. Someone dumped stuff there, right?
Yes, there was quite an impact from the derecho there.
Yeah, a lot of asphalt, broken concrete.
I would call it roadway materials or something put there for fill.
Yeah, so, you know who that is that does that?
I do not know.
Did anybody interview who does that?
No.
Seems to be pretty heavily used, right?
That gravel road,
The dump spot.
it had changed, yeah, in the year or so since I'd been there the last time.
But someone uses that enough to at least keep a pretty sizable dump pile.
I would say.
Thank you. I can get the Elmo. See if I can get this thing to work. Always backwards. Forgot that. All right, detective. Showing you now State's Exhibit 105. This is is this the website you put up? Or a flyer you put out asking for help?
Yes.
Okay. When was that posted?
I don't know the exact date off at this moment.
Can you estimate for me a week, a month?
I don't know on this particular one. There were multiple media releases put out, and were all contained within that web address. So as updates became known, this particular one would not be immediate because of the positioning of these vehicles and where they're at that time.
So how many media updates did you put out? How many flyers did you put up?
As far as consistency in that, I do not know how many went. Our public relations people handled all of those details.
Can you indicate to me when the first would have gone out of any type?
In the July 10th, there was information that was disseminated specifically that we had this missing person or missing child case.
And on July 10th, did that public post include Henry Dinkins' picture?
I don't know without seeing it what all the details are on that one.
It's fair to say that within a week, Henry Dinkins' picture is on the website, though, isn't it?
Yes,
And it's fair to say that Henry Dinkins' picture remained on that website and remained in the public view until Breasia Terrell was found.
yes.
And that made him a suspect.
At that point, yes.
Okay, and you had no other suspects, right?
None.
He was the focus of your investigation.
Yes.
And not one of these flyers included his mother or her mother, Breasia's mother, Aisha Langford.
No, they did not.
When you write reports yourself, that's kind of policy in the Davenport Police Department, right? When you get information, you write a report.
Or it's assigned to someone else, or it's notated where appropriate.
Tell us what you did when you learned that Breasia Terrell's remains had been found. Did you have any responsibility, for instance, to tell Aisha?
We communicated that there were remains found.
Okay. Was there a detective who talked to Breasia or Aisha about where she was found?
So I'm not sure on the timeline that you're speaking of, because recovered remains were not identified as Breasia for several days. And Aisha had reached out to me once the media was propagating that there was remains found in Clinton. So I did not have to find her. She found us.
Well, there was a point where you interviewed the child, DL, right?
Correct.
And the child DL's story changed, didn't it?
He had various versions of things, yes.
Well, the last version he had was that he was present for the killing, right?
He said something that he had heard that, yeah.
He had said that he saw his father shoot his sister and that Andrea had been there as well, hadn't he?
Your Honor, I'd love to object
I
to
don't know
that
that.
question. The way the question's phrased, it's suggesting that Aisha was there when the child was shot, and I don't think counsel phrased it well.
I said Andrea, I thought.
I'll ask that you rephrase the question, please.
He made a statement saying he was present when his sister was shot, correct?
Yes.
He also said that Andrea Culberson was there when she was shot.
Your
correct?
Honor, if I could, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. The child has not testified. Counsel is attempting to impeach somebody who hasn't even got on the stand to testify, and this is inappropriate.
Sustained.
Did you write a report about the interview with Notorious or DL?
I believe so, yeah.
If the prior county attorney, Mr. Walton, indicated to me that you had not, would that be comport with your recollection?
He and I discussed it. I believe there was one done.
Okay. If we assume for a minute that the facts I just recited to you were in fact true, that is not in fact true, correct?
Again, Your Honor, the state's going to object to this line of questioning. The child has not testified, and that testimony has not been offered.
Sustained.
These flip-flops we heard about earlier, what trace analysis was done on those?
Which flip-flops?
The ones that were found on Credit Island?
There was nothing done with the ones on Credit Island because they weren't the color described to us.
Okay. Were there flip-flops found at the site where Breasia's remains were found?
Yes, there was.
And those are the ones that more accurately were Breasia's?
Yes.
Subject to Ms. Cunningham's statement that this witness is subject to be recalled, I will have no more questions this time.
Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. Sergeant Pfeiffer, let's go back to the video surveillance footage collected from the quick shop. At what time was the defendant described arriving at the apartment with little Breasia Terrell standing outside by the maroon Chevy Impala?
Without seeing, I don't recollect the exact time.
Okay. At any rate, does Andrea Culberson give us a specific time when they are at the apartment?
She did provide
Okay.
time.
And then the video of the defendant at the quick shop, did that event occur just shortly after he had been at the apartment and little Breasia Terrell had been standing out by the maroon Chevy Impala in the parking lot?
Yes.
All right. And so was that a very short span time from when they were there at the apartment versus when he arrived at the quick shop?
Yes.
Okay. When Mr. Dinkins arrived at the quick shop, what vehicle was he operating?
The maroon Chevy Impala.
Was that the same vehicle that Breasia Terrell was noted standing by?
Yes, it is.
Where did he park when he came into the quick shop parking lot?
At the gas pump.
Okay. And then so by virtue of that, with this being in the middle of the night and the tint on the windows being dark, did the video surveillance give us any perspective of who may have been located inside that vehicle?
Objection, narrative, and leading.
Your Honor, it was not narrative. I just asked, did it give us a perspective? Could you see who was inside the vehicle?
It was the 12 words
Okay.
before that.
Ms. Cunningham, I'll sustain the objection if you'd rephrase, please.
I will, thank you. What time of night would this have been when he arrived at the quick shop?
Is in the 3 o'clock in the morning timeframe.
What would the lighting be like at that time of the day?
Ambient, its light is dark.
Okay. Were there specific characteristics that law enforcement had noted about the maroon Chevy Impala?
It had tinted windows,
Okay. And how dark was the tint?
dark enough you could not see through it.
Okay. Was the vehicle parked some distance from the quick shop itself, the actual store?
Yes,
Where was it parked?
it was parked at the gas pump.
Okay. And then was there video surveillance feed that was collected that showed the vehicle parked at the gas pump?
Yes, there was.
With the dark tint on the window, could you see into that vehicle to see who was inside the vehicle?
No, I cannot.
All right. And then was there video feed collected to show the defendant inside the quick shop?
Yes,
And then did you have a chance to watch that video feed when he was inside the quick shop?
I did.
And as you watched him inside the quick shop, was there something of interest to you as you observed his behavior?
Yes.
Describe.
When the defendant was paying for his items, it was noticeable that he continually looked out at his vehicle while at the register. I don't know how many times, but it was a very frequent turning of the head to look out to the gas pumps and engage the clerk. And it appeared to be nervous behavior based off of watching a lot of video of people over the years. And I would take it to the point of he was walking out of the store without his change, and considerable amount of money that he was frantic and just walked away without collecting his change until prompted by the clerk.
All right. Let's speak to the topic of investigator Tina Noe over at the Rock Island PD. Was Tina Noe involved in this investigation at all?
No.
So would she have known any of the information that was gathered from witnesses that the Davenport Police Department was interviewing?
No.
Was she a part of the interview that was conducted of Andrea Culberson?
No.
Was she a part of any interviews conducted of Andrea Culberson?
No.
Was she a part of any interviews conducted of Aisha Langford?
No.
Was she a part of any interviews conducted of DL?
No.
Was DL driven around Davenport and even taken out to the area of Clinton to show law enforcement where he had traveled to with his father when his father picked him up in the early morning hours of July 10th?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And then so was she in the vehicle when that happened?
No.
Okay. So did she have any investigative knowledge about the facts that were being gathered during the course of this investigation?
No.
Okay. Now speaking to CS, how old is CS?
At the time, I believe he was 12.
Okay. So at 12, is this an individual, a child who's even old enough to drive a vehicle?
No.
Okay. And so then relative to what issues she was looking at, was this an issue that had occurred after what had happened with Breasia coming up missing?
I don't know the time span of the particular incident she was
Absolutely.
speaking of.
But at any rate, did this have any bearing on the investigation of Breasia Terrell missing?
No.
All right. Much like the public calling in and offering up, some information that they think might be helpful. Is that simply what was happening with Investigator Noe?
Yes, so.
And of course, you were involved in the investigation from the very beginning. Is that true?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to determine that the information that she was calling with was not, had no bearing on this investigation?
Yes.
All right. Let's speak to the topic of Special Agent Rick Ron with the DCI. Now, did the DCI become involved fairly early on in this investigation?
Yes, they did.
All right. What was Breasia Terrell identified as wearing when she went to bed that night?
She was identified as wearing a large white t-shirt.
Whose t-shirt was that?
Henry Dinkins.
What size of t-shirt did Henry Dinkins wear?
4X.
And are we talking about a 4XL, a man's 4XL?
Yes.
All right. Is there a distinct difference between a man's white 4XL t-shirt versus a youth's white t-shirt?
Considerable difference.
All right. Now, was there a homicide that had occurred in Clinton shortly after this situation with Breasia coming up missing?
Yes, there was.
All right. Did that particular homicide and the details of that homicide have any relationship whatsoever with the investigation involving Breasia Terrell?
None.
All right. Was law enforcement looking for clothing that Breasia would have been wearing when she came up missing?
Yes,
And in fact, when her remains were found, was there clothing found with her remains?
yes.
What would that have included?
A white 4X t-shirt.
Okay. When Special Agent Rick Ron was involved in the homicide there in Clinton, and he had gathered that youth-sized T-shirts together, is that something that law enforcement will do as a general rule?
Yes,
All right, and just, I think, to set up a perspective, when the canvassing was done out in the area of Clinton, were there various items that were located out in the fields?
yes.
What types of items were located out in the field?
Flip-flops, white t-shirts, socks,
Okay.
white tank tops were pretty common.
Were those all gathered?
Some were.
And why would you gather?
She is, Cindy. As annoying as the ums may be, she is doing her job and she's asking the questions that need to be asked. She's being direct among all the ums. I mean, she is, I like her. She's good. Just the ums are exhausting to me. But, and again, the court, I just find it disrespectful them sitting. But again, this is a bench trial and I've never watched a bench trial before. So, see, Denise is reading my mind. She's piping up while I'm over here talking. During a bench trial, most judges allow attorneys to stay seated so they can use the desk mics easier. See, this is why we have Denise. She's our resident of know-it-all in courts. I love her. I love her. You have a comment about the big t-shirt? Okay. Is it clean? No, big t-shirt was dirty. I mean, he's a big guy. I'm sure he does wear, what was it, a 3 or 4X? I mean, go ahead, comment your big t-shirt. I'm gonna hit play.
If it didn't appear to be relevant?
To rule any possibilities out and to also remove it from where it was.
Okay. Was there ever a cell phone that was found out in one of these canvases?
There was.
And just by way of example, was there follow-up on that cell phone to see if it might be connected to Henry Dinkins, Breasia Terrell, or any of the involved parties?
Yes.
All right. What was determined about that cell phone?
No connection.
Okay. In fact, was it determined to belong to a teenage girl?
Yes.
All right. So does law enforcement just paint with a broad brush, collect anything and everything, and determine what's relevant?
We do.
Okay. Was that T-shirt actually sent into the DCI lab with the DNA of Henry Dinkins?
Yes, it was.
All right. Were you involved in the collection of DNA from Henry Dinkins?
No.
On July 10th, let me rephrase that question. On July 10th, later on in the evening, was Henry Dinkins taken to Genesis Hospital for the collection of various samples?
Yes, on that date.
Were you involved in that?
Yes, I was.
Explain.
There was a search warrant prepared to photograph and collect any biological trace evidence from the person of Henry Dinkins.
Okay. Now, crime scene technician Jill Foster had indicated that there had been an earlier search warrant obtained to collect buccal swabs and swabs of his hands and underneath his fingernails. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. We understand from her testimony that a decision was made not to do that because there was a decision to do the penal swabs as well.
Correct.
Was there another search warrant obtained then so that all of that could be collected at one time?
Yes.
Did that happen at the hospital?
Yes, it did.
Was Henry Dinkins' DNA submitted to the DCI laboratory to be compared to any DNA that would have been collected off of that child's youth T-shirt?
Yes, it was.
And did it come back that it was not his DNA?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the topics of the vehicles being searched and the vehicles being processed for any type of blood or any type of DNA evidence. First of all, relative to processing the vehicles for DNA evidence, was Breasia Terrell in that black Dodge Charger?
It was a black Camaro.
I mean,
Which
the
one are
black
you speaking
Camaro,
of?
the black Camaro.
Yes, she was.
Was Breasia Terrell in that maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, she was.
All right. So then, knowing that she was there, would there be any need to establish her DNA in there because we knew that she was there in the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. Is the establishment of DNA something distinctly different from looking for any type of blood?
Yes,
All right. During the morning hours of July 10th, after Henry Dinkins called Aisha Langford at 8:08 a.m. to report that Breasia was missing, did he go out to the apartment complex at Jersey Meadows?
yes, he did.
Did he have some brief contact with a patrol officer out there?
Yes, he did.
Who was that patrol officer?
Officer Burkle.
Did he leave that apartment complex?
Yes, he did.
After he left that apartment complex, was his movements unaccounted for the rest of the morning until he showed up at the Davenport Police Department?
That's correct.
Was that of concern to law enforcement that his movements were unaccounted for?
Yes,
And during that period of time when his movements were unaccounted for, had law enforcement seized the RV?
yes.
No, prior to noon when he came down. Had
No,
law enforcement seized the RV?
No,
Had law enforcement seized the black Camaro?
no,
Had law enforcement seized the Chevy Impala?
no.
All right. Were those vehicles seized then later on in the day?
Yes, they were.
All right. With Mr. Dinkins going to Clinton and purchasing Clorox around 7 a.m., was that concerning to law enforcement?
Yes,
All right. Now let's talk about the bottles of bleach. What size bottles of bleach did he buy at the Walmart in Clinton?
I believe they're 80 or 82 ounce,
Okay.
less than the gallon size.
Okay. So is it the smaller bottles that we can now purchase?
Yes,
Okay. Was there a bottle of bleach located at Andrea Culberson's apartment there at Jersey Meadows?
yes.
Okay. Was it the two smaller bottles of bleach or was it a larger bottle of bleach? And if you're not sure, should we red flag that and look for that in
I don't remember
photographs?
the exact size of that one.
Okay. At any rate, even during canvasses that were conducted out in Clinton and even around the area of Breasia Terrell, Terrell's remains, were there any bleach bottles located out there?
There was one, yes.
Okay. And what did officers note about the size of that bleach bottle as compared to the bleach bottles that he had purchased at the Walmart in Clinton?
It was a gallon jug.
Okay. And so since it was larger, was it ruled out as being a bottle of Clorox that he would have purchased?
Yes,
Okay. Did you actually make a physical trip with DL so that the child could give some perspective of where he would have traveled with his father?
yes.
Okay. Give us that perspective so that we know what you're talking about.
Detective Hamas and I drove with DL up to the Clinton area to see if any of that area was familiar with him. And as we were traveling down Highway 30, he did recognize that as an area that he was in generally. And when we got to the Walmart, I wanted to verify with him that that was in fact the Walmart that he was at for familiarity purposes.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about that dump pile here in State's Exhibit number. Give that to me, Sergeant Pfeiffer. Can you see the exhibit number so I don't have to get up and walk over there?
I'm sorry. Get up so I don't have to walk over there?
43. All right. So as we look to the bottom of the diagram, yeah, is that where there was a lot of debris, that looked like concrete or stuff from roadways?
It was, yes.
Did you notice that there in July of this year when these images were collected?
Yes,
Was that the condition of that side of the road back in March of 2021?
no,
Okay. And so did any of that concrete or debris exist at that point in time?
no.
Okay. What had happened after July 10th? Well, let me ask you this.
Okay, what?
I'm going to back off that. At some point in time, was there a major storm that had occurred?
Yes.
What was that storm?
The storm was called a derecho, And that was in August of 2020.
Okay. Yeah, all right. And then when Detorius, or I'm sorry, DL had pointed out the path his father had gone there on Credit Island, was that consistent with the area that the foot impressions were found in the dirt?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
Detective, you said the size 12 children's shirts were tested by DCI, right?
The one that you spoke with Special Agent Ron.
And did not have Henry Dinkins' DNA on it, right?
Correct.
Whose DNA was found on it?
It was unknown.
And just to clarify, that shirt was found 10 days post the disappearance of Breasia Terrell, right?
Correct.
And so, Special Agent Ron thought it had some relevance to the disappearance because of location and timing, right?
He didn't speak to relevance. He collected it because we were looking for white shirts.
He doesn't make business of wasting your time or giving you irrelevant evidence, right? We can agree on that.
Agreed?
The guy knows what he's doing, right?
He does.
He also knows that when children or people get kidnapped, they don't always get killed automatically, right?
Correct.
So maybe Breasia Terrell was not always wearing the size 4X t-shirt of Henry Dinkins. Maybe she changed clothes, right?
Anything's possible.
Right. So he was following down a possible lead, correct?
If it would to turn into one, it was not a lead at that time.
Okay. When Breasia Terrell's body was found, there was no DNA evidence of Henry Dinkins found on her, was there?
No.
Okay. And the county attorney here talked about DNA evidence and not finding it in the cars and stuff because we knew Breasia was there. But what's important was there's also a search done for blood evidence in those automobiles, and there was no blood evidence found, right?
Correct.
That's all I have.
Sergeant Pfeiffer,
You may proceed.
thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Pfeiffer, when Breasia Terrell was found, the environment that she was found in, what's significant about that?
With respect to the environment, it was out in the open weather. Her body would have been exposed to the elements up until that particular time, which was just after the snow cap had melted.
And when her body was found, describe the condition of her body.
It's fairly disturbing. Most of her body was just skeletal bones, with the exception of her right leg. Had some mummified skin still attached to it.
Okay. With DNA then being subjected to the elements, do elements destroy things like DNA?
Yes, it does.
I have no further questions.
You may step down at this time. It appears that you may be recalled. You're still under the admonition I issued earlier. Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, we are going to take our morning break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll be in adjournment until approximately 11:05. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I had to walk Hector out. Y'all know it's that time of day. And he's handing me mail and Amazon Prime packages, and I'm like, y'all, come on, hurry up. I gotta go. Okay, let's fast forward this stuff. Let's get right up to about here. Okay, we're back. See, I still got volume over here.
Okay. Ms. O'Donnell, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Alicia Fritz.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Alicia Fritz, ALYCIAFRITZ,
And how are you currently employed?
as a civilian crime scene technician with the Davenport Police Department
How long have you worked in this capacity with the Davenport Police Department?
since October of 2017.
What exactly is a civilian crime scene technician?
So my main job duties are responding to crime scenes, documenting those crime scenes by taking photographs and searching for, identifying, collecting items of evidence. And I also process evidence in the laboratory, mostly for fingerprints and sometimes swabbing for DNA, collecting trace evidence.
Since civilian is in your title, does that mean you're not a certified peace officer?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe your educational background and any training that you would have received for your position?
Yes, in 2009, I graduated from Ferris State University in Big Rapids, Michigan with a Bachelor of Science degree in forensic biology. And regarding training, when I started with the Davenport Police Department, I did a 4-month in-house training program with 3 different civilian crime scene technicians. And over the years during my employment, I've attended various trainings related to crime scene processing.
Now, Ms. Fritz, when you are called to a crime scene, can you explain generally the process that you would follow once you first arrive?
So generally, I try and meet with officers if they're on scene or with a complainant, try and gather some information, kind of figure out a game plan, and then typically take photos if necessary, and then search for or process for any items of evidence.
Now, back on July 17th of 2020, were you working in the same capacity?
Yes.
At some point, were you dispatched to 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment number 8?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time that would have been?
If I could refer to my report, I could let you know.
Would referring to your report help you refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, should refer to her report, Your Honor.
She may.
Approximately 1851 hours.
And is that 6:51?
Correct, 6:51 p.m.
And what was the purpose of being dispatched to that residence?
I was asked to meet with detectives who were going to search the residence for items of possible evidence, and they asked that I take photographs of the apartment and assist with collecting evidence.
Now, again, this was July 17th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Now, to your knowledge, had detectives and other search warrants already been executed on July 10th for this same residence?
To my knowledge, yes.
And photographs and items had been collected at that time?
Yes.
But again, you were being asked to go back for further processing.
Yes.
So once you arrived at that location, how did you begin processing that apartment again?
Started by taking photographs.
Fair to say that you took a lot of photographs.
Yes.
During the course of that search warrant as well, is it fair to say that you would have collected a fair amount of items?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 418 through 427. So take a look at those and tell me if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes.
And are these photographs you would have taken of that apartment of certain items on July 17th of 2020?
Yes, I did.
And do they fairly and accurately depict those items that you would have taken photos of?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 418 through 427 into evidence.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
And may the state publish.
You may.
So Ms. Fritz, starting with State's Exhibit 418, can you tell us generally what area of this apartment we're in that's being depicted in the photograph?
It's the kitchen area.
And specifically, what were you trying to photograph in this picture?
This one was just a general overview.
And directing you to State's Exhibit 419, what is being photographed here?
That would be a bottle of bleach.
And what was the significance of taking this photograph?
I was asked specifically to document this by detectives.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 420. What's being depicted here?
That's a broom.
And why were you taking a photograph of this broom?
Again, it was something that was directed to me by detectives to document.
Now, while you were in this apartment, did you conduct any further processing on this item, this broom?
Yes.
And what processing would you have done?
I applied luminosity to the broom.
And what is luminosity?
Luminosity is a chemical we use to help search for blood evidence that's either extremely diluted or has been cleaned up.
And how does that work exactly?
So the chemical reacts with the iron in blood and it will luminesce or glow a blue color.
And when you're looking for some sort of luminous or blue color, are you able to determine yourself, yes, that is blood that I'm seeing?
No.
Why not?
So this chemical isn't specific to blood. It can actually react with some other items.
So it's essentially a screening tool used by law enforcement to try to pinpoint items that may have blood on them.
Correct.
So after photographing and then using the luminosity on this broom, did you collect this item as well?
Yes.
After collecting that item, what would you have done with it?
I would have sealed the item and submitted it to our property and evidence.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 421. What are we looking at here?
This is an overview of the mattress in the bedroom.
And at the time that this photograph had been taken, it's a little hard to see on the photograph, but had you had already looked at this mattress to try to determine whether you observed any sort of stains or items of evidence?
Yes, I did in this photograph.
And again, what sort of process would you have gone through to try to observe those with
So in this case, I just did a visual search with my eyes looking for stains. I also used an alternate light source to look for possible blood or bodily fluid evidence.
And if you had seen anything either visually with your eyes or with the alternative light source, did you then mark it using stickers?
Correct.
And are you able to observe some of those stickers, at least in this photograph?
Yes.
After marking those specific places where you had made some sort of observation, how did you proceed then with this item?
So various stains that appeared dark. My thought process was it could possibly be blood. So I tested them with a presumptive test. They all came back negative. And then some of the stains fluoresced using the alternate light source, and ultimately those stains were collected as evidence.
How did you collect those stains?
The stains were cut away from the mattress using sterile scalpels.
Showing you States Exhibit 422. What are we looking at in this picture?
This is an overview of the toilet in the bathroom, and it had been marked with an evidence sticker.
Why had the toilet been marked with an evidence sticker?
I located a reddish stain on the toilet seat.
And did you do any further processing with that stain while you were at this residence?
Yeah, I swabbed it, the stain, and collected it for evidence.
Showing you States Exhibit 423. What are we looking at here in this photograph?
This is an overview of the drain area of the bathtub in the bathroom that has been marked with an evidence marker.
And why was the bathtub marked with an evidence marker?
So this area, I had also applied the luminosity, and there was a blue reaction, and so I swabbed that area.
Again, does that blue reaction mean there's potentially blood in that area?
Potentially.
And you then took a swab of that area?
Correct.
So States Exhibit 424. Again, what are we being shown here?
This is an overview of the top of the sink in the bathroom, and it has also been marked with an evidence marker.
And why was this item marked with an evidence marker?
The top area of the sink had a reaction with the luminosity.
And after that reaction, what would you have done at that time?
Again, I swabbed the area to collect as evidence.
States Exhibit 425. What's being depicted in this photograph?
That's an overview of the top of the toilet in the bathroom that's been marked with an evidence marker.
And why was this item marked with an evidence marker?
Again, the top of the toilet had a reaction with the luminosity.
And how would you have proceeded at that time?
I also swabbed this area to collect as evidence.
So States Exhibit 426. What's being shown here?
It's an overview of the toilet seat area that's also been marked with an evidence marker.
And why was the toilet seat marked with an evidence marker?
There was a positive reaction with luminosity.
And would you have taken a swab of the toilet seat as well?
I did.
Showing you States Exhibit 427.
That's the bottom, an overview of the bottom molding area along the bathtub in the bathroom that's been marked with an evidence marker.
And why was the molding marked with an evidence marker?
It had a positive reaction with the luminosity.
And did you take a swab of that area as well?
Yes.
After taking swabs of all those areas in the bathroom, what would you have done with the swabs?
Packaged, sealed, and submitted to our property and evidence.
When you say swab, were you taking individual swabs of each of those areas we just saw in those photographs?
Each of those areas would have been swabbed with 2 swabs, which is a rule per our state lab. But each of those areas was swabbed individually and packaged separately.
following the execution of the search warrant then at that particular residence on July 20th of 2020, were you asked to, or dispatched to an evidence processing center to look at a Chevy Impala?
Yes.
And why were you dispatched to that area?
I was asked to process the exterior of the vehicle for fingerprints.
What is the process you follow for trying to obtain some sort of fingerprint from an item?
Depends on the situation. In this case, I did overview photographs and I dusted the entire exterior of the vehicle using black graphite powder, and then searched for what appeared to be fingerprints, and then lifted those areas with tape, put them onto latent print cards, and collected them for evidence.
Now, to your knowledge, had search warrants already been executed on this particular vehicle by the FBI?
Yes.
Why were you then asked to follow up again to attempt to locate any fingerprints?
I was advised by Sergeant Pfeiffer that he did not believe the exterior of the vehicle had been processed by the FBI for fingerprints.
Would you have documented that vehicle by taking photographs prior to any examination for fingerprints?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, they're looking through a whole bunch
I'm
of
handing you
photographs.
what has been marked as State's Exhibits 4.
Hey, what has been marked?
417.
I love closed
Would you please
captioning
look
flops.
through those and let me know if you recognize those exhibits.
Okay, just gonna flip through them all so we can speed through all that.
These are photographs that I took of the vehicle.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the condition of the vehicle on July 20th of 2020?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 4-1 through 418 into evidence.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, did they get the Elmo
Ms.
fixed
Fritz, I'm going
today
to
where
show
they
you
show a whole
State's
picture?
Exhibit 4-9.
Almost.
What are we being shown here?
This was an area of ridge detail that I had found, or a fingerprint that I had marked with evidence marker 1.
Do you make any other observations in this photograph as well?
Just that I see some dried dirt near it.
Now, when you had looked at evidence exhibits item number 1, you identified those fingerprints or potential fingerprints. How do you then proceed?
I used a clear tape, lifted the fingerprint, placed it onto a fingerprint card.
And what do you do with that fingerprint card once you place the tape on there?
So we fill out the card with information such as the case number, where we lifted it from, where the location is that we're at collecting the fingerprints, and we do a small diagram on it showing the location of the fingerprint.
Ultimately, how many different areas on the vehicle were identified as having potential fingerprints?
There were 8.
So once you collect, or did you collect all 8 of those areas, or try to collect fingerprints like you did with item number 1 with the tape and placing it on a card?
Yes, all were collected the same way.
So once you're done then looking for those fingerprints on the vehicle, you collected those cards, what do you do with them at that time?
They were packaged, sealed, and submitted to property and evidence.
Would you yourself do any further processing with those fingerprints?
No.
Ms. Fritz, I'd like to direct your attention then to March 22nd of 2021. On that day, were you dispatched to Clinton County to 270th Avenue, kind of just north of 218th Street in Clinton County?
Yes.
And why were you dispatched to that area?
I was requested to respond due to human remains being found.
And when you arrived on that scene, what were you asked to do at that time?
I was asked by Sergeant Pfeiffer to document the area and the remains that were found.
And do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you would have responded to that area?
It was evening time. I would need to refer to my report for a specific time.
How do you know that it was evening time?
I just remember it was dark out.
How well were you able to see at that time?
Generally well, there were some extra lighting set up by Clinton County officers.
Sort of like stadium lights?
Yes.
If those lights had not been set up, would it have been more difficult to observe the area?
Yes.
So you were asked to photograph or take photographs of that scene at that time. Were you asked to do any further processing?
I was asked to not do any further processing besides photographs.
And why were you asked to not do any further processing at that time?
I was told that the state lab would actually be responding the next day to process the scene.
So while you were on the scene yourself, were you asked to photograph the area surrounding the remains?
Yes.
And specifically branches that were around the remains?
Yes.
Why were you asked to photograph those branches?
It was pointed out to me that several branches surrounding the remains appeared maybe broke or cut.
And additionally, were you asked to photograph a flip-flop that was found?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Fritz, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 428 through 440. Could you please take a look at those exhibits and let me know if you recognize them?
Yes.
And what are these exhibits?
These are photographs that I took on scene.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the condition of this area, the branches, the flip-flop on March 22nd, 2021?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 428 through 440 into evidence.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
So, Ms. Fritz, this is State's Exhibit 428. What is being shown here in this photograph?
That'd be an overview of some of the branches very close to where the remains were.
I'm showing you this is State's Exhibit 430. What's being shown here?
A close-up of one of the branches.
And State's Exhibit 432.
Another close-up of one of the branches.
Again, what was the significance of taking photographs of these branches?
Just showing that there was some sort of disturbance possibly that had happened to them.
This is State's Exhibit 436.
Another close-up of one of the branches.
Again, did the branch itself appear to have been cut?
I would say possibly.
And State's Exhibit 439.
It's an overview of the flip-flop on the ground.
And State's Exhibit
I didn't see a flip-flop in that
440.
picture.
What are we being shown here?
A close-up of the flip-flop on the ground.
Okay, I see it
And
there.
are you able to make any observations of the color of that flip-flop?
In my report, I referred to it as teal and white.
And Ms. Fritz, other than those three different areas that we had talked about where you had taken photographs, does that essentially conclude your involvement with this investigation?
Yes.
They're whispering. I was trying to hear what they were whispering. She says, "Do you want to ask?" I don't know what she's saying.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Thank you. Ma'am, I want to start, I'll just do a very brief overview of all three of these things that we've discussed. I'll start with July 17th of 2020. I think you mentioned that you had gone to this apartment at about 6:50 p.m., right?
Correct.
We looked through a few photos that you took, and one of them that stands out is a picture of bleach. You took that photo, right?
Yes.
Did you touch the bottle at all?
I would have handled it some way wearing gloves.
Okay, and then, just for my knowledge, I imagine you were wearing gloves at all three of these locations.
Yes.
Right? Okay, and then could you tell me whether or not that bleach bottle had been used at all? Did you open it up or manipulate it in any way?
The only thing I did was I used a hemostix, which is a presumptive blood test, on a very tiny brown stain that was on the side. Other than that, I didn't do anything further with it.
Okay, and then I'll be very brief about all of these pictures that you had, or you took. You talked about a broom, a toilet seat, the top of the toilet, the brim or the rim of the toilet, a bathtub, a bathroom sink, and a molding area. All of those items were in that bathroom, right?
Yes.
Other than the broom.
Yes.
Okay. And after taking pictures of these and after looking at all these stains, essentially, on all those items, you essentially just submitted them to the evidence and property team, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you would have had no involvement in testing those stains, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you couldn't tell me whether it was blood or semen or any other bodily fluid on those items.
Correct.
Okay. When you were in the bathroom, could you smell bleach?
I don't recall any sort of strong odor of bleach or anything specific.
Okay, so the smell of bleach didn't stand out to you at all in that bathroom?
No.
How about in the apartment at all?
No.
But again, you wouldn't have been involved in testing any of those stains, correct?
Correct, just collecting the swabs.
Then I want to talk about July 20th of 2020, where you showed up and you took some fingerprints and photographs of the Chevy Impala, right?
Correct.
What time of day was that again? And if you don't remember, I don't care if you look at your report.
I would have to refer to my report,
Go ahead.
if that's okay. 16:20 hours, so 4:20 p.m.
Okay, so sometime in the afternoon.
Yes,
And then you go through this process of photographing, dusting and getting fingerprints, correct? And then you put those documents, those photographs, and the fingerprints of the dusts, you just give them to the property and evidence team, right?
correct,
Again, you would have no involvement in testing these fingerprints, correct?
correct,
So you couldn't tell me whose fingerprints they belong to, right?
correct,
Couldn't tell me whether it was an adult or a child.
correct,
And then you mentioned that you had or saw some dirt on the side of the Impala, correct?
correct,
I think your words were it was dried dirt, right?
correct,
You didn't take a sample of that dirt, right?
correct,
Right. And then you would have obviously, it begs the question, wouldn't have tested that dirt.
correct,
Then on March 22nd of 2021, took some pictures out at the Kunal implement, right?
correct in that area.
Then you took some pictures of some sticks and then a flip-flop, correct?
Correct,
Last question, you couldn't tell me whose flip-flops those belonged to, correct?
correct,
And that's simply because you didn't take the flip-flop and test it for DNA, fingerprints, anything of the like.
correct, just photographs.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Just briefly, Your Honor. This print showing you here states Exhibit 418. This bottle of bleach that you see on top of the water bottles, when you had arrived at the apartment there, was that exactly where it was once you first walked in and that's where you saw it?
I believe so.
Okay. And so to your knowledge, you yourself did not do anything with that bottle of bleach. You just walked in and that's where it was.
Correct.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Nothing further.
You may step down.
Do you have another witness? It may take a while, but probably about the same amount of time. So.
I believe then it would be appropriate to break for lunch then if the witness would take approximately the
Okay,
same length
breaking
of
for
time.
lunch.
At this time, then we'll adjourn for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:30.
And, okay, we are back. And this, the first thing they did was give them pictures.
That's-
And did they fairly and accurately depict?
Nope. Back up, Sheila.
These are photographed.
Sorry about that. I haven't said his name.
Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dustin Garner.
Her pretty belly. Her pretty pregnant belly.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do, Your Honor. Please have a seat.
you please state and spell your name?
Dustin Garner, DUSTINGARNER,
How are you currently employed?
with the Davenport Fire Department.
How long have you worked for the Davenport Fire Department?
Just under 2 years.
Prior to your employment with the Davenport Fire Department, where were you employed?
The Davenport Police Department.
In total, how long did you work for the Davenport Police Department?
Just under 6 years.
Prior to your employment with the Davenport Police Department, did you work anywhere else in law enforcement?
I also worked for the city of Muscatine as a police officer for 4 years, and I was a military police officer in the Army for 8.
So back in July of 2020, were you still working for the Davenport Police Department at that time?
Yes, I was.
And did you have a particular position with the police department?
I was a detective assigned to the Special Victims Unit.
How long did you work as a detective with the Special Victims Unit?
Approximately 1 year.
Prior to that assignment with the Special Victims Unit, did you hold other positions within the Davenport Police Department?
I was a patrol officer for a good number of years. I was also a member of the emergency services team. I was a officer crime scene tech for night shift. I was a field training officer as well.
Part of your duties when you were employed as an officer crime scene tech, or what would your duties have been at that time?
Documentation, collection, photographing, processing crime scenes.
And did you receive any specialized training in order to do those parts of your position?
Yes,
And as a detective, were you sometimes called on to utilize that training, even though you're now at the time working as a detective?
yes,
So back on July 10th of 2020, at some point were you dispatched to 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment number 8 in Davenport, Iowa?
yes, I was.
Why were you dispatched there?
I was sent to assist with the service of a search warrant at that residence.
And did you assist with the service of that search warrant?
Yes, I did.
What does that process look like?
Knock on the door, announce ourselves, who we are, that we're the police department, we have a search warrant for the scene, secure the residence, anyone inside, the people, subjects inside the residence are typically interviewed by one or more detectives that are on scene or other officers. And then overall documentation, photographs are taken, and a search is conducted of the residence.
And back on July 10th, 2020, before you and other officers began searching this apartment, to your knowledge, were overall photographs taken at that time?
Yes,
And during that search, any items that were seized and collected, to your knowledge, were those items photographed as well?
yes.
Do you recall who would have photographed those items?
Some of the items were initially photographed by myself, and others would have been CST Stillwell.
Now, while you were at this location, at some point, did you have contact with Aisha Langford?
Not at that residence, I don't believe so.
At some point, did Aisha show you her phone?
Yes, I believe that was in the parking lot outside of the residence.
So at the apartment complex, just not inside?
Correct.
Okay. And why did Aisha show you her phone?
I believe it was to show a call log with Henry Dinkins.
And is that something she voluntarily did?
Yes,
Did you take photographs of that call log?
yes, I did.
Additionally, did she show you any text messages as well?
Yes,
Did you photograph those text messages?
yes, I did.
And again, did she voluntarily show you those text messages?
Yes, she did.
Were the text messages that she showed you, again, between herself and Henry Dinkins?
I believe so, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Shh, Lola.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7-1 through 7-11. You please take a look at those and tell me if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes, I do.
And what are State's Exhibit 7-1 through 7-11?
These are photographs as captured with my department-issued cell phone of Aisha's phone.
And did they fairly and accurately depict the call logs that she voluntarily showed you between herself and Henry Dinkins and the text messages on July 10th, 2020?
Yes, the ones that were on our phone, correct.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 7-1 through 7-11 into evidence.
I would object on the ground of hearsay and foundation or improper foundation.
The objection's overruled.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
So showing you first State's Exhibit 7-1, what is being shown in this photograph here?
This is a contact for, it states, Notorious Daddy.
And is that how Aisha related to you, was the contact name she had for Henry Dinkins in her phone?
Yes, it was.
To your knowledge, did Aisha Langford and Henry Dinkins share a child?
Yes,
Do you know that child's name?
yes, Notorious.
So showing you then State's Exhibit 7-2. What's being depicted here in this photograph?
That would have been the call log for July 10th under the Notorious Daddy.
Does it show both incoming and outgoing calls and the times associated with those phone calls?
Yes, it does.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 7-3. What are we looking at in this photograph?
That would be a text message history.
And again, is this the same contact to Tori's daddy?
Yes,
And from looking at the messages, are you able to decipher which of the messages appear to be sent from this phone versus the messages that were received to this phone?
yes.
And how do you make that determination?
Honestly, the different colorings.
And what are you able to tell us about the coloring of the messages?
Both persons sent messages back and forth between the two.
So the messages that appear green, do those appear to be messages sent from this phone?
Yes,
And the messages appearing in gray, do those appear to be messages that somebody would have sent to this phone?
yes.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 7-4. What's being shown here?
A further continuation of that text message history.
Now, specifically referring to, and I don't know how well you can see this on the screen, some text messages that appear to be sent, it says yesterday at 9:13 p.m.
Yes,
Was there a message sent to this phone at approximately that time?
yes, there was.
What does that message say?
Good night, Mom.
And was there a response message sent? You can see in green.
Yes, I can't read what it is, but
I approach with this. Does that help you in order to read that?
yes, it says good night, I love you, Bree, and Dink.
And States Exhibit 7-5. Again, what are we looking at here?
A further continuation of that text message thread.
And labeled there at the top, there appears to be a timestamp that says today at 8:08 a.m. Did this phone receive a message at approximately that time?
Yes, it did.
And what did that message say?
Call me.
And was there a response sent in green?
Just call me. I'm not about to play telephone.
And then at approximately 9:36 a.m., does this phone appear to send a photograph?
Yes,
Are you familiar with who is in that photograph?
yes,
Who is that?
Breasia.
So showing you then States Exhibit 7-7. What is being depicted here?
That would have been the call history as captured on the phone.
So she was blowing up his phone. Just looking. Sorry.
Previously, in States Exhibit 7-2, there was also a call history listed there. What's the difference between States Exhibit 7-2 and 7-7?
7-7 is the overall contact history or call history for the phone. 7-1, I believe it was,
7-2.
is 7-2 is strictly the history for
809, 809, 810, 811.
contact notorious daddy.
And so while you were speaking with Aisha, again, she voluntarily showed you her entire call log that morning.
Yes, she did.
815, 817.
And that was one photograph taken in States Exhibit 7-7, 7-8. What are we looking at here?
Again, the overall
815,
call history for the phone.
818,
And 7-9, again, just a continuation of that call history.
833. Damn.
7-10.
Oh my gosh.
A further continuation.
So in order to capture the continuation, would you have the phone and been just scrolling through the call logs?
Yes, I would leave the last one or two calls from the previous photo at the top of the screen or bottom, depending on which way it scrolled, to show that it was a continuous roll of the actual call history.
And then the last photograph taken, 7-11, again, just
Hey,
a
that's
continuation
cool.
of those.
I just have to say that was very smart because I did the same thing when I sent, not to spill too much beans, but I had to send a lawyer some text threads of an incident. And that's what I did was when I took my screenshots, I made sure that the previous text was at the top so you could see that it chronologically scrolled through those texts. So smart.
Calls.
Yes,
And again, Aisha Langford was voluntarily letting you do that.
yes, she was.
Now, also on July 10th, at some point, were you sent to Danita Gardner's house?
Yes, I was.
And in relation to Aisha Langford, who is Danita Gardner?
I believe she is her mother.
And why were you sent to Danita Gardner's house?
I was informed that I needed to pick up 2 bags of clothing that had been left there.
And once you arrived at that location, were you able to observe those bags of clothing?
Yes, I was.
And what'd you do at that time?
I believe I took overall photographs of both and then immediately transported them back to the apartment where I then turned them over to CST Stovall.
And did CST Stovall take additional photographs of those items?
I believe she would have, yes.
And Detective Gardner, excuse me, what was the significance of those 2 bags of clothing?
I believe they were clothing belonging to Breasia.
At that point, at least to your knowledge, did you have any further information on the significance of that clothing at that time?
No, I did not.
You were just told to go pick them up and you did?
Yes.
Did you yourself make any observations of the clothing and how it appeared?
No, I just collected the bags and took them straight to the CST.
Now, on July 20th of 2020, at some point then were you sent to the Davenport fire training facility?
Yes, I was.
Why were you sent to that location?
I was sent to escort a maroon Impala to Public Works.
Explain what you mean by escort and the Impala to Public Works.
Once arriving there, I unlocked the facility that I was in. It was a secured facility. You had to have access to be able to get in. I verified that the evidence seals on the Impala were still intact from when they'd been placed in there last, and I photographed those. I was there when the vehicle was then loaded onto a flatbed truck from Fred's Towing, and then I stayed directly behind that vehicle the entire route we took all the way back to Public Works. I never lost a visual sight of that vehicle at all. And then once arriving at Public Works, I again verified that the evidence seals were intact.
Why was the vehicle transferred to Public Works?
We were going to drop the gas tank off of it to measure how much fuel was left inside.
And did that require placing the vehicle on a device that could lift the vehicle?
Yes, it made it significantly easier to remove the gas tank.
And did you have the capacity to do that at the Public Works building?
Yes.
And what was the point of removing the gas tank from this vehicle?
In my understanding, it was to measure the amount left so we could gauge approximate distances that vehicle had been traveled since it had last been refueled.
Were you present then when the vehicle was raised on the lift?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, did you make any additional observations of that maroon Impala?
Yes, I did. Once the vehicle was raised, stuck in the undercarriage was a few spots of what appeared to be soil and grass stuck in the undercarriage of the vehicle where it normally would not be.
Did you find anything odd about that?
The vehicle would have needed to be driven off-road to get dirt and grass in those areas.
At the time that you made those observations, how did you then proceed?
I then called my supervisor, Sergeant Pfeiffer, and informed him of what I had found.
And how did you then proceed with the vehicle at that point in time?
I, again, stayed with the vehicle, and we waited until a search warrant had been drafted to collect samples from the vehicle.
After that search warrant was obtained, did somebody arrive to then collect soil samples from that vehicle?
Yes, it would have been CST John Vance. I should also add in that I also took photographs of the undercarriage of the vehicle with the dirt intact before being disturbed.
So prior to CST Vance's arrival, you took your own photographs?
Yes,
Once CST Vance arrived, did he take additional photographs as well?
I believe so, yes.
Were you present when he took those photographs?
Yes.
At that point, what did you observe CST Vance do?
He had donned gloves and he collected soil samples from the different areas on the bottom of the car.
Did you observe where he had collected those soil samples from the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes. And once the samples were collected, I watched him put them inside a manila envelope.
Where then did he take those soil samples from the undercarriage?
It's my understanding he transported them back to the police department.
And let me clarify, when you observed him collecting the soil samples from the vehicle, you'd previously testified that you watched him do that, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to determine where on the vehicle he collected those soil samples?
Yes,
Where on the vehicle then did he collect those soil samples?
from the undercarriage.
And what did he do then with the soil samples once he collected them?
Secured them in his vehicle before, I believe, transporting them to the police department.
I believe you previously testified he placed them in a manila envelope,
Yes,
and then he placed that envelope securely in his vehicle
yes,
before he transported them to the Davenport Police Department.
yes. His vehicle had been pulled into the parking garage, so it was right next to where we were working.
After the soil samples were collected and placed in CST Vance's vehicle, were there steps then taken to remove the gas tank?
Yes.
How did you go about doing that?
The main, we'll call mechanic for lack of a better word at this point, lowered the actual gas tank. Once the gas tank was down on the ground, we then siphoned all of the gas from the tank to get an approximate measurement of or to get an exact measurement of how much was left in the tank.
So when you say siphon the gas out of that tank, essentially was it poured into some sort of bucket?
I believe we used tubing and a siphon to pull it out.
At that point, then, were you able to determine how much gas had been left in that tank at the time?
Yes.
And do you recall how much gas?
I'd like to double check my report to give you the exact number.
Would reviewing your report help refresh your memory?
Yes.
May you review his report?
He may.
It was 4 gallons and 47 ounces.
And to your knowledge, was that process also photographed by CST Vance?
Yes, he took photographs of the fuel ones that had been taken out and I believe the empty fuel tank.
And that was something you observed him doing?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, we're flipping through pictures again. Speed past
I'm
that.
handing you first what's marked as State's Exhibit 43. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 143?
It is a manila envelope containing what I believe to be the soil samples collected from the underside of the maroon Impala.
And the State's Exhibit 143 appears to be the same soil samples you observed CST Vance collect from the undercarriage of the maroon Impala on July 20th, 2023, and then placed into this envelope.
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 143 into evidence.
I have no objection. Exhibit 143 will be admitted.
Handing you next State's Exhibits 18-1. Through 18-6. I'm also going to hand you the State's Exhibits 19-1 through 19-13. So starting with State's Exhibits 18-1 through 18-6, did you recognize those items?
Yes,
And what are those?
those are photos that I took of the maroon Impala and the soil on the underside of the car.
And State's Exhibits 19-1 through 19-13, did you recognize the items in those photographs as well?
Yes,
And what's being depicted in those photographs?
the same vehicle, the fuel from the tank, the debris or the soil on the bottom of the car, and the empty gas tank.
And in both 18-1 through 18-6 and 19-1 through 19-13, do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the soil and dirt on the undercarriage observed by yourself on July 20th, 2020, as well as on the gas that would have been removed and siphoned into on the collar bucket on July 20th, 2020?
Yes,
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 18-1 through 18-6 and 19-1 through 19-13 into evidence.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
I have one more to ask you about. This is State's Exhibit 18-7. Do you recognize that item as well?
yes, I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 18-7?
This is another photo of the underside of the vehicle that was taken with my department issued cell phone.
And again, does this fairly and accurately depict that soil on the undercarriage of the Impala on July 20th, 2020?
Yes, it does.
We also move to admit 18-7 into evidence.
Exhibit 18-7 will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Starting here with State's Exhibit 18-1. What's being shown here?
The rear license plate and a partial angle of the underside of that maroon Impala.
Showing you 18-2.
That is an overall the underside of that same maroon Impala.
This is 18-4. What's being shown here?
The underside of the maroon Impala.
This is State's Exhibit 18-5. Again, what's being shown here?
The underside of the maroon Impala.
Then 18-6.
Again, the underside of the maroon Impala.
And specifically, were you trying to capture when you were taking these photographs of the undercarriage?
The dirt and grass stuck in the what appears to be metal of the underside of the vehicle.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 19-5. What's being shown here?
That is another section of the soil and grass on the underside of the vehicle captured by CST Vance's camera.
And you know, they have all this technology now where they can take the soil and match it to the same soil and all that. That is so cool. So just mentioning that. That's what this first thing came to my mind when I was looking at that was I had seen another trial not long ago where they were matching the soil and the whatever in the soil, the flowers and leaves and all that, and was able to match up something on a vehicle from that same location because of what was in the soil. I don't remember what trial it was.
19-6.
A different spot on the undercarriage, but the same as 19.5 was.
The 19-7.
The same as the previous two.
More soil and dirt and grass.
Yes, more soil and dirt and grass.
Showing you then State's Exhibit 19-10. What are we looking at here?
That was the first bucket used, filled up to 128 ounces of fuel from the tank that was dropped from the Impala.
And then this is State's Exhibit 19-11. What's being shown here?
A bucket with approximately 47 ounces of fuel left in it.
Did I miss something? Why are we measuring fuel out of the car?
It's the state's exhibit
That was just a squirrel moment.
1912.
I don't remember why we were looking at the
What is
gas
being
tank.
shown here?
This is the empty gas tank that was dropped off of the maroon Impala after having the fuel siphoned out, as well as the 2 green buckets that the fuel was then dumped into out of the measuring bucket.
After the gas tank was removed from this vehicle, was the Impala lowered to the ground?
After the fuel tank was then replaced, yes.
So you replaced the fuel tank and then it was lowered to the ground.
Yes,
Did you stay then with the Impala and observe any further processing of that vehicle at the time?
yes, I then escorted the Impala back to the secured facility it had been in earlier that day.
After that vehicle, the Impala was lowered back to the ground, is that when CST Fritz would have then attempted to locate any latent fingerprints on the vehicle?
Yes,
Were you also present then when she would have photographed the vehicle and made any observations of that during that time?
yes,
Showing you then what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 4-3. Do you observe any dirt on this portion of the vehicle that's being shown?
appears to be some on the rear lower quarter panel.
And would you agree this is the passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes,
This is State's Exhibit 4-4. Again, do you observe any dirt or mud in on the passenger side of the vehicle in this photograph?
road dust and the like, but no major spots.
Then on State's Exhibit 4-5, again, fair to say this is the driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes,
Does there appear to be less mud or dirt on the driver's side of this vehicle than on the passenger side that we previously just looked at?
yes,
So, Detective Gardner, your other involvement in this investigation, it's fair to say that you would have retrieved a lot of surveillance video.
yes.
Any other involvement then after that, essentially?
As far as entering electronic evidence and things like that, yes. Followed up on a few tips, yes.
Did any of the tips you followed up on turn out to be related at all to this case?
No.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Sir, I want to start with talking about July 10th of 2020. I think you had mentioned you had gone to the Jersey Meadow Apartments, right? And that's where you spoke with Aisha Langford, and you took these pictures of her phone, right?
Yes.
Now, these text messages that we saw and this phone call log, you took those pictures, and then those are the exhibits that we just looked at, right?
Correct.
Okay. You couldn't tell me whether there were any text messages deleted or any phone calls deleted from that phone call log, could you?
No.
Okay. And then I want to focus on July 20th on 2020 when you're transporting this Impala back and forth. Just so I understand, where was the Impala before you had brought it over to this place where it was observed? From
Where it was stored, you mean?
From where to where?
That at the time was the fire department training center in a secured garage.
Okay, where is the fire department training center?
It is no longer there. It was on West 83rd by where Wacky Waters used to be.
Okay, is it full of gravel and dirt and mud?
No, it was a concrete poured floor with metal walls
And how was it transported there, if you know?
on a flatbed.
Okay, did you observe
Tow
it
truck.
being transported to
I would have to refer to my reports on that one to verify.
Just from your memory, do you remember being transported to that place prior to you transporting it or watching it being transported to the next place?
Yes, it was transported on a flatbed. Our policy is that we do not use a tow behind tow truck. We want the vehicle up off of the road so there is no road dust that kicks up from the tires onto the undercarriage.
Was it covered in any sort of tarp or anything when it's being transported?
No.
Okay. And then your involvement with this dirt, is it simply what you're telling us is you photographed the dirt on the undercarriage and then collected it and put it into a bag, or somebody else had collected it and put it into a bag?
Yes, it was collected by CSU Vance and I was personally there through the entire process.
And then you took those photographs we just looked at, right?
Yes.
You didn't have any involvement with testing or comparing that dirt, did you?
No.
Okay. And then I think you testified that you took some pictures of this gasoline that we just looked at, right?
I did not take the photographs. CSU Vance did.
When you were there?
Yes.
Okay. And you watched him take these photographs?
Yes.
And you personally observed the amount of gas that was in those two containers we just saw, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that was on July 20th of 2020?
Yes.
Sometime in the afternoon?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And I don't mean to trick you, but the last time from what you're aware is that car was driven on July 10th of 2020, right?
Yes.
I mean, if this car is just being transported by flatbed, it's not being driven, right?
Correct.
Are you aware whether anybody turned the ignition on of that Impala between July 10th of 2020 and July 20th of 2020? After the car was seized?
To my knowledge, no, but I was also not there when others processed the interior of the car, so I cannot speak to their actions.
Oh, I love this guy.
To your knowledge, as of right now, there's been no more gasoline put in that Impala, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then since this car had not been driven, from your knowledge, from July 10th of 2020, are you aware, or rather you're not aware when the last time that car was fueled, are you?
No.
Okay, you couldn't tell me then, since you can't tell me when the last time that car was fueled, you couldn't tell me how much fuel was put in it the last time it was fueled.
No.
And you couldn't tell me a date when the last time it was fueled at all, could you?
No.
Then lastly, I think you said you went to Danita Gardner's home, and that's when you collected the clothes of Breasia Terrell's?
Yes.
Okay, but that was prior to July 20th of 2020, right?
Correct. That was on July 10th.
Okay. And that would have been after you talked with Aisha Langford,
Hola.
right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Simply all you did was gather those clothes. And what I'm getting at here is you didn't take those clothes and test them for DNA, did you?
No.
Okay. Other than just transporting the clothes to, I think it was a special agent you gave it to. Who was that?
Crime scene tech Stovall.
You haven't seen those clothes since, have you?
No.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Garner, on July 20th of 2020, when the vehicle, the Impala, was being towed to the Public Works Building, do you recall what the weather conditions were like that day?
I believe it was sunny and dry. There was no rain.
Do you recall if it was particularly windy or anything like that?
I believe I put the weather notes in my report. If I was to refer to that, I could tell you for sure.
Would referring to your report refresh your memory?
Yes.
May he refer to his report?
He may.
I did not make a note of the wind in my report, but it was as sunny skies and 82 degrees was the high that day.
Now, you were asked about the photographs taken of Aisha Langford's phone. From looking at that call log, you testified you're unable to determine whether anything had been deleted. Fair?
Correct.
How However, to your knowledge, did Aisha Langford then consent to having a full download done of her phone?
Yes,
And typically, would a full Cellbrite download potentially show whether call logs had been deleted?
yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters,
That's all I had, Your Honor. Thank you.
you may step up. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please have a seat. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Richard Vennard, Richard. Last name F as in Frank, Ennern.
What is your occupation?
I'm a special agent with the FBI,
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
14 years.
Describe your prior educational background.
I have a criminal justice degree, associate's degree from the United States Air Force, and a bachelor's degree in accounting from Metropolitan State University in Minnesota.
When did you complete your formal education?
2006.
And then what did your career path look like before you joined the FBI?
Immediately prior to the FBI, I worked at a CPA firm and obtained my CPA license. Prior to that, I was an activated guardsman with the Minnesota Air National Guard.
Okay. How is it that you became employed with the FBI?
I applied after obtaining my CPA license and was subsequently hired in 2009.
Now, do you serve the FBI in some type of specialized capacity?
Yes, I'm a member of the FBI's Cellular Analysis Survey Team, referred to as CAST.
Where are you stationed out of?
Currently, I'm out of Mexico City.
Define what you mean when you say that you're a part of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
The Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST, is a group of FBI agents and task force officers that receive extensive training.
I have questions. Is there Mexico City in Iowa? I need to know. Somebody, TCN, somebody in the background. Is there a Mexico City in Iowa? Sorry, need to know. You know me.
Training in cell phone technology and cell phone record analysis.
And what is it that you do with these cell phone records?
We assist in state, local, federal, and international investigations, focusing on the records that are generated by the use of a phone to assist the investigation.
Okay. In what ways can cellular phone records assist in criminal investigations?
In criminal investigations, one type would be a fugitive. We would review cell phone records to locate an area of interest to search for those people and find them. Also, in a historical capacity, you'll have an event that'll occur, a robbery, a homicide, and we'll obtain records from people that are identified as suspects. We'll review those records and include or exclude people in investigations.
So describe the process of an historical cellular record analysis. How does that work?
Well, in a historical capacity, we usually get contacted by someone that says they have an event that occurred. We advise to obtain cell phone records from the cell phone company, which usually involves a process of getting a search warrant. We get those records back. We match those with cell tower lists from the phone companies and basically take Excel spreadsheets, put them in a mapping software, and create visual depictions of what those records represent.
Okay. Describe the type of training that you've received in order to conduct historical cell site analysis.
My training began in, I'd say, 2011 with a course from the FBI. It's a 2 or 3 day course. From that, I obtained an interest in that and went through the certification process for CAST, which I completed in 2013. That training is about 300 hours of training with the engineers from the cell phone companies. So we bring Verizon engineers, T-Mobile, AT&T, at that time, I think Sprint and Cricket. So we learn how each company creates their networks, what records are created when a phone is used in their networks, and then what we can do with those records.
And then do you have continual training that you participate in to keep up with any changes in technology?
Yes, at least yearly, we have another week of training where we bring in, again, the engineers and other companies that deal with location information for cell phones and obtain additional knowledge about any updates that are occurring.
Are you yourself involved in training other law enforcement officers in how to conduct historical cellular site analysis?
Yes, I've provided training throughout the U.S. as well as overseas, and I was also in charge of the FBI's CAST training program for approximately 5 years.
Okay. Help us understand the breadth of your experience. How often do you analyze call detail records?
Essentially daily for the last decade.
Okay. And when we talk about call detail records, what specifically does that mean?
Well, there's various forms of it. The most basic level is when a phone is being used, so you make or receive a call, there's records that are being created. So think of your cell phone bill. You'd see the numbers you're calling, the numbers that are calling you, how long that lasted. You'll see that on your bill. But additionally, when we get a warrant, we're able to see the cell tower identifiers for those records. So on a basic level, that's gives us the tower and sectors that's used.
Okay.
Additionally, there's records that are created when you use a cell phone that are kind of referred to as engineering data, which allows us to have even more detailed information about that phone. Essentially, it can tell us how far the phone is actually located from the cell tower.
Now, when an individual is utilizing a cell phone, explain the relationship between the cell phone and a cell phone tower.
Well, for a cell phone to operate, it needs to connect to the cell tower. So cell towers are strategically placed throughout our environment from the cell phone companies to provide seamless coverage. So in order for your phone to work to make a call, it's scanning, looking for the cell tower from its company, and it's looking for that strongest clear signal from that tower, and that's going to be the one that it connects to make a call.
If you could, give us a perspective of cell tower locations within the context of a metropolitan area.
Essentially, it comes down to where there's more people located, there are more cell towers. So in a dense populated environment, you can have cell towers that are blocks apart. So they have a smaller footprint. So there's a smaller area a phone would be. Versus you can go to a rural area and you can see cell phones that are much farther apart, 5+ miles.
In a metropolitan area where you have cell towers that are in close proximity to one another, then if a cellular device is being used, can it then feed off more than one tower?
Yes, essentially a phone is designed to see more than one tower at a time.
Okay, and how would that work then?
Well, as your phone is on, it's constantly scanning and communicating with the network. And in that environment, it's not necessarily the strongest clear signal. It's just essentially a feeling of where the phone is. It's then once you make that call, that's that strongest clear signal that it's going to connect to. But there's other towers that are also seeing that phone at the same time.
Okay. Have you had a chance to validate the location of a phone after an event has occurred?
Yes.
Explain how that would work.
Well, in multiple capacities. One, I've worked a lot of missing persons cases. So we would obtain records from a missing individual. The last time the phone was used was yesterday, so it's historical. We'll go and look in that area and find the individual, unfortunately, many times deceased in those scenarios.
Okay.
Also,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Also, in a case like this, we utilize those historical records to go to areas to search for surveillance video or other evidence that can show where an individual was. So we do that to put together a timeline in criminal investigations.
Okay. Are timelines really critical in criminal investigations? For example, in a situation where there has been a child reported to be missing?
Absolutely critical, yes.
And why is it important to establish a timeline?
Because it allows you to focus your investigation where you need to. So it's always about what you know in search of what you don't know. So it's so important to find out what you know before you can find out what you don't know.
Absolutely. Now, then let's just go back to an earlier statement that you had made. If you are able to locate a cell phone as having pinged off a particular cell tower, then does that identify an area where law enforcement would want to focus their efforts?
Yes.
Okay. And then once that location has been identified for law enforcement to focus their efforts, is that where they then go through the process of looking for any type of video surveillance footage that may help to develop a timeline and establish what was going on during that period of time?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you participate in the investigation being conducted by the Davenport Police Department involving a report of Breasia Terrell, who had been reported missing on July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
How did you initially become involved in that investigation?
Initially, I believe beginning on July 10th, there was FBI agents were in contact with Davenport Police, and questions started to develop over some cell phone records that they obtained for Mr. Henry Dinkins. And they subsequently called me for questions, and that kind of slowly began my involvement before I physically came to Davenport.
Okay. At the time that you became involved in the investigation, were you aware that Henry Dinkins had been identified as the last known individual to be present with Breasia before she was reported missing?
Yes.
All right. By virtue of that, then, did that make him a subject of interest?
Yes, always the last person that's with somebody is where you're going to start with, especially with the record analysis, and you're going to continue to work your way out from that.
Okay. Being a subject of interest, then, did his cell phone then also become an item of evidence that was of interest?
The physical device, I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in doing a cellular record analysis of Henry Dinkins' cell phone?
Yes, of the records associated with that cell phone.
All right. Now, during the initial stage of the investigation, is that what you were primarily tasked with?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in time, did your duties in this investigation evolve?
Yes.
And how did your duties with this investigation evolve?
Well, once I came to Davenport and came to the command post, started focusing my efforts on the assisting with the overall investigation of putting the timeline together, analyzing additional records of other people that we came into focus of the investigation.
With respect to those additional responsibilities, had there been a search warrant issued for the cell phone of Henry Dinkins?
For the cell phone records, yes.
I'm sorry, yes, the cell phone records of Henry Dinkins. And then did you have the ability to conduct a review of those cell phone records?
Yes,
Who is the service provider for his phone?
Verizon.
And so would the search warrant have gone to Verizon?
Yes, it would.
Okay. When those records then were supplied by Verizon, what types of information was contained within those records?
The normal historical records we see of the calls and text messages that were completed, as well as the engineering data that had some distance from tower association and some data records.
Okay. And that engineering data, would it give us an idea of where that cell phone was located at during times of interest?
Yes,
All right. All right. Now, did you go through and look at the call logs to see what type of activity there was relative to incoming calls and outgoing calls?
yes, that was part of the analysis.
Okay. Would that have included incoming and outgoing calls during the time frame of July 9th and July 10th of 2020?
Yes,
And then speaking in relation to that, were you aware then at 12 o'clock p.m. on June 10th, he would have presented himself to the Davenport Police Department?
yes,
That being said, if there was any contact with any individuals prior to that time frame where there could be some type of contact through incoming calls or outgoing calls, was that something that you looked at?
yes,
Did that form the basis then for other individual cell phones, and I should say the cell phone records of other individuals who had had contact with him?
yes,
Okay. Beyond that, then, were there text messages that was a part of the documentation provided by Verizon?
yes.
Okay. And was that something that you would have reviewed as well?
I've seen them. I don't review those as much as those don't actually for Verizon have cell tower locations with them. So I focused more on the call side of it, but that was part of the overall records we obtained.
Okay. Now speak to this issue. When you had identified various numbers that he had had contact with either through incoming calls or outgoing calls, what was it that you were interested in determining about those individual cell phones?
Well, at that case, you obviously want to interview those individuals to see what they say. And we obtained cell phone records then essentially to corroborate interviews. So it allows us to kind of fact check where people say they were at various times. We can look at those records and see if it's consistent or not.
Okay. Was Aisha Langford an individual that was interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes,
Was Andrea Culberson an individual that had been interviewed by law enforcement?
yes.
And I think it's clear, but for purposes of our record, what relationship did Aisha Langford have to Breasia Terrell?
She is her mother.
What relationship did Andrea Culberson have to any of the involved parties?
She was was or is the significant other of Mr. Dinkins and was also, I believe, rented the apartment where this began.
All right. And then outside those two individuals, was law enforcement interested in associates or family members of Dinkins that they would want to be able to interview and look at their cellular records to identify where their cell phone had been during times that were of interest?
Yes,
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 144.
She said 144 and the thing said 142. Closed
May I
captions
approach
suck
the witness?
some days.
You may.
I'm handing you
I
what's
like
been
her
marked as
dress.
State's Exhibit 144 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 144?
yes.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 144?
These are the names and some of the records that I analyzed in this case.
Okay. How is this document captioned?
It's captions parties of interest and associated telephone numbers.
And then does it give us a listing of the names for individuals that you would have analyzed their cell phone records?
Yes,
And does it also give the numbers associated, the telephone numbers, I should say, associated with the cellular devices of each of those individuals?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 144.
Exhibit 144.
What is he doing? What the hell was that? I'm sorry, I'm chewing a green pea. Those harvest peas I was telling y'all about, they're so yummy. What was he doing? He was looking up and doing something. What the heck was that?
But 144.
Exhibit 144.
I'm trying to read his lips. What did he say?
State's Exhibit 144.
Exhibit 144 will be
I don't know
admitted.
what he said.
Your Honor,
I
may I
tried to
publish
read his
that?
lips. Oh
You
my
may.
goodness.
Special Agent Fennerin, for purposes of our written record, let's go through and let's identify what we have. And let me just get that document set up correctly there. And I'm going to grab my glasses. All right. As for parties of interest and associated telephone numbers, how many people do we have on this list?
We have 7.
Who's the first one?
The first is Henry Dinkins.
What is the telephone number that is associated with a cellular device that you would have done an analysis of?
We don't need to see their
563
phone numbers.
726 4078.
Who's the
Blah,
second
blah, blah,
individual?
blah.
Aisha Langford.
What is her
Blah, blah,
associated
blah.
telephone number?
Okay, I'm gonna fast forward through that just a second because
Who's
563
I
individual
don't want
to
all
share?
these numbers on my stream.
What will
I don't like
telephone
that.
number
91
associated
00. Associate
this
Okay,
ex-
blah,
59.
blah, blah,
With
blah.
that being said, explain to us why there would be an interest
Sorry, I
in
don't want those
Nita
numbers on my
McQuay or
screen.
Helen Mosley.
based on telephone calls that happened during the time of interest.
Okay, why was there an interest in Fornell Lang?
Again, communication with Mr. Dinkins as well as a result of interviews.
Okay, and then why was there an interest in Genesis Johnson?
Same reason, calls and results of interviews.
All right. Now, did you generate a report of your cellular analysis of Mr. Dinkins' cell phone?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may the record reflect
I like her dress. I really do like that dress. It's a little short, but I like it. Oh, there, sidebar. I keep seeing this wrinkle out the corner of my eye. I know it's petty, but I see this wrinkle when I'm streaming, and it's bugging the hell out of me. I never really noticed how much I had wrinkles.
May the
until I see
record
myself
reflect that I'm
streaming.
showing counsel what's remarked as State's Exhibit 62.
I don't use filters, so I'm all me.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 62 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 62?
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 62?
This is the final cellular analysis report I created for this case.
Okay. Whose cell phone is this report attached to?
Mr. Dinkins.
And is that telephone number listed on State's Exhibit number 62?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, read that into the record and identify the service provider for that.
Yes, it's 563 726 4078, and it's a Verizon phone.
And what date was this a final, well, I guess, well, okay, let me go ahead and move on. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 62.
Exhibit 62 will be admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, may the state introduce State's Exhibit number 62 into the record, or publish it, I should say.
You may.
All right. All right, Special Agent Fennerin, if you could walk us through this exhibit and explain to us then what you were able to determine by virtue of your analysis of Mr. Dinkins' cell phone records. First of all, what were the dates that we were looking at?
July 9th and July 10th, 2020.
Why were we interested in July 9th?
That is when Breasia first came in contact with Mr. Dinkins.
Okay, and then July 10th, just to state the obvious, why was law enforcement interested in the date of July 10th?
That's when we no longer knew where Breasia was.
Okay, all right. What do we have here as an opener?
This is just a cover sheet, and obviously lists my name and the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team. I was assigned to the FBI Criminal Investigative Division at the time. The case number is listed as 7COM 3290265, which is our FBI case number associated with this. Subsequently, we have the number of Mr. Dinkins, 563-726-4078, and May 12, 2022, which is when this final draft was created.
Certainly. Now, your FBI number, is that distinctly different than from what the Davenport Police Department would assign to their reports as an investigative number?
Yes,
Okay, does each agency have their own investigative number?
yes.
All right. Explain to us what we have
Upside down. Thank you.
on page 2 of this exhibit.
In general, this is just an overview that we provide with the report. It says we were
for
requested, or
zooming
I was
in.
requested by the Davenport Police to analyze the cell phone records for the target number in relation to Breasia Terrell missing on July 10th, 2020. Methodology talks about we obtained the cell phone records from the cell phone company. We match those with the cell tower locations provided by the company at the time the event happened. And we merge those together to provide the visual depictions that we'll see in subsequent pages.
I like this testimony. He's good.
Page 3 of your report.
Page 3 is just showing an overview kind of cell tower examples. So the point of this is to understand that cell towers are all around us. So we may not identify them clearly as cell towers, but they are. In this case, the top left of the screen might be what we traditionally think of a cell tower, a large pole with the antennas on it. That is what most of the cell towers in this case look like. They're much of the larger towers.
Page 4.
Page 4 is now getting into understanding how cell towers operate and how they look. So this, if you see the top left cartoon illustration, is showing kind of that traditional cell tower. Now the circle, if you look down, you see a triangle. That's like if you look down onto a cell tower. So essentially that tower location is divided into 3 different sectors, each of them being approximately 120 degrees. So 360 degrees in a circle, cut it in thirds, and we have a 120-degree sector. So a way to think of this is if I was standing on this cell tower with a spotlight. I'm going to spotlight that in the sector 1 at 0 degrees. So that's where my spotlight's focused. That's going to be where the antenna is focused for the cell phone signal. It's going to fan out left and right to provide approximately 120 degree of coverage, just like a light would do.
Okay, and then when a cell phone is hitting off of a particular cell tower, does the location of that cell phone dictate where it's going to fall in either sector 1, sector 2, and sector 3?
Yes, that's going to be captured in the records.
Okay. Will that be illustrated as we go through this particular exhibit?
Yes.
Page 5. Explain to us what is on page 5.
Page 5 is now just taking this a little step further, removing kind of the other illustrations. So this is showing you those same left and right limits in the right arms. Those are approximate. And then you see a shaded area in that. That's just depicting the area of the coverage. Each tower has its own coverage, so we would need to look at the other towers in that area to see how far the coverage would be.
Say, for example, a cell phone is hitting off of this tower, and it's in sector 1. Any type of indication of that, if you were to apply it to an aerial map, will it show these arms that we're seeing going off to the left or the right as the coverage area for that sector?
You mean in the depictions that I have?
Yes.
Yes, you'll see that.
Okay. Going to page number 6. What do we have in page number 6?
This would be kind of describing what you just referred to. This is how you'll actually see it when we look on a map. You'll have the left and right arms, and then you'll see the coverages going in the direction of that shaded area.
And like, for example, here, if we were to think of sector 2 and sector 3 as being below, what would be the point of that be? The portion that's that arced circle, would that illustrate the area where the cell phone was sitting off?
Yes.
Going to page 7. What do we have in page 7?
Page 7 is now getting into the engineering data I referred to. This is commonly referred to as timing advance through all the companies, although each company has their own name for it. With Verizon, it's referred to as the real-time tool, or RTT. But essentially, this is the information that happens in the background where the cell tower is communicating with the phone and measuring how long it takes the signal to go from the tower to the phone and back. And from that, as you see in this illustration, we'll get a distance in the records. This dotted line represents the distance of what we get back from the phone company. And then you'll see a shaded area on each side of that, which represents then, based on that distance, where we'd expect to find the phone.
Okay. Now I want to direct your.
I have to. Oh, my throat. Just to pause, just for commentary for a minute. As a Gen X, let me tell y'all, and I know I throw that term out there a lot because I think it's hilarious. I can this to me is fascinating because I can remember not understanding how in the world cell phones worked. So getting into watching trials and stuff and learning this, I find it completely fascinating how cell phones work and the towers and the measurements and all that. Because for the longest time, I'm like, how in the hell does this even work? Doesn't make any sense. So I find this very fascinating.
Attention to the blue arrow that's shooting toward the top of the page, and then the blue arrow that's shooting back toward what I'm going to call the center of the cell tower. take that back to what you described in terms of being able to determine distance of that cell phone from that tower.
So those blue arrows are essentially illustrating the signal going out and the signal coming back. So from that, there's going to be a time that you get with the records. Now, we know a rate for that signal. So when we know the rate and we know how long it took, we can combine those to calculate the distance of where the phone would be located.
Going to page 8. Explain page 8 and what you've got documented here.
Just a further illustration now of, you see the cell tower and sector. So if we didn't have the timing advance, we'd expect the phone somewhere to be from there to the next tower to the north. But when we have timing advance, you're going to see the arc on the screen as you do here, which means where that arc is going to be where that phone's going to be located.
Okay. So from that arc moving toward the, what I'm going to call the center of the cell tower, is it within that region?
It's going to be within the shaded area of the actual arc. If I can.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
And
can-
yeah, you've got, you know what, oh, no, it's not showing up there, but we do have one of these pointers that you can help us understand.
So essentially, when we're looking at this illustration, the phone's going to be in this shaded area up here.
Gotcha. Page 9.
Page 9 is now getting into the analysis for this case.
All right. What date do we have set forth?
This is showing July 9th, 2020.
And what is the time frame that we're talking about?
12:56 a.m. to 11:05 a.m.
All right. If we take the time frame of 11:05 a.m., what does that correlate with relative to the investigation and Henry Dinkins and his initial contact with the children?
Okay, that made my brain hurt trying to figure out July 9th, 12:56 a.m. to 11:05 a.m. I had to stop and really think because those numbers seemed wrong to me. So excuse me for my squirrel moment.
My understanding, sometime between 11 a.m. and noon was the time that Breasia and her brother became in Mr. Dinkins' custody.
Okay. Now up to the top portion of that, I'm going to call picture, there appears to be a legend. Can you explain that legend to us?
Yes, on the top left, you see a red circle, and then it says Verizon cell towers. You're going to see that on every page that we have on here. That's going to represent where Verizon cell towers are located.
So anytime you see a red dot on any of these particular pages of this exhibit, that would represent a cell phone tower?
Correct.
Okay. And then the next entry on that legend, what is that?
That's now you're going to see a red tag. That's identifying the address of 2744 East 53rd Street, which is the residence of Mr. Dinkins and Andrea Culberson.
Okay, so between midnight going into the morning of July 9th to 11:05, generally, where is that cell phone located at?
So what this is showing is the phone will be consistent with being at that residence.
Okay.
And what that means, essentially, the phone could be located anywhere along that arc that we see. We see the two distances during this time frame. So it could be anywhere along that when you take it by itself.
Okay.
Again, when you apply it with knowing a known address, that information is consistent with the phone being located there.
Can you show us then too on page 9 where 2744 East 53rd would be represented?
It is represented down here at the bottom right of the page with the red icon.
Now, as we go through this next series of pages, I note that there is a box. It's got the coloring of red at the top, and then below it white, and then there are several entries. Can you help us understand the nature of those entries?
Yes, here where it says E and B, it's representative of E node B, which is just another way to say the cell tower. So that's the identifier for the cell tower and sector. And then you're going to have the date listed in there, and then the time of specific events. Or in this case, it's showing just a series of events from a block of time. So it just says 12:56 a.m. to 11:05:22 a.m. with the distances 1.26 miles to 1.31 miles.
Okay, and since you just got that range of times there, does that suggest that that cell phone is hitting off that tower within that entire window of time?
It means there's various times within there that it's hitting. I don't have the exact one spelled out, but it means there's no other activity showing the phone anywhere else.
I would be fine with that if that is convenient. At this time, we'll take our mid-afternoon break. We will reconvene at 3.
With that, we zoom. Well, maybe. No sound still. He's looking through photos. You know, this is just me making my comments. I don't like that color on him. I don't like the color on him. That yellow does not go good with his skin color and hair color. It just doesn't. It looks
may
like
proceed.
mustard.
Thank you.
Just my opinion. Just, you know.
Explain the data that is on page 10.
Yes, we're now looking, the next activity on July 9th by Mr. Dinkins' phone showing 11:32 a.m. to 11:34 a.m.
All right. Now, between the timeframes of 11:32 a.m. and 11:34 a.m., does it show some type of movement of his cell phone?
Yes, it does.
If we go up to our legend, then is there an entry in the legend that we want to be interested in?
Yes, in the green color tag, we have the address of 509 Taylor Street.
Was 509 Taylor Street an address that was subject to the investigation conducted by the Davenport Police Department?
It ended up being yes.
Okay. And then what was that address associated with?
I believe it was an associate of Mr. Dinkins where he spent some of the day on July 9th.
Okay. And then would that be in accord with information that Mr. Dinkins provided in his interview and the child DL who talked about the activities between he, his father, and Breasia on July 9th?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So then if we look at that bottom box at the lower portion of the diagram, what essentially is that telling us there?
So at the bottom, we have again the cell tower identifier and the date and time. So what we're seeing on here is from 11:32 to 11:34, we see movement from the top right of the screen to the middle of the screen as I have an arrow depicting that movement.
Okay. And then if we go to that top box, then essentially what is it telling us?
That's showing the earlier activity, 11:32, 11:34, the distances that are being hit in progression as it moves.
And if we focus on 509 Taylor Street, then is Mr. Dinkins' cell phone consistently hitting off the same tower?
As 509, it would not be at 509 yet until the next activity we see on the next slide.
Okay, all right, but it's coming within that area. Would that be fair to say?
It's moving towards that area, yes.
All right, let's go to page 10 of our exhibit. What are we seeing in page 10 of our exhibit?
Now we're seeing those two cell towers that are activated between 11:34 a.m. and 2:04 p.m. And you see the various distances from those two towers. You'll notice there's two areas that correlate to overlap between those two. I'm going to point one is going to be right here by 509 Taylor Street. And then we have another area to the left that also overlaps.
Okay, does that give us an indication of the cellular device being fairly stationary or being stationary there at 509 Taylor Street?
It is consistent with that, yes.
Okay, and then you had talked earlier when we had discussions about metropolitan areas with a larger concentration of cell phone towers. Is this an example of where a cell phone would hit on towers within an area that are very close to one another?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, now let's go to page number 12 of the exhibit. What are we seeing in page 12?
Page 12 is now taking from that 2:04 time period where we ended the last slide to now 2:16 p.m. on July 9th, showing now the activity begins at the bottom middle of the screen near the address of 509 Taylor Street. And then we see, if this was in motion, we'd see activity going from that bottom left to the top right, going to the area of 2744 East 53rd Street.
Okay, so to be clear then, is there movement then, a transition from the location of that cellular device heading toward 2744 East 53rd Street?
Yes,
And then what is the time frame associated with that again?
that's 2:04 to 2:16 p.m.
Going to page 13. What do we have happening here?
This is now after that activity at 2:41 p.m. The only activations that we see on this phone from July 9th at 2:41 until 5:54 a.m. on July 10th are the same cell tower and sector we saw the first slide, and the same distances again that would be consistent with the address of 2744 East 53rd Street.
Okay, and is 2744 East 53rd Street in our legend?
Yes, it is in the red.
Okay, I'm sorry, excuse me. So then if we look at 2:41 p.m. on July 9th to 5:54 a.m. on July 10th, does that give us any indication that that cell phone was within that region that entire time?
We don't know for sure for the entire time. There's only little activations that happen at this time. So there's activations at 10:45 p.m. And then next activation with data is not until 3:32 a.m.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
But then what I do see during this, if I'm looking at the overall records, there are two calls that take place at 3:11 and 3:12 a.m. Those are incoming calls that come to the phone that do not register as cell tower, which would be consistent with the phone being powered off or on Wi-Fi only. In other words, not connected to the cellular network.
Okay. You had an opportunity to look at Andrea Culberson's cellular phone data.
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware that Andrea Culberson worked for AT&T?
Yes.
And were you aware that Andrea Culberson actually worked from home and had a desk with equipment associated with her responsibilities for AT&T at the home?
Yes.
Okay. If Andrea Culberson were to testify that she woke up at 3 o'clock and had tried to call Mr. Dinkins and found his phone there at the apartment, would that be consistent with her statement to law enforcement?
With her statement and her cell phone records, that would be consistent. Yes.
Okay, all right, and then go ahead and explain the other entries that we're seeing at 3:37 a.m. and then at 5:54 a.m.
Yes. So then there's only activity that short period, 3:32 to 3:37. There's a kind of a burst of activity, be consistent with the phone essentially being powered on. And then again, there's no activity again until 5:54 a.m. So between that, there's no calls that take place between that time frame. So I can't say for sure that the phone would be powered off or not. It's not communicating with the network.
Okay, all right. If a cell phone is plugged in and being charged, take that scenario and apply it to these variables.
It can be, if it's plugged in and being charged, if it's not on, it's not going to register with the network. So just being plugged in is not going to register with the network. It has to be turned on.
Gotcha. Going to page 14. What are we seeing on page 14?
Now 14, we kind of see an overview of some activity that happens for a short period of time from 5:54 a.m. to 6 a.m. What you're going to see is you see numbers listed here. It has 1 at the bottom right and an arrow going to the left where it has number 2. And it has an arrow going towards the top, number 3, again to the right, number 4, and then back down to number 5. What that shows is during this time period, we see activity where the phone hits towers and distances here, moving to the left, moving north, back to the east, and then back south. So by how each of those arcs interact, you can tell that there's movement that happens with the phone.
Okay, show us on page 14 of this diagram where 2744 East 53rd Street is located.
It's going to be right here where the number 1 is, as well as right by the number 5.
All right. Were you aware of law enforcement having done a canvass looking for locations where there were video cameras that would pick up the movement of that maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, during the time of creating this was the point of what I was putting together as we were using it in the investigation to focus efforts to pull video.
Okay, all right. So were you aware that there was video feed collected from Quickstar on 53rd?
Yes.
Were you aware that there was video feed collected on Eastern going north from a residence at Judson Court?
Yes.
Okay, so 1 to 2, would that go past Quickstar?
Yes, it would.
2 to 3, would that go down Eastern heading north past Judson Court?
Yes, it would.
And then were you aware that there was video collected at Woodland Avenue coming back south toward the apartment?
Yes.
Would that correlate with point 4, number 4 to number 1?
4 to 5. Yep. Yes.
Okay, and then between 3 and 4, is that the area of Veterans Memorial Parkway?
I believe so. Yes.
All right, so this path of travel, what is the time frame associated with this path of travel?
This is 5:54 a.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay, and so with that being said, are we going to want to pay attention to a video feed that comes in later on that explains this activity?
Yes, and also the phone number, we see that. So 5:54 is when the travel begins. There's then an incoming call to this phone at 5:55 a.m. from Andrea Culberson's phone.
Okay, did you have information about Henry Dinkins having left 744 East 53rd Street around a little before 5:54 a.m. with Notorious?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you have any information about Andrea Culberson calling him, which brought him back to the apartment?
Yes.
And what was the purpose for that call?
The purpose was to come back to get something. I don't recall exactly what that was.
Okay, all right. So would this be consistent if that testimony is offered?
Yes.
Okay. Going to page number 15, what do we see here?
This is now the next activity between 6 a.m. and 6:04 a.m., utilizing the 1 tower and distance we normally see associated with the residence of 2744 East 53rd Street, and then another tower just to the south of that has distances again in that same neighborhood of 53rd Street.
Can you point out those 2 towers?
Yes, we have the normal tower that we see with the larger distance at the residence, and then the next tower here at the bottom right. We're hitting off 2 different sectors at basically the same distances.
Okay, so is that cell phone hitting off the 2 towers basically at the same time?
Essentially, yes.
All right, and then from what you know here, what else can we deduce from this?
So what we know based on a 4-minute period and these hits happening, that the phone is going to be located in that immediate vicinity of the apartment complex.
Okay, now is there a call that is documented between Henry Dinkins' phone and another cell phone?
Yes.
What is that cell phone number?
That's again 563-639-8716.
Whose telephone number is that?
That's Andrea Culberson's.
And what time is that?
6:01 a.m.
Going back to our earlier discussion, then does that activity correlate with calls relative to him coming back and picking up some item?
Yes.
All right. Going to page 16. What are we seeing on page 16?
This is now the next activity. At the bottom right, you see that last 6:04 a.m. activity with an arc just south of the address location. And then we have 6:05, another distance just to the west of the apartment, which again would show that the phone is now moving.
Okay. Is the phone moving westward?
West and north.
West and north. Okay. I want to take you to State's Exhibit number 38. So in looking at State's Exhibit number 38, if you would, on this particular diagram, does it give us areas that would correlate with this movement? For example, 53rd Street?
Yes, I believe we're looking at this bottom right area that we see here.
Okay. And then do you see Highway 61?
Yes, in the larger overall view, yes.
Yes, okay. And then so Highway 61 movement north, does Highway 61 actually run north?
Yes.
All right. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about relative to this, does that cell phone stay powered on so we could track its movement?
There's no activity after this 6:05 a.m. until 7:02 a.m., which we'll see is a completely different area.
All right.
As we've seen for the previous, when this phone has been moving, we are seeing activity in the records showing that movement. So that would be consistent with the phone then being powered off at approximately 6:05 a.m.
Okay. So if it's powered off between 6:05 a.m. and 7:02 a.m., without the benefit of video surveillance, would we have any idea where that phone had traveled to?
With that, no.
All right. Going to page 17, explain what we've got on page 17.
Page 17 is now the reason I originally became involved with this case, and that's this data activity that occurs at 7:02 a.m.
What happened at 7:02 a.m.?
We had a burst of essentially activity for a very short period of time showing the phone on the network.
Okay.
And that was a considerable amount of distance away from the previous activity, which we saw in Davenport. We're now in the area near Comanche. And this activity became significant because this was the only time this phone had ever
Walmart.
essentially traveled, into that area or even to the nearby area to the left of there.
Okay, I want to come back and revisit that topic of discussion, but for the time being, let's go to our legend. What entries do you have in the legend?
What we have first, obviously the red circles again being the Verizon tower locations. You see more of them in the area, excuse me. More of them again, you see more populated area of Davenport, there's more towers. We then have, again, in the red down here is 2744 53rd Street, which is the area of the previous cell tower hit. We then have the blue, the Walmart, which became important after we began investigating this cell tower hit. And then also on here, at the top here, we have the location of where Breasia eventually was recovered.
Okay, now the Walmart, which community is it located in, Comanche or Clinton?
In Clinton.
Okay, the cell phone tower that cell phone hit off, does it lie between Comanche and Clinton?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and then so when that phone, Henry Dinkins' phone, hit on that cell phone tower, directionally, where did it place that cell phone?
To the north of the tower.
Okay, so did that then provide information for canvassing conducted by law enforcement on July 10th and thereafter in the area of Highway 30 going into and out of Clinton?
Yes.
All right, and did that produce some valuable information?
Yes, it did.
What type of information did it produce?
That allowed investigators to canvass for video, and they found video of Mr. Dinkins at a Walmart at the time of the cell tower hit.
Okay, now when you were going through and you were doing the analysis of his cell phone records, recognizing that he's at this location on July 10th, did you go back through those cell phone records to see if this was an area that his cell phone would regularly be located in or about?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you find?
This was the only time the phone had ever been anywhere near that area.
And how far back did you look?
6 months.
Going to page 18, tell me what we have on page 18.
Page 18 is now looking at a closer up view of that cell tower and sector in relation to the Walmart and Clinton.
Okay, and what time do we get that very limited hit off that cell tower?
7:02 a.m.
Tell us what you mean by that. So it's coming on at 7:02 a.m. Then is the cell phone powered off after that, or what's going on?
It's consistent with that. It's just we get I'd say a blip of data at 7:02 a.m. and then we don't get anything again until I believe 8:05 a.m. So it would be consistent with a phone being turned off and then turned back off.
What if the battery had been removed from the cell phone?
We would have no data when that battery is removed.
Going to page 19.
So page 19 is now showing additional efforts that we did when early on in this investigation. When this hit took place, I had a colleague who went out and did what's called a drive test. So we have survey gear that goes out and measures a cell phone signal. So what that entails is that that agent went up and down every road they could in this area where the cell tower was to get a overview of where this tower could possibly have coverage. Not just the strongest, clearest for a phone connection, but total, any possibility of where that phone could connect for that blip. So then we use that to send out search parties to search that area. As I said earlier, we know what we know, and this was the only known we had at the point of where to search for Breasia.
I want to direct your attention to events of July 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. Was there a major search conducted up there in the Clinton area by virtue of this blip that had occurred at 7:02 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, now going back to State's Exhibit number 38, I believe. Let me just pull that down. Yes, going back to State's Exhibit 38. On this particular map, can you show the jury, or not the jury, can you show us what area that was encompassed within that search that was conducted?
The areas I point with the pointer up to the top right of the board here of the exhibit, you see the cell tower, and then you can kind of see how it lines up with the presentation as far as the search areas that are broken out to cover the coverage area of that cell tower.
Okay, now those areas that were searched, is that all encompassed within those pink blocks that look like they've been divided up into grids?
The main focus of that tower is covered in there, yes.
Okay, all right. Going to page number 20. What information can we glean from page 20?
So now, based after 7:02 a.m., we had no activity now until it's 8:09 a.m. I believe I said 8:05 before. So at 8:09 a.m., the phone is now back on. However, it is now in the southwest of Davenport area. So now again, considered it traveled a considerable amount of time in an hour and 7 minutes since the previous transaction.
So between 7:02 and 8:09, do we have any information about the location of that phone?
No, we do not.
And what are the reasons why we would not be able to locate or gather location information? What would have to happen?
Well, there's a couple things. One is just simply no activity, which I would find unlikely based on the movement of the phone. The other would be the phone is powered off in some sort of state or in Wi-Fi only.
We're going to circle the wagons again and go back to what you talked about when you were talking about engineering data. So even if there aren't telephone calls being made or received, as that phone is moving, are we still going to have that engineering information generated that would give us location information?
That stuff is happening in the background. It's not a guarantee, as I said, like that it would be necessarily recorded. But as we see on the other activity of the phone, when the phone has been moving, we do see that activity.
Okay. Let's go to our legend. And what entries do we have in our legend on page 20?
We again have the red for the Verizon cell towers, and we now have a blue tag identifying a trailer or a motorhome that was located on Schmidt Road.
Okay. What association does that motorhome have to Henry Dinkins?
My understanding it is Mr. Dinkins' motorhome, and it was also a surveillance video associated with activity at that motorhome.
Certainly. Was that the location of that motorhome near the island of Credit Island?
Yes, just north of there, yes.
Okay. All right. So now tell us what happens then at 8:09 a.m.
So now is the first time we're getting a flurry of activity that takes place. And I have noted on here, this activity includes incoming and outgoing calls with 563-676-4247, which is the cell phone of Breasia's mother, Aisha Langford, I believe.
Okay. Give us, have you documented then the times of any type of activity between Mr. Dinkins' phone and Aisha Langford's phone?
I have notes here that detail which calls are for which, but I do not have them on this presentation.
Can you go ahead and give us that information?
Yes. So beginning at 8:09 and 8:10 a.m., There's 2 calls that are incoming from Aisha Langford that are forwarded, meaning they hit a cell tower, so it rang, but they were not answered. After that, there's an outgoing at 8:11 from Mr. Dinkins back to Aisha Langford, lasting 117 seconds. Then there at 8:15 a.m., there's an incoming call from Aisha Langford for 92 seconds. After that call ends, there's an incoming call now from Andrea Culberson that lasts 147 seconds. And then finally, there's another 8:19 call with Aisha Langford that I believe only lasts for a second, so not really completed call.
All right. Would it be fair to say then there was quite a bit of communication going back and forth or attempted by Aisha Langford with that telephone number or things that were coming in from Henry Dinkins?
Yes,
Okay. Now, would her cell phone records then speak to that?
yes.
All right. Going to page 21. What do we have in page 21?
21 is now the next activity, which is 8:25 a.m. That is now just using another cell tower in that same area, but now across the river, pointing back to the southwest towards Credit Island.
Does that suggest that the phone had crossed over to the Illinois side of the river?
No,
Just simply hitting on a tower over there?
correct.
Okay. Is there any type of calls coming in or going out during this period of time?
At that time, this is an incoming call from Aisha Langford again for 59 seconds,
And what time was she calling in again?
8:25 a.m.
All right. Where does that place Mr. Dinkins' cell phone?
So I'll use this, that again, this tower is shooting back across the river to where you have Credit Island right here. And then just to the edge of that to the north, you also have the trailer location.
Okay. Were you aware of information reported that Mr. Dinkins had represented to Aisha Langford that during this period of time, he was heading down to the Davenport Police Department?
Objection leading, call for hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Well, to be clear, let me ask you this. Does his cell phone stay in this area?
After this period, no.
But up to this point in time, is his cell phone in this area?
Yes, the previous activity across the river near Schmidt Road and this all in the general southeast part of Davenport, southwest part, sorry.
Page 22, what do we see?
Page 22 is now taking the next activity at 8:32 a.m. To 8:44 a.m. And what we start is the bottom left of the screen. I have arrows again to help with movement. They're not identifying specific roads, just the general movement of the phone. That goes to the north, then it goes to the east.
Okay. Is the cell phone traveling?
It is.
Okay. Now, so if it's heading north, is it going from our southern border down by the Mississippi and then starting to travel through Davenport heading north?
Yes,
And then as it's heading east, then would that start to take us more toward what would be our eastern border of Bettendorf?
yes.
Okay. Is there something significant about this movement that correlates between contact that occurred between Henry Dinkins and Aisha Langford?
Yes.
Explain.
Sometime after this, I believe closer to the next time frame, 8:44-ish, Mr. Dinkins and Aisha Langford meet up and exchange the brother of Breasia at a McDonald's located, I believe, Eastern and Kimberly.
Is there any calls taking place during this time frame?
Yes.
Okay, what's the nature of the call activity?
Again, there's 2 outgoing calls to the number ending in 8716, which is Andrea Culberson. And then there's again a flurry 5 incoming and outgoing calls with a number ending in 4247, which is going to be Breasia's mother, Aisha Langford.
All right, and then there's a third number that you have up there. Do we have any idea who that is?
Yes, the number 563-888-3444 is a number that represents the Davenport Police Department.
Communications specialist Mona Varelli had testified that she had contact with Aisha Langford at 8:29 a.m. And then subsequently thereafter, she had called Henry Dinkins from the Davenport Police Department. Does that correlate with the 563-888-3444 number?
Yes, it does.
And then what time does that call come into Mr. Dinkins' phone?
That call is the one that takes place at 8:38 a.m.
8:38 a.m.
Last.
Going to page 23. What does 23 tell us?
23 is now picking up the next activity, 8:44 a.m. to 8:48 a.m. We see the beginning of that activity is at the center of the page where the McDonald's is located, showing this phone then would be consistent with being at the McDonald's when this exchange occurs.
How long is the phone there in that area?
Only a couple of minutes.
Okay, from there then.
From there, the last hit we see is the 8:48:56, which is the right side of the screen, and the arc just to the east of the McDonald's, which would show that by that time, 8:48, the phone is now moved from the McDonald's.
Is there another incoming call that comes from the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, there is.
What time is that?
That's at 8:44 a.m.
All right. Going to page 24. I got to quit saying states exhibit. Page 24. What do we have happening here?
Now we kind of have a variety of movement that happens after the previous transactions. We have the McDonald's here in the middle right of the screen, bottom middle right. And our first activity is at 8:48, 8:49 with this large arc from the right side of the screen facing back to the left. After that, our next hit is a call at 9:12:08 a.m., which is the center left of the screen facing back to the west. Next is 9:19 at the far left of the screen. And then after that, we have 9:31, a call back to the right of the screen, close to the 2744 East 53rd Street.
Okay, who are those calls between?
There is one incoming and one outgoing with the number ending in 8716 for Andrea Culberson, and one incoming call from Aisha Langford during this time.
Just staying there then, with what we see, is Mr. Dinkins mobile during this period of time? Or I should say, is the cell phone mobile at this point in time?
Yes, it is moving.
Okay, now, another thing that I want to ask you about, when you were going through and analyzing the phone, were there periods of time where it was shut down?
There is sometimes, yes.
Okay, explain that to us if you could.
There's the only time where I can tell where a phone is actually shut down. You obviously have the absence of data, but then when you have calls that are incoming calls that are coming that do not connect to a cell tower, that's going to indicate either the phone is off or in airplane mode, in a way that it is untrackable at that point.
Okay, can you tell us what those time frames
battery
were?
out, if I remember correctly.
Specifically, I think I have it in
Son, put it back in
a
and
further
go
slide. During this
forward.
period here, I can't make that determination because there's not those missed calls.
Okay, let's talk about page 25.
Page 25 is now the next activity from 9:35 a.m. to 9:44 a.m. Again, showing the overall movement of Mr. Dinkins' phone. Here, we're going to start at the top right of the screen where we have activity just to the east of the residence. Again, I have arrows showing the general movement of the phone to the south and then back to the west towards a residence that's identified by 1321 East 39th Street in orange.
Who resides at 1321 East 39th Street?
My understanding is Mr. Dinkins' sister, McQuay.
Nita McQuay?
Yes,
All right, and did that address then become the subject of a search warrant?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Is that also one of the reasons why her cell phone was analyzed?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Page 26.
Now picking up at activity 9:44 a.m. to 9:52 a.m. And this is kind of a zoomed in version of the middle right of the screen. We have the address in orange again. And then we show all the different arcs that are taking place during this 8-minute time frame. And I have it, you see, in darker red, meaning there's more activations in that area. So meaning this area that's in the red is an area of interest just to the west and kind of southwest of the orange icon.
Okay, let's talk about just the different arcs so that we understand why there are so many arcs that appear. Explain that to us.
As the phone's on, it's communicating with many different towers, and those are getting at times captured by the network. And when they are, we're able to use them. So in here, it's just consistent with you're in the same place kind of during a lot of this, but there is some movement as well during this time frame.
Okay. Going to page 27.
So this now is picking up the next activity and an answer to one of your earlier questions. So this is showing 10:08 activity at 10:08 a.m. And during this time frame, there's an outgoing call to Andrea Culberson for 167 seconds. After this time frame, there's no other tower activity until 11:10 a.m. During this time, this is one of those times where I can say that the phone is off. During this time, there's 22 incoming calls to Mr. Dinkins' phone that do not hit cell towers and all go directly to voicemail.
Page 28.
We're now looking at 11:14 to 11:26 a.m., where we have, again, a series of calls. I have icons here, so we have two different sectors from the same tower, labeled 1 and 2. So we begin at 11:14 with calls on the northeast sector of the tower identified. Again, 11:14, 11:15. All those calls are outgoing calls to Andrea Culberson. And then next, we have 11:22 on sector 2. Another outgoing, that's an incoming call that ends up being forwarded. And then after that, 11:24 and 11:26 on the right-hand side of the screen facing back to the left, which is an outgoing call at 11:24 and an incoming call from Aisha Langford at 11:26.
Okay, now we're seeing that phone hitting off different towers. What location of town is this activity occurring in?
This is now kind of in the more downtown Davenport, a little slightly to the west.
And then can you show us the location of where the RV was located at?
The RV would be located here at the middle bottom in the blue.
Going to page 29.
'29 is now the next activity from 11:29 a.m. to 11:46 during calls with 8716 Andrea Culberson and two additional numbers listed on the screen, 563-484-6834 and 563-459-7791. This shows first activity at the bottom left of the screen, 11:29, 11:31, and then moving to the right and to the north, going back where it settles in the proximity of 1321 East 39th Street.
All right, beyond Andrea Culberson's telephone number of the 86 or 8716, those other two numbers, are they numbers that belong to any of the individuals of on our list?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I believe 7791 appears familiar to me, but I don't recall as I sit here.
Okay, and then I'll hand you State's Exhibit 144 again.
Yes, the 563-484-6834 is the phone for Anita McQuay. And I was the 7791, that one ending in 779 is Helen Mosley. So the sister and the mother of Mr. Dinkins.
Okay, and then he's traveling up toward that area?
Correct.
All right, or I should say the cell phone is. And then finally, let me see, going to page 30.
Page 30 is now the last activity we have for the cell phone as it comes to the police department. This is from 11:49 a.m. to 12:04 p.m. When Mr. Dinkins approximately arrives to the police department. During this time, there's again activity with Andrea Culberson, his mother, and additional number of 8365.
Okay, and then do we know who that additional number of 8365 belongs to?
Off the top of my head, I would have to look to.
All right, and let's just make sure it's whether or not it's on our list of interested parties.
It is not.
Okay, all right. And then so once Mr. Dinkins arrives at the Davenport Police Department, is that essentially the end of the analysis?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to jump out of turn, given what we've got by way of time update, and I know she's got to fly back to Mexico City tomorrow morning. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel it's been marked as State's Exhibit 116. I'm handing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 116. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 116?
Yes.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 116?
This is just another investigative draft that I created for this case for telephone number 563-468-0641.
Did you become aware of an individual by the name of Jared Brink
Yes.
reaching out to the Davenport, reaching out to Clinton authorities after Breasia Terrell's remains were discovered on March 22nd of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. What was your understanding of Jared Brink and any import that he would have to this investigation?
My understanding was that individual was the one that pulled a vehicle out of the area where Breasia's remains were found on the night she went missing.
All right. I know that the gaps will be filled through later testimony, but at the time that Jared Brink was interviewed, did he have a specific date as to when he would have pulled a vehicle of interest out of the area where Breasia's remains were recovered?
I can't recall if it was the specific date. It was around the general time frame of interest.
Okay. Did you then do some type of analysis of cell phone records for Mr. Brink's phone?
Yes.
What was the purpose for that analysis?
Again, when you get information from someone, it's used to fact check to see if there's something that could show that that individual has the right date or not.
Okay. Would it also help to identify if his cell phone was located in a particular area on a particular date at a particular time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive data that would help you make a determination about where Mr. Brink's cell phone was located during the early morning hours of July 10th of 2020? 20.
Yes,
And is that reflected in State's Exhibit 116?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 116.
Exhibit 116 will be admitted.
Okay, all right. May I publish this, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. Handing you or showing page 1 of State's Exhibit 116. What does this document represent?
This again is my cover sheet regarding this case with Breasia Terrell, and that identifies the Verizon number of 563-468-0641. Investigative draft done on April 7th of 2021.
Who does this telephone number belong to?
It is my understanding in the individual that pulled the car out.
Okay, and is that Jared Brink?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you know what I'd like to do? I want you to write Jared Brink on that first page so that it's just very easy just to see who that number is associated with.
Sorry, the spelling of the,
Jerod, and then Brink, Brink. Going to page 2 of that report that you prepared, can you explain what we are seeing on page 2 of this report?
yes, this is showing the activity on July 10th, 2020 for the telephone number ending in 0641. And it shows that there's only activity at 2 times during this time period. The first is 4:28 a.m., which is going to be depicted in the top here, just above the red tag. The red tag on here, it's not listed. It identifies where Breasia remains were recovered. And then the next activity then is not until 6:59 a.m., which is down here at the bottom of the screen in Southeast Davenport, essentially showing that sometime between 4:28 a.m. and the next 6:58 a.m., the phone would have traveled from the first tower to the second.
Give me a moment. All right, I'm going to hand this to you, and I want you to look up close. For that bottom entry, relative to the direction of how that cell phone is hitting, what community would be right there in that area that cell phone ping would occur?
The area I'm seeing is Buffalo, or I can't really, Andalusia?
Andalusia?
Andalusia, yes.
So Buffalo, Andalusia.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, as we go back then and we look at this particular document, I just want to make it clear, are there a number of red dots spread throughout this document?
Yes.
What do those red dots represent?
Those again are Verizon cell towers.
Okay, so at the time frame of 4:28 a.m., where is that device hitting off of?
That's hitting off a cell tower in the vicinity of where Breasia's remains were found. It's not the closest cell tower, but it is the next tower to the north.
Okay, and so then relative to the direction of where that cell phone would be hitting on the tower, would that encompass a sector that would include the area west along Highway 61?
Yes, it would.
All right, and what time was that?
That's 4:28 a.m.,
On what date?
July 10th, 2020.
And then the next time that cell phone gives us location information would be where?
6:59 a.m. down in the Buffalo area.
Okay. Did you have information of where Mr. Brink was employed during that period of time?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was he employed in an area in Scott County?
Yes.
Okay. Then let's just run through some other things very quickly. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's remarked in safety exhibit number 111. Actually, let me do this in order. 110, 111, 112, 114, and 115. Oh, and 113. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you State's Exhibits 110 through 115. Okay. For our record, what is State's Exhibit 110?
110 is my investigative draft for telephone number 563-459-7791, the phone of Helen Mosley.
Okay. Is the defendant's mother?
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 111.
State's Exhibit 111 is my investigative draft for telephone number 563-484-6834, associated with Nita McQuay, the defendant's sister.
112?
112 is my investigative draft for telephone number 563-200-3015, associated with Fornell Lang,
Why, who is Cornell Lang?
an associate of Mr. Dinkins.
Okay. And why would he be somebody that would even be of interest?
I believe that came up through interviews of some activity during the time frame. I can't recall specifically.
Okay. State's Exhibit 113?
113, again, is an investigative draft for telephone number 312-597-5484, a phone associated with Genesis Johnson.
114?
Investigative draft 563-639-8716, the phone of Andrea Culberson.
115?
My investigative draft for telephone number 563-676-4247 for Aisha Langford.
Okay. Let's just talk these very generally. Relative to Helen Mosley and Nita McQuay, when you went through and analyzed their phones, what did the data tell us about their activities during the early morning hours of July 10th and going into the morning of July 10th?
My recollection was the activity was consistent with their statements of being near their residence and then eventually going to the west of the state to a casino.
All right. And did it show either of those phones, individuals' phones, ever being up anywhere near the apartment of 2744 East 53rd Street?
No,
Or even being anywhere near the area where Breasia Terrell's remains were recovered?
no for where she was recovered. I will say there was some activity that could be up near the residence later after things were being reported on July 10th.
Okay. Fornell Lang.
Again, there was no activity on that phone that raised suspicion or contradicted anything that was known.
Okay. And was there anything about the location of his cell phone that would have tied him down to the area of Schmidt Road near that RV?
1 second. I believe earlier on the 9th, it's possibly down in that area, and the 10th.
Okay.
If I'm correct.
Okay. And actually, let me ask you this. Did his phone stay in a pretty static position during the timeframes that were of concern?
Yes,
Did he actually have a residence in the area of Davenport that would be more toward the southwestern portion?
is my understanding, yes.
Okay. But was there any indications to show that that cell phone was moving around?
Not during the relevant time periods, no.
Okay. How does Genesis Johnson even come up?
Again, I can't recall the specifics. It's been a long time, but through interviews, I believe it was reported that she may have been with Mr. Dinkins on the 9th or the 10th.
Okay. And let me ask you this. Was there a review of individuals who may have called Mr. Dinkins during the relevant time frames where law enforcement was really focused on?
Yes,
Could she have possibly been an individual who called him?
yes.
Okay. And was there anything in her cellular data that would suggest that she would have been in areas of concern?
No, all the activity was consistent to one specific area.
And what would that area be associated with?
I believe a residence that came up during the investigation.
Okay. Andrea Culberson?
Yes, her records again were consistent with only towers usage that would be consistent with her residence.
Okay. I actually want to go through that one and let's look at Andrea Culberson. Okay. So page 1 of Andrea Culberson's report. What does page 1 show us?
Again, just a cover sheet of my name, where I belong to, and her telephone number.
And then going to page 2.
Page 2 is now showing the cell tower and sector used by her phone from 12:40 a.m. on July 9th to 11:57 a.m. on July 10th. It's hard to see as this is a black and white version, but here is the cell tower located right next to the apartment complex, if not on it. And here is the tag of where that apartment is located, clearly in that cell tower.
And during that window of time, did her cell phone remain in that area?
Yes.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 115.
Uh, 115 is the investigative draft for 563-676-4247, the phone of Aisha Langford.
And in your review of the records for Aisha Langford, did you identify location information for her phone as well?
Yes, there was.
Okay, and then just overall, tell us what you noted just about her movement, if any.
Her movements were consistent with what was being provided to us, is where she was, around her residence and her place of work.
Okay, do you recall where she was employed?
I believe it was a Checkers, if I recall correctly.
Okay, all right. And then was the cell phone hitting on towers around the Checkers that she worked at?
Yes,
And then was her cell phone hitting on areas around her residence?
yes.
Okay, and then was there any information about her going over to the apartment complex at 2744 East 53rd during the evening of July 9th to drop off children's clothing?
I believe in the earlier, yes.
Okay, and then so was her cell phone movement consistent with that activity?
1 second. Yes,
All right, and then I'm going to address one other question. Did Aisha Langford's cell phone ever travel out of Davenport?
I can't, during this relevant time period, no, I can't recall for the overall records. I don't believe that hasn't been a focus of recently.
Yeah, but it's of July 9th, well, July 10th.
No.
All right, and so then during the hours after midnight going into July 10th, you know, through her contact with law enforcement, was that cell phone ever up in the area of Clinton or where Breasia's remains were located?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions of this witness. Your Honor, did I introduce State's Exhibits 110, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15?
No,
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce those records.
No objection.
those exhibits will be admitted.
Lola, stop! You're hitting cords, Lola.
Mr. Freeze.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, I'm showing you up there on the screen. Hopefully you can see it well enough. I believe this is Exhibit 116. Is that correct?
I can't see the number on it.
Well, let's say it is. This is the cell phone mapping data that you were asked to do, I believe, for Jared Brink's phone, right?
Yes,
And again, on top there it says sectors used on July 10, 2020. Is that correct?
yes,
Is that the only day you were asked to use or to provide that data?
yes.
Why not July 9th?
I don't recall.
Well, didn't you just testify earlier that you were asked to do July 10th because that was the date that Breasia was disappeared?
As related to Mr. Dinkins' phone, when he came in contact with her, she was, as far as the witnesses that the investigation, she was last seen at 3:30 a.m. on July 10th.
And then Mr. Brink, I believe you testified that you were told, pulled Mr. Dinkins out of the ditch on July 10th, 2020.
Correct.
Who told you that?
One of the detectives, I believe, I can't recall, might have been the sergeant,
You don't recall the sergeant's last name?
Jeff Pfeiffer.
Jeff Pfeiffer told you that.
I believe so.
Do you recall when he told you that?
It would be very close to April 7th because he would have provided me the records and asked me to see if this phone was consistent with what he was being told.
April 7th of what year?
Should be of 2021.
So April 7th, 2021, Jeff Pfeiffer tells you that Henry Dinkins had been pulled out of a ditch right there near Kunow Implement, near where Breasia Terrell's remains had been found by Jared Brink.
What I was told is there was a witness that said they pulled somebody out. He had the records. He asked me to look at them and prepare an investigative draft of what that phone looked like on July 10th during that time frame.
But what I'm trying to drive at here is he was certain on the date being July 10th.
I think that's the date of relevance.
Okay. Did relevance because that's the date she was last seen.
Last seen with Mr. Dinkins at 3:35 a.m. and it was believed it was early in the morning. So July 10th obviously would be the focus of when he was there.
Okay. Let's say that Mr. Brink travels this exact route every day, with the same cell phone. His cell phone's on every day. He's going to show this exact same tower every day, isn't he?
He could if he hits off a tower at that time frame, but if that's his route, that would be his route, yes.
So you'd expect that every day, right?
I would expect if his route that he would, if there's cell tower evidence, it would be consistent with that route.
If Mr. Brink were to give us evidence, or we hear evidence regarding Mr. Brink's travel route to work every morning at 4 to 5 a.m., that he travels that road every day, then we can stand to expect that it's likely for him to have cell phone data, just like this we see in this exhibit, right?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And if that data is what we have, and he pulled Mr. Dinkins out, let's say in April of the year prior, there's no way of connecting those two, right?
No, April the year prior, there wouldn't be any data. Data for Verizon's only for a year.
So the leap in logic is that the officer tells you to get the cell phone data, put Jerry Brink at that location by cell phone data, first of all, correct?
No, absolutely not. The question is, this individual says this happened at this specific time. As I said, we use the records to validate or exclude that. So I was given the records. I said, this phone is consistent with that statement.
Okay. You say this witness says this witness being Jeff Pfeiffer.
As far as I know, this is being provided to me secondhand. I did not talk to the individual.
But again, my question, very pointed, is this witness, Jeff Pfeiffer, said that Henry Dinkins was pulled out of the ditch by someone on July 10th.
Okay.
Is that right?
I believe by Mr. Brink, if I'm correct. That's who pulled him out.
And that's the assumption you were operating on, right?
Correct. I don't care who it is. I'm evaluating the records to see if where they are, and this is where they are.
But again, the assumption you're working from is that July 10th was the day it would have happened, right?
The July 10th was the date I was told to analyze, and which from the investigation would be what would be of interest.
Okay. You have no other cell phone data that puts Mr. Dinkins' cell phone anywhere in this area of Kunow implement. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that a lot of reasons cell phones don't transmit, right? There's airplane mode, number one.
Someone could put it in airplane mode, yes.
Someone could just turn it off, right?
In my experience, people do not turn off their phones, but that is certainly something that could happen.
If you have an 8 or 9 year old kid who's just a pain in the neck and wants to get on your phone all the time, it wouldn't be unreasonable for a parent to turn that phone off, would it?
I wouldn't give that child access to my phone. It's on my person.
Okay. Phones go dead, don't they?
They can.
And when a phone goes dead, it doesn't transmit, does it?
Phones that are on chargers don't go dead, but correct. In a hypothetical world, that's correct.
Okay. Now, the cell phone data analysis that you were doing, after about 5 a.m. that morning, Henry Dinkins never left the town of Davenport until we see him with a cell phone pinging up in Clinton at 7 a.m. Is that correct?
If I'm following correctly. So we had no activity between the 3 o'clock time frame where the phone is at the residence and he's at the gas station, correct?
Correct.
So he's separated from his phone during that time frame. His phone comes back on at 5:50 something time frame. So where he is clearly is separate from where his phone is.
Because phone's not transmitting, right?
I'm sorry, I'm talking about what a witness said, or as far as where the phone was located at that time. Yes, it's not transmitting from that 3:37 a.m. to approximately 5:52, 5:54 a.m.
Okay. Doesn't mean he's not with his phone, though, right?
I believe we know at 3:30 he is not with his phone.
Okay. Now, you also studied Aisha Langford's cell phone coverage that day, July 10th, 2020, right?
Correct.
Did you also notice phone calls that she was making that day? Was she making a high volume of calls?
I don't recall.
Did you notice any numbers that she was calling repeatedly?
From her records, I don't recall, as all that was being done at the initial investigation. And then as you eliminate people based on activity, you focus to where the evidence leads you.
You eliminate people based upon activity because they're not moving around, is what you're telling me.
No, the records are a part of it. So there's witness statements, there's surveillance video, all that is a part of the analysis. My part, obviously I focus on the phone records, but I also need to know other information to evaluate that.
Like who she might be calling?
I'm sure the detectives did track down who she was in contact with, yes.
If she were calling people who have a long criminal record, would that be relevant?
Your
in your
Honor,
training
I'm going
experience?
to, Your Honor, I'm going to object. There's no basis for this type of question, and just to throw that in is prejudicial.
Sustained.
Henry Dinkins, once the phone came back online at 7 a.m. and came back to Davenport, his phone remained on, correct?
No, that's not correct.
When did it go off?
If I can look up my notes again.
Please do.
The time I can confirm that it was off based on the 22 missed calls that went straight to voicemail was between 10:08 and 11:11 or 11:10 a.m.
And based upon your investigation, apart from that time, do we have any knowledge of Henry Dinkins having anyone else with him apart from his son, Detorius, or DL?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. Special Agent Fennerin, let's assume that Mr. Brink's cell phone had not hit on that tower on July 10th in the area where Breasia Terrell's remains were found. Would then that be significant?
I don't know if it'd be significant. It would just mean we can't tell where his phone is during that time frame. So
Sure.
we can't corroborate it or not.
Okay, all right. But at any rate, are we going to look at the totality of all of the circumstances to understand the importance of that piece of evidence and where it fits into the equation?
Of course.
All right. And if someone doesn't have their cell phone with them, then is the cell phone going to hit on a tower?
If, sorry, how that's phrased.
Let me rephrase that. If someone doesn't have their cell phone with them, then that cell phone, is it going to hit only on the towers where it's located?
A cell phone is going to hit where the cell phone is located.
All right. And then if an individual doesn't have their cell phone with them, can we track their movements then?
No, we cannot.
All right, I have no further questions.
Mr. Priest, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me? Yes.
Okay, so this next one is DL, and this is Breasia's half brother, and he is not going to be seen. So it's just going to be an audio only. So just letting y'all know. I don't know. I know they're popular in Texas. CarMax is very popular in Texas. I don't know about anywhere else, but. Oh, I will.
Ms. Cunningham?
Oh,
Are you
don't
calling the next
show him,
witness?
y'all.
That's
He's
the
a
state would
minor.
call DL.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Please have a seat. Ms. O'Donnell, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please say your first and last name and then spell it for us?
Detorius Lankford, Detorious Lankford.
Okay, you said that awfully fast. Kim, were you able to get all that? Okay. Now, we've been referring to you by your initials. So is it okay if I call you D?
Yeah,
D, how old are you?
11,
When's your birthday?
October 28th,
Do you know what year you were born?
2011.
D, what's the name of your mother?
Aisha Lankford.
I want to talk to you about an individual named Breasia Terrell. Do you know who that is?
Yes,
Who is that?
my sister.
What would you call her?
Bree,
And was Bree older than you or younger than you?
older,
Do you know how many years older?
3.
Now, I want to go back to the summer of 2020. Back then, did you live with your sister Bree?
Yes,
How was your relationship with her?
great.
Were the two of you close?
Yes,
How close?
really close.
Fair to say she's kind of like a second mom?
Yeah,
Did she look out for you?
very much, yeah.
Do you know someone named Henry Dinkins?
Yes,
In the summer of 2020, did you have some contact with Henry Dinkins?
a little bit.
At some point in that summer, did you go to a cookout and see Henry Dinkins there
At the river,
at the river?
yes.
Was your mother there at that cookout as well?
Yeah,
And what about Bree?
I believe so.
And did you see Henry then at the cookout as well?
Yeah,
Did you have some contact with him?
yeah,
At that time, did you also meet a lady named Andrea?
yeah.
Had you ever met her before?
No,
Were you able to determine if Andrea knew Henry?
I don't think so.
Okay. At some point, did you come to believe that Andrea was Henry's friend or girlfriend?
I thought she was his friend at first.
Just his friend at first.
Yeah, I thought so.
Now, I know you might not know the exact date, but was there a period in July of 2020 where you and Bree were over at your grandmother or your Nana's house?
Yes,
And on that day, did Henry show up at your grandma's house?
yes.
What's your grandma's name?
Danita Gardner,
Do you know where she lives, her address?
614 West 63rd Street, apartment number 1.
Can you slow down and say that one more time?
614 West 63rd Street, apartment number 1.
Now, on the day that Henry came over to your grandma's house, did you know he was going to come over that day?
No,
When he arrived at your grandmother's house, what happened?
he came and got us, and we went to his house, and we was playing games.
Now, when you say he came and got us, who are you talking about?
Me and my sister.
Now, when Henry was at your grandmother's house, at some point, did you learn you were going to be going with him that day?
Yes,
How did you feel about that?
good.
Were you excited about that?
Yeah,
To your knowledge, did Bree want to go with you to Henry's house?
no, I asked
You asked who?
my grandma.
You asked your grandma what?
Can my sister come with me?
Why did you want Bree to come with you?
Because I feel comfortable around her.
Do you remember if your grandma was going to allow Bree to go with you?
I think she had called my mom, if I'm correct.
Do you have an older brother as well?
Yes,
And are his initials CS?
yes,
Was he over at your grandma's house that day?
yes,
Did you want CS to come with you as well?
I did.
Did you also ask your grandma if CS could come?
Yeah,
Now, I believe you've stated that Bree did come with you that day, correct?
yes,
Did CS come?
no,
Do you know why he didn't come?
no, I don't know.
When you and Bree left with Henry, did you guys have any clothing or bags or anything with you?
Not at that moment.
Did you get in the car that Henry was driving at that time?
Yes.
What kind of car was it?
A black Camaro.
Was anyone else in the car besides Henry, you, and Bree?
No.
After you left your grandma's house, where did the three of you go?
To his house.
When you say his house, who are you talking about?
Henry and Andrea.
Now I want to back up for a second. Do you recall going to someone else's house and playing video games?
I don't recall.
Have you heard the name Vincent Howard before?
It sounds familiar.
Little Vince?
I don't think so.
At some point, though, you would have gone to Andrea and Henry's house.
Yes.
We're calling it a house. What type of building was it?
It was an apartment.
Had you ever been to that apartment before?
No.
Had Bree ever been to that apartment before?
No.
Once you got to the apartment, what did you do?
I was playing GTA.
And when you say GTA, what do you mean?
I was playing video games.
Does GTA mean Grand Theft Auto?
Yep.
Where in the apartment were you playing GTA?
In the living room.
While you were in the living room, where was Bree?
In the back room.
When you say the back room, what else was in that room?
A bed, a TV, and a closet.
In that apartment, was there only one separate room that had a bed in it?
Yes.
What was Bree doing in the back room?
Playing some type of card game.
Did you say car?
Yeah.
Was it a type of video game?
Yes.
While Bree was in the back room, where was Andrea?
In the back room as well.
Do you know what she was doing?
I believe on her phone.
Where was Henry when Bree was in the back room?
In the back room as well.
Where was Bree in that room?
On the bed.
And where was Andrea in that room?
On the bed.
And where was Henry?
On the bed.
And where were you again?
In the living room.
What were Henry and Andrea doing on the bed?
Watching her.
Watching Bree?
Yeah.
Did you find that weird?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was in the living room alone and they were in the back room.
You thought it was weird that they were leaving you alone?
Yes.
Now, at some point, as the evening went on, did you have dinner?
Yeah.
Do you remember what you ate?
No.
At some point then, did your mom come over to the apartment?
Yes.
Now, did your mom actually come inside the apartment?
No.
Where did she stay?
She was in the car.
Where was the car?
In the parking lot.
Do you know why your mom came over to the parking lot?
To drop clothes off.
When your mom came over to drop clothes off, did anybody go outside to pick up those clothes from her?
Me and my sister.
So what happened when you met with your mom?
We grabbed the clothes and then we went back inside after we got done playing with the dog.
That was my next question. Was your mom alone?
Yes.
Did she have a pet with her?
Yes, you did.
Was it your pet dog?
Yep.
Did Bree try to keep the dog?
Yes, she did.
She wanted to bring it inside.
Yes.
Did your mom allow that to happen?
No.
Where was Henry when your mom dropped off those bags of clothing?
He was outside or he was inside.
Can you say that again?
He was outside or inside.
When you say outside, what do you mean?
Standing by the door.
So he was either inside the apartment or outside of the apartment somewhere.
Yes.
Where was Andrea when your mom dropped off the clothes?
Inside.
After your mom dropped off those clothes, did both you and Bree go back inside that apartment?
Yes.
What did the two of you do after you both went back inside the apartment?
We finished playing our games.
And did you go back to the same spots you had been at earlier?
Yes.
And where were Henry and Andrea at those points?
Still in the back room.
Now, the clothing that your mom brought you, did that include pajamas or clothes to sleep in?
Yes.
At some point that night, did you take a shower?
Yes.
Do you know how many bathrooms this apartment had?
1.
Did Bree also take a shower?
Yes.
Did the two of you shower separately?
Yes.
After the two of you took showers, were you given clothes to change into?
Yes.
Were they the clothes that your mom brought for you?
No.
What were you given to wear?
A long white shirt.
Do you know whose shirt that was?
Henry's.
Now, when you say a long white shirt, what do you mean by long?
It's over our fitting. I think that's what it's called.
Can you say that again?
Fitting.
How long on your body did the shirt go down?
Kind of like our knees.
Did you think that was weird?
Yes.
Why?
Because it wasn't our clothes that my mom brought us.
After you and Bree changed into those white shirts, what did the two of you do?
We ate and then we lay down getting ready for bed.
Where did the two of you lay down?
In the back room, in the bed.
Did you lay down at the same time?
Yes.
When the two of you laid down to get ready for bed, where was Henry?
In the living room.
Did you notice anything about Henry at that time?
He was upstaring.
He was what?
Upstaring.
He was staring?
Yes.
Staring at what?
It looked like the back room that I was laying in.
Where was Henry when you saw him staring?
In the living room.
I find it interesting that he's even calling him Henry. Instead of saying
Now,
my
when you were laying on the bed, where exactly were you on the bed?
Kind of like in the middle.
Where was Bree?
Kind of on the edge of the bed.
When you say the edge, was she closer to the window or the side of the bed?
The side.
Earlier, you said there was only one bedroom in this apartment. Is that fair?
Yes.
Do you know where Henry and Andrea were sleeping that night?
It looked like an air mattress.
Where was the air mattress?
In the living room.
Did you ever see Henry or Andrea actually lay down on the air mattress?
Andrea.
I'm waiting, TCN. I'm waiting.
And when you saw Andrea lay on the air mattress, where were you?
Still laying down.
In the bedroom.
Yep.
And where was Henry at that time?
Still sitting up.
At some point, did you fall asleep that night?
Yes.
Do you know if Bree had fallen asleep before you?
Yes, she fell asleep before me.
Dee, are you a heavy sleeper?
Not too much.
What about Bree?
Just a little bit.
At some point, did you feel something during the night?
A kick.
Do you know where that kick came from?
My sister.
Where were you kicked?
On my leg.
How would you describe that kick?
It was like a hard kick.
Now, have you slept in the same bed as your sister before that night?
Before we went to his house?
Yes.
Yes.
Had she ever kicked you before while you were sleeping?
No.
Now, when you felt that kick, did you wake up?
I woke up just a little bit.
When you say you woke up just a little bit, was it kind of very brief when you fell back asleep?
Yeah.
At some point then, did you wake up again in the middle of the night?
Yes.
When you woke up the second time, what did you notice?
That she was gone.
When you say she, who are you talking about?
My sister.
What did you do at that time?
I got up. Because she was gone out the bed.
What did you start doing?
I looked around the house.
Was anybody else awake when you got up and started looking around the house?
Andrea.
What was Andrea doing?
Looking at the back window.
Where was Henry?
He wasn't there.
What were you thinking when you woke up and you notice Bree's gone, Henry's gone, and you're looking around the apartment?
That he took her.
Now, when you said Andrea was looking out the back window, what room was she in?
The back room.
Where the bed was?
Yes.
And then
Are you here now? Nope. I'm here. StreamYard went down. And then I'm so goofballish, I went into the wrong stream and I was in my Cardi B stream looking for y'all. Nope, I'm here. I'm here. Sorry. StreamYard went down for a second. I had to refresh. I paused it though, so we didn't lose any context of his testimony. I will back it up.
look out that window, what would you be looking at?
The parking lot.
So when you're looking around the apartment, you don't see Bree. What do you do?
I asked Andrea where she was.
Were you given an answer?
She said she didn't know.
Did you ask any other questions at that time?
No.
What did you do at that point? Where did you go in the apartment?
I looked around the house and then I sat down
Where did you sit down?
in the living room on the couch.
Do you have any idea what time of day it was at that point?
I think it was morning
Why do you think it was morning?
because it was a little bit daylight.
So it's starting to get light out?
Yes.
Mods can post links to channels, so always feel free to post links to channels and stuff, so long as
Dee,
they're
did you have a
dealing with
cell
whatever we're
phone?
dealing with.
No.
At some point, do you recall asking Andrea for her cell phone?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
So I can call my mom or something.
Why did you want to call your mom?
because it was just me there.
Did Andrea allow you to use her phone?
No,
No. He couldn't call his mom?
At some point, did Henry come back to that apartment?
yes,
What did he look like when he came back to that apartment?
he had a white shirt on and some shorts.
How was he acting?
A little weird.
When you say a little weird, what do you mean?
Like different than his normal self.
How was he acting different?
It was.
Did he say anything when he came back to the apartment?
No,
What did he do when he came back the first time you saw him?
he came back. He grabbed something. I don't know what he grabbed, and he left
So where did he go in the apartment?
to the back room.
And again, is that the room with the bed?
Yes,
Did you see where he went in the back room?
it looked like the closet.
Do you remember which closet?
The closet in the back room with the bed.
Do you know how many closets are in that room?
1 or 2.
So it looked like he went to one of the closets,
Yes,
and he appeared to have grabbed something.
yes,
Do you know what that was?
no,
Did you see any talking between Henry and Andrea at that time?
no,
When he came back to the apartment, that first time you saw him, did you see Bree with him?
no.
After he grabbed something out of the closet, what did he do?
He left.
Right after he left, what did Andrea do?
She was still looking out the back window.
And again, that would be the window that looks in the parking lot.
Yes,
At some point, did you start to cry?
yes,
Was it at that point that you started to cry?
yes,
Why were you crying?
because she wasn't there.
When you say she, who are you talking about?
My sister.
At some point, does Henry come back a second time?
Yes,
What does he look like the second time he comes back?
the same.
He appears to be wearing the same clothes.
Yes,
Is he still acting a little weird?
not anymore.
What does he do the second time he comes back?
I don't remember.
At some point, do you leave with him?
Yes,
Did that happen the second time he came back?
the 3rd time.
The third time? So he comes back a second time and then he leaves again?
Which time? 2nd or 3rd?
The second time he came back and then he left again.
Yes,
Did you ask him any questions or talk to him at all during that point?
no,
Did you observe any talking between him and Andrea?
no,
So then he comes back a third time to the apartment.
yes.
What happens the third time he comes back?
He comes to get me.
Again, what is he wearing at that point?
The same clothes.
How is he acting?
The same.
So normal at that point?
Yes,
When the two of you left, did he grab the bags of clothing that your mom had dropped off?
yes.
Where did he put those?
In the car.
Which car?
It was a purple Camaro.
It was a purple car.
Yeah,
Do you know what kind of car it was?
it was an Impala.
Do you have any idea what time it was that you and Henry would have gotten into the Impala?
Morning.
I need to see counsel.
Uh-oh, is it getting to be that time of day for them? Yep, they leave. Huh. Huh. All right. Well, TCN, if you, oh, look, that's kind of creepy. Look at that shadow behind that door. Y'all, that's creepy. It's like a horror movie. Okay, comedy in the chaos again, y'all. That's a weird view. Okay. Sorry. TCN, if you find it, text it to me. In Messenger.
We are going to adjourn for this evening. We will reconvene Monday morning at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you.
Okay. Judge called it. He said he's done for the day. All right. I thought about going into day 3. Let me get a sneak peek on day 3 and see what it looks like. They're gonna bring him back. We could watch his testimony. Just go through. Oh, Judge didn't have his robe on. Finish DL's testimony, and then we'll go. I want to finish DL's testimony, and then we can pick back up tomorrow after his
Session, Honorable Judge Latham presiding.
You may be seated.
I was just telling you, if you don't find it before we end, if you find it later, text it to me in Messenger.
Ms. O'Donnell,
Thank you. The state would recall Victoria's
Just
Langsford.
say,
thank you.
text me a messenger if you find it. If you're done before you find it, if you don't mind. I'm gonna go ahead. I went ahead and went into day 3 so we can finish watching DL's testimony, and then I'll quit after DL's testimony, and then we'll pick up day 3 tomorrow.
Right hand again. That's right. You're good. You're good. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I swear.
All right. Please have a seat.
Right, good morning. When we left off on Friday, you just started talking about how on the morning that you woke up and Breasia was gone, at some point Henry came back and got you, and you guys went out to the maroon or purple Impala. Do you remember all that?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you mentioned as well that Henry had grabbed both your clothing and Bree's clothing.
Yes.
Once you got into that vehicle, what did the two of you start doing?
We were just driving. That was the only thing.
You were driving?
Yep.
Did you drive somewhere specifically?
It's this guy house that I forgot. I forgot his name.
Okay. You went to a guy's house?
Yes.
That's new. That's new.
Do you know how long you were at the guy's house?
A couple minutes or
Now, when you got to that guy's house, did you stay in the car or get out of the car?
I was out the car.
Could you say that again?
I was out the car
You were out of the car?
in the house.
You went inside the house?
Yes.
What did Henry do?
I think he was outside drinking, if I'm correct.
Outside drinking, okay.
Now, I want to make sure that we're talking about the same time period, okay? So the morning where you woke up and Bree is missing, right? And then you and Henry get into the purple Impala. So in the morning, are you following me?
Yes.
Okay. So when you and Henry started driving, where do you go?
In the Impala,
In the Impala.
we went on a dirt road. It's like,
I don't hear anybody whispering.
So when you got into the Impala and you started driving, was the dirt road the first place that you went?
yeah.
The guy's house that you were just talking about, is that somewhere you went in the Camaro or the Impala?
I think it was an Impala.
So again, talking about the morning where you woke up and Bree was gone, you get in the Impala and you drive to a dirt road. Do you have any idea
What you mean, Cindy? Back up a few questions. Okay. I don't mind. Hang on.
how long it took
Impala.
Camaro house that
Okay. Is that far enough? Hang on.
the guy's house that you were just talking about?
Is that far enough? Guy's house they were talking about?
Yeah.
The guy's house that you were just talking about, is that somewhere you went in the Camaro or the Impala?
Let's go back a little bit further. Because I think a bit more. Okay. I went back a little further. I think actually this will be the beginning of his testimony. Because I was a little confused too. She talks awfully fast.
Judge Latham presiding.
You may be seated. Ms. O'Donnell. Good morning. If you'd raise your right hand. Truth.
Good morning.
Okay.
When we left off on Friday, you just started talking about how on the morning that you woke up and Breasia was gone,
Stop.
at some point Henry came back and got you, and you guys went out to the maroon or purple Impala. Do you remember all that?
Yes.
Okay. I believe you mentioned as well that Henry had grabbed both your clothing and Bree's clothing.
Yes.
Once you got into that vehicle, what did the two of you start doing?
We was just driving. That was the only thing.
You were driving?
Yep.
Did you drive somewhere specifically?
It says guy house that I forgot. I forgot his name.
Okay. You went to a guy's house?
Yes.
You are right, Cindy. See, this is why we all use our ears. He sure did. I'll replay that one more time. He said, that's new.
That's new. That's new.
Good catch, Cindy.
Do you know how long you were at the guy's house?
A couple minutes or.
Now, when you got to that guy's house, did you stay in the car or get out of the car?
I was out the car.
Could you say that again?
I was out the car.
You were out of the car?
In the house.
You went inside the house?
Yes.
What did Henry do?
I think he was outside drinking, if I'm correct.
Now, I want to make sure that we're talking about the same time period, okay? So the morning where you woke up and Bree is missing, right? And then you and Henry get into the purple Impala.
When he was asking about the guy's house, I see. Okay, let's back up just a little bit more again. And we'll do it one more time because that was. Yeah, here we go.
It's this guy house that I forgot his name. But
Somebody's house.
Okay. You went to a guy's house?
yes.
And he said, and whatever the guy who somebody's whispering. There's a man whispering in the mic that says, "That's new. That's new." I don't know which attorney that is, but it's a male voice.
That's new. That's new.
Do you know how long you were at the guy's house?
A couple minutes or
Now, when you got to that guy's house, did you stay in the car or get out of the car?
I was out the car.
Could you say that again?
I was out the car
You were out of the car?
in the house.
You went inside the house?
Yes.
What did Henry do?
I think he was outside drinking, if I'm correct.
Now, I want to make sure that we're talking about the same time period, okay? So the morning where you woke up and Bree is missing, right? And then you and Henry get into the purple Impala. So in the morning, are you following me?
Yes.
Okay. So when you and Henry started driving, where do you go?
In the Impala,
In the Impala.
we went on a dirt road. It's like
So when you got into the Impala and you started driving, was the dirt road the first place that you went?
yeah.
The guy's house that you were just talking about, is that somewhere you went in the Camaro or the Impala?
I think it was an Impala.
So again, talking about the morning where you woke up and Bree was gone, you get in the Impala and you drive to a dirt road. Do you have any idea how long it took you to get to that dirt road?
Well, I was asleep.
You fell asleep? Did it feel like a long time?
A really long time, yeah.
A really long time?
Yeah.
When you got to the dirt road, what happened?
We was at this place, what is it called? It had like trees.
Did the vehicle stop?
Yeah.
Then what happened?
And then we left.
Did anybody get out of the car at that time?
Henry.
When Henry got out of the car, what did you see him do?
Pour bleach.
You saw him pour bleach.
Yeah.
Do you know where Henry got that bleach from?
Walmart.
When were you with him when he was at Walmart?
Yes.
When the two of you left Andrea's apartment that morning, at some point, did you go to Walmart?
I think so.
Did it take a long time to get to Walmart?
Just a little bit.
When you and Henry got to Walmart, what did you do?
I had to sit in the car.
You had to sit in the car?
Yes.
What did Henry do?
He went inside Walmart.
Did you know why you had stopped at Walmart?
I had no idea.
Dee, while you were sitting in the car, what did you do?
Put his battery back in his phone and was playing the game.
So at some point you had seen Henry's phone in the car.
Yes.
Do you remember where it was?
About a couple there.
By the cup holder?
Yes.
You said you had to put the battery back in the phone, is that right?
Yes.
Where was the battery?
Behind the phone.
Also in the cup holder?
Yes.
Do you remember what game you were playing?
No.
Just a game on his phone?
You said, is it on his phone?
A game on Henry's phone?
Yes.
When Henry got back to the Impala, did he have anything with him?
Bleach.
What did he do with the bleach?
He put it in the trunk.
Then what did he do?
And then we left.
What did you do with his phone when he got back into the car?
I hurry up and put it back.
You stopped playing a game?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned there's a dirt road. Did you do anything else to the phone before you put it back?
I took the battery out.
And why did you do that?
Because I didn't want to get in trouble.
Trouble for what?
Putting the battery back in his phone.
Typical child. I mean, that's just a kid. And you know, I have to stop and make note that, you know, most phones these days, you can't take the battery out of them anymore. Just saying.
So after you left Walmart, is that when you went to this dirt road?
Yes.
Had you been to that dirt road before going to Walmart?
Can you repeat that?
How many times did you go to the dirt road?
Once.
And was that before or after you went to Walmart?
After we went to Walmart.
So then once you got to that dirt road, what happened?
He poured the bleach and then we left.
He what? He poured the bleach and we left? Is that what he said?
And then we left.
Okay, back up a little more, Sheila.
He poured the bleach and then we left.
He pulled the bleach?
Where did he pour the bleach?
Poured the bleach.
By some bushes.
And where were you when this was happening?
In the car.
What did he do with the bleach containers after he poured the bleach?
Yeah, I know.
He put it back in the car.
That's what I'm saying. This is so confusing. He said he was asleep in a car.
Once he put the bleach back in the car, what did he do?
He left.
Did he get back in the car?
Yes.
And where did the two of you go after that?
We went back on that dirt road. And then I asked him where he was. And then he said that we was riding. And then we went to go meet my mom.
So you asked where you were, and he just said, we're riding?
Yes.
does that mean to you, we're riding?
Like a joyride.
Like a joyride?
Yes.
Now, after you left that dirt road, at some point, were the two of you back in Davenport?
Yes.
Now, Dee, are you familiar with the area of Credit Island?
No.
The morning you were driving around with Henry, at some point, did you go to some area by water?
I don't recall.
At some point, did you go to Henry's RV?
Yes.
What did the two of you do when you got to the RV?
He opened the trunk of the purple Impala and he grabbed out a bloody knife.
Oh.
So he opened you said bloody knife
A bloody knife, yeah.
from the trunk of his Impala.
Yes.
What did that knife look like?
A machete type.
What did he do with the knife once he grabbed it?
He wiped it off with bleach.
Where were you when you saw him do that?
I was outside the car or inside.
You were either outside or inside the car?
Yes.
After Henry wiped off the knife with the bleach, what did he do with the knife?
He put it in his RV.
Dee, was that the only time you saw a knife that morning?
Yes.
You said he put the knife in his RV?
Yes.
How did you know that's where he put the knife?
I saw him put it in there.
Where were you when you saw him put the knife in the RV?
In the car.
Were you able to see into the RV from the car?
No.
Then how did you know that's where he put the knife?
Because he walked in there with it and he came back out with nothing.
Did you go into the RV at all?
No.
Dee, at some point, did you see Henry with a fishing pole that morning?
I think so.
Do you know where you were when you saw him with the fishing pole?
In the car.
Was Henry inside of the car with the fishing pole?
No, he was outside the car.
When you saw Henry with the fishing pole and he was outside of the car, were you still at the RV?
No,
Do you know where you were?
it was by water.
What did you see Henry do with the fishing pole when he was outside of the car?
Somewhat fishing.
He was somewhat fishing?
Yeah,
What do you mean by that?
he was half fishing.
What does that mean?
So did he walk up to the body of water?
Just a little bit.
And where were you when this was happening?
In the car.
When you saw him walk up to the body of water, what did you see him do?
Fishing.
Okay. Did he have a fishing pole at that point?
Yeah.
And did he cast the fishing line out into the water?
Yeah.
While you were by this body of water, was there ever a point in time where you could not see Henry?
No.
Now, the fishing part that you talked about here, did that happen before you went to the RV or after you went to the RV?
After.
Now, you mentioned that at some point you met up with your mom that morning. Is that right?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
She saw him in traffic.
Had Henry or your mom spoken on the phone at all that morning?
Yes.
And were you in the car when that conversation took place?
Yeah.
Do you know if Henry called your mom or if your mom called Henry?
I think my mom called him or he called her.
So one of those two things happened.
Yeah.
What did Henry tell your mom during that phone call? It's defendant statements.
Excuse me,
It's the defendant's statements.
over whom?
So what did Henry tell your mom during that phone call?
That he didn't know where Bree was.
Did he say anything about having been out searching for Bree?
He said he was supposedly searching.
So he told your mom that he was searching,
Yes.
but you added the word supposedly.
Yeah.
Why did you add that word?
Because he wasn't searching.
Dee, the whole time that you had been driving around with Henry, did it appear that the two of you were looking for Bree?
No.
Did Henry ever roll down his window and yell out Bree's name or anything like that?
No.
Did he ever ask you to do that?
No.
Did he ever knock on anybody's doors to see if they had seen Bree?
No.
While Henry was speaking with your mom on the phone, did he say anything about the police?
He said that he made a report.
He said that he made a report?
Yes.
While you had been with Henry, did you ever see him make a police report?
No.
So after this phone call then with your mom, where did Henry take you?
She saw him in traffic and then we pulled over by McDonald's.
So your mom saw him in traffic and you ended up pulling over at McDonald's?
Yes.
Where did you go from there?
I got in the car with my mom and then she made a police report.
Where did you and your mom go at that time?
To the police department.
Did you go back to the area around Andrea's apartment at all that morning
With my mom?
with your mom?
No.
But you do remember going to the police department that day?
Yes.
And were you interviewed by the police? Did they ask you questions?
Just a little bit, yeah.
Did you answer their questions?
Yes.
Dee, do you remember driving around with police officers a couple times?
Yeah.
And were they asking you questions about where you and Henry went on this morning?
Yes.
And did you try to show them the places that the two of you had gone?
Yeah.
And did that include areas by where your dad's RV was parked? So when you drove around with the police officers and you were trying to show them different places that you had been that morning, right?
Yeah.
Did that include showing them the area where your dad's RV had been?
Yes.
And did that include the area over by Walmart where you saw Henry buying bleach?
Yes.
And did you try to describe that dirt road as well?
No.
Did you try to describe the area where you saw Henry with the fishing pole?
I believe so.
All right, thank you, Dee. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Mr. Freeze?
Is it okay if I call you D too?
Yes.
Okay, D. You okay?
Yep.
Tell the court, just for the record, who Henry Dinkins is to you.
My father.
You're angry at your father, right?
Yes.
And you're angry at your father because you think he hurt your sister, right?
Yes.
You're convinced of that, right?
Yes.
And you're here today to offer testimony to make sure that he's held accountable for doing that, right?
Yes.
And you're going to say whatever you need to say to make sure that happens, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I ask you that is you're telling us some stuff today, and you'll agree with me on this. Tell me if I'm wrong. That we're hearing for the first time today, right?
Yes.
Like when you and your dad left in the Impala that day, you went driving and went to a guy's house first. The first time that you've said that on the record is today, right?
Yes.
Never told it to the police before, did you?
No.
It's today. This is the first time this story comes out in public, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you've been interviewed by the police several times, right?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you and I had a chance to talk in this courtroom, and I took your deposition, right?
Yes.
You remember that day?
Yeah.
Remember you sat in that chair right where you're sitting now? Remember that?
Yeah.
And there was a person here who was a court reporter who swore you in, right?
Yep.
And you were sworn to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
And I asked you all kinds of questions about what happened the day Breasia disappeared, right?
Yes.
Remember that very clearly?
Yes.
Okay, because that was the only time you've ever had to give a deposition or testimony ever in this case, right?
Yes.
And you never once told me when I asked you what happened that day that you went to some guy's house first after leaving Andrea Culberson's apartment, right?
Yes.
You never told me, and it's the first time today we're hearing this, correct?
Yes.
That Henry was outside drinking that morning. It's the first time, right?
I don't think it's the first time.
Well, you just told the prosecutor on direct examination that you went to this guy's house with Henry and you went inside. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And that was the truth, right?
Yes.
And you said Henry stayed outside and he was drinking. Was that the truth?
Yes.
Okay, so it was early morning when Henry picked you up. Was that right?
Yeah.
Were you awake when he picked you up, or were you still sleeping?
I was awake.
Was it daylight, or was it still dark?
It was daylight.
But early morning.
Early morning.
Okay. So Henry and you go to this house. You go inside. Are the people inside awake?
No, it's just me and my sister that was inside.
Who's inside?
Me and my sister.
Who's Breasia?
Yes.
So Breasia's with you at this point in time?
We went to this house, yeah.
The morning she disappeared?
Yeah.
Okay. And then after you left, where did Breasia go?
Can you repeat that?
After you left, where did Breasia go?
To his house.
To whose house?
Andrea.
Okay, so Henry took you back to Andrea's house?
Yes.
On the morning she disappeared, right?
What's the pause here?
Can you repeat that, please?
You just testified that Breasia was with you and Henry, right?
Yes.
And early morning hours of the morning she disappeared, because you just said Henry picked you up and took you to this house, right?
It's when he first picked us up.
On the morning she disappeared, early morning hours, right?
Sure, yeah.
Well, I want you to be accurate. I want you to tell the truth.
I am.
Okay, so that morning, you and Henry and Breasia go to this guy's house.
Yes.
And you and Breasia go in the house.
Yes.
And then what are you and Breasia doing in the house?
Playing games.
And Henry's outside.
Yes.
He's drinking.
Yes.
And nobody else is in the house.
No.
So after you and Henry and Breasia are done there, where'd you guys go?
To Andrea's house.
And then you and Henry went where?
That was the only place. Andrea's house. That's where we was.
Okay. You have a little trouble with your memory, perhaps?
He was 8 years old.
Okay, so it's your testimony. I'm giving you another chance here. But this
I don't
was the
know what
morning
happened
Breasia
there.
disappeared. Early morning hours of July 10th.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then you just testified to the prosecutor is that after you left this guy's house,
No, ma'am. No.
the first place you went was to some dirt road. Remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Today's the first time we hear about that too, right?
Today's not the first time.
You never said it to me when I took your deposition last summer, did you?
I said it, but I didn't say it to you.
Who'd you say it to?
One of his other lawyers that was here before you.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, shit. Calm down,
And
kid.
you went to this dirt road and you said that you saw him pouring bleach. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you said you saw him pouring bleach over some bushes. That's your recollection?
Yes.
Now, this was after you went to Walmart?
Yes.
Now,
You got the bleach at Walmart.
the Walmart you went to was in a whole different town, right?
Yes.
Because you fell asleep on the way there.
Yes.
Okay. Now, he went to Walmart first to get the bleach?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that then you went to a dirt road.
Yes.
And he took that same bleach and poured it over some bushes.
Yes.
And it's your testimony today that this is not the first time you have told this story.
Yes.
You've told it to the police before?
Some of them.
Okay. And it's your testimony that Henry got out of the car and this is where he was where he was fishing?
Yes.
So he was fishing at the place he poured the bleach?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure. It was daylight at this point, right?
Yes.
You never got out of the car?
No. I stayed in there.
How did you see him pouring bleach over the bushes?
Because you can see through the back windows.
Okay. Did he have to walk in the bushes a ways to pour this bleach, or did he just walk around?
It was over a hill. Like, there was like a flat road, and there was the bushes right there, down there. And he poured it.
So Henry's car is on the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And he had to walk over a little hill, right?
Yes.
Then he just, from the road, poured the bleach in the bushes?
Yep.
Okay. What did he do with the bleach bottle?
He put it back in the car.
Pop the trunk and put it back in the car?
Yes.
Now, you were at Walmart and Henry went inside. You said you got hold of his phone and put the battery back in the phone, right?
Yes.
You know what kind of phone he had?
No.
I mean, some phones are pretty hard to get the battery in and out of, right?
Yes.
But this one wasn't? No?
No.
Did that phone have a passcode on it?
No.
What game did you play?
I don't know.
Oh.
It's like Candy Crush type.
Okay. And then from the
I hear like an elevator dinging. I don't know what it is.
Walmart, you just drove around till you got back to the mobile home, right?
Yes.
And then it's your testimony that Henry stops, he gets out of the car, you stay in the car, and he gets to the trunk again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. And now he uses the bleach again?
What?
Now he uses the bleach a second time?
He only used the bleach one time.
Well, I thought you told the prosecutor he used the bleach to wipe off a bloody knife.
It was like a spray bottle.
He had a spray bottle.
For the knife, yes.
Okay, describe the spray bottle for me, please.
It says cleaning, it says bleach, and it's a spray bottle.
What color?
White.
Okay. He had a rag in the trunk?
Oh, what? No, it was an RV.
I understand. But he had to get the knife and the spray bottle out of the trunk, right?
Yes.
So he would have to get a rag out of the trunk as well to wipe down the knife, right?
He wiped the knife at the RV.
In the RV?
Yes.
Okay, so how'd you see him wipe down the knife if he was in the RV?
He was standing in the middle.
The door was open?
An RV?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So describe this knife for me. What color was it?
It had a brown handle, and the pointy part was silver.
Brown handle, silver blade, right?
Yes.
And how could you tell it was bloody?
Because it had red stuff all over it.
Covered in blood?
Yes.
Blood dripping off it?
Yeah. No.
You could just see a lot of blood on it.
There was a lot, but it wasn't dripping off of it.
Okay.
There was a lot.
Okay. So Henry sprays this bloody knife down right in front of you. That's your testimony.
Yes.
And he's what, 5 feet from you, 6 feet from you when he's doing this?
I don't know how many feet.
Okay, well, you're in the passenger seat, right?
Yes.
And you can see Henry very clearly, right?
Through the back window, yes.
Yep. He can see you, right?
No.
You can see him, but he can't see you?
Yes.
How do you figure that?
My seat was leaned back.
Okay. And it's your testimony that this bloody knife, then, Henry takes a spray bottle, cleans it off.
This kid said, I can see him, but he can't see me. Is he blind? How can you see him, but he can't see you? If you're in a position to see him, he's in a position to, he may not have been looking at you, but he's in a position to see you. I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm a little off today. Yes, bailiffs are ready. If that defendant does anything, they are sitting there. And this girl in the background, I wouldn't mess with her on my best day.
Wipes it down and takes it into the RV, all within, I'm going to say 10, 20 feet of you, right?
Yes.
risking the fact that you may see it, right?
I think so.
And it's your testimony that your dad came back and picked you up and took you someplace where he covered up some crime scene and sprayed bleach, right?
Yes.
And your dad came back and picked you up and sprayed down a knife, which may be evidence of a crime, in front of you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now the fishing pole and Henry going fishing, today's the first time we hear about that too, isn't it?
Cindy, if the seat's laid back and you're looking over the seat out the back window, you don't think they can't look in the back window and see you too? Even if your seats were, I mean, unless he went further down and like was popping up looking at his dad, I don't know. Like me looking over this little super chat thing. Hello, hello, I see you. You don't see me. Oh no.
Yes.
Is that just a detail you happen to remember between the last time we talked and today?
No, I remember everything.
Okay, so you chose not to tell us when we were
I
asking you
barely
questions?
talk.
Excuse me?
I barely talk.
You barely talk.
Yes.
Okay, so when people ask you questions, you just answer them the way you want?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Notorious, I think you talk more than you give yourself credit for, and let me tell you why. Remember the day Breasia disappeared, you went on a ride with the police, right?
Yes.
And your mom went along for this, right?
Yes.
Now, you'd agree with me that your memory, the day Breasia disappeared, was probably better than your memory is today. Right?
I don't know.
Wow.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. So you think your memory's better today than it was?
It's always good.
It's always good. Okay.
Yes.
Have you ever told the police a lie?
No.
Have you ever told the police false facts?
Facts.
Just true facts?
Yes.
Okay. Well, do you recall the police driving you around that afternoon, between 3, 4 in the afternoon, and they took you down near the water by Credit Island, you and your mom?
Yes.
And they took you by a bait shop, and you said you remembered the bait shop.
I don't recall.
Okay. If an officer would testify that you said you remembered the bait shop, or there's a recording of it, that would be true and accurate?
Yes.
Okay. You recall that the officers went to a lagoon area?
A what?
A pond area at your direction, and the police said you said that Dad parked in a gravel parking lot and went fishing?
Yes.
That's true, right?
Yes.
You also recall telling him that day that Dad went fishing with 6 guys?
I didn't. Yes.
You told them that, right?
Yes.
And that's the day your sister disappeared, right?
Yes.
That's not true, is it?
It is.
So today, you're saying your dad went fishing with 6 guys?
I don't know.
You don't know if your dad went fishing with 6 guys?
No.
You also told the police that when Dad went fishing with 6 guys, you had to stay in the car, right?
Yes.
You also told them in response to a question where they asked you where Henry went, and you directed them to a tree line to the west area of the entrance of Credit Island. Do you recall doing that?
No.
If the police have a recollection of that, or there's a recording showing that, would you dispute that?
What do you mean?
Would a police officer lie about that if he said you said that?
Objection.
No.
You can't ask a witness to comment on another person's credibility.
Withdrawn. Do you recall telling them where your dad went fishing with the 6 guys?
Credit Island.
Okay. Do you recall getting out of the car and physically walking with them?
No.
You don't recall that?
No.
He's a little testy.
You don't recall walking into the tree line, stopping, pointing to the ground and said, Dad was standing right here?
Huh?
You don't recall getting out of the car, walking the police over to the tree line of the pond by Credit Island, stopping and saying, Dad was standing right here?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. Was that true?
Yes, it was.
So Dad took you there as well that day?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And there were 6 guys with him, right?
They wasn't with him. They was already there.
Okay. Did Dad talk to those 6 guys?
I don't know. I did not even see him when you walked all the way back there.
Uh-oh.
You also remember your dad saying as you were out driving that day, come on, Bree.
I don't recall.
If a police officer says you relayed that to him, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall after Breasia was found that an officer came to your house and shared the news?
Yes.
You then also told police a different story, didn't you?
He is 11 years old. I have such a problem with him doing this testimony, but
I didn't tell no cops no different story.
You didn't tell the police that you were present when Breasia was shot?
What? Excuse me?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, you're making me mad and upset.
I understand that. You don't remember, you don't know, or you don't recall?
I don't recall.
You don't recall telling the police that you and Breasia and Henry and Andrea Culberson were all out at the location where she was found and Henry shot her?
I didn't say Andrea was with us.
Well, who'd you say was with you?
Him, me, and my sister.
Oh, so now you recall, right?
No, I don't. I don't know anything.
You just don't want to answer, do you?
I do, but you're.
What do you recall?
What do I recall?
You obviously recall that Andrea wasn't there, so you recall facts. What do you recall?
Us 3 there.
At the location where Breasia was killed?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't testify to that today, right?
Yes.
Because that's not true, right?
If you say it's not true.
I'm asking you.
I guess.
I guess, or either it is or it isn't. Either you were there when she was killed or you weren't.
I said, I guess.
I don't accept that answer, sir. Either you were there when she was shot or you weren't.
I was there. Damn.
So you were there.
Yes.
You saw your dad shoot Breasia Terrell.
Yes.
Okay. And how come you didn't say that when the prosecutor asked you? Because it's not the truth, right?
Everything I say is true.
Okay, so the whole story about the bloody knife and going to Walmart, you just conveniently left out the fact that you saw your sister get shot when the prosecutor was asking you?
I didn't leave it out. I didn't speak about it. I hate speaking about it.
Did you and the prosecutor talk about this ahead of time?
In private, yeah.
And you just told her not to ask you about it because you don't like to speak about it?
I didn't tell her not to.
Okay. Well, your testimony today is you saw Henry Dinkins shoot your sister.
Yes.
What kind of gun did he use?
I don't know.
How close were you to the incident?
A couple feet.
Okay, was it a pistol or a long gun?
How am I supposed to know what it is?
You were a couple feet away. That's
I
how you're
maybe
supposed to
saw it,
answer.
but I don't know what it is.
Okay, what color was the gun?
Silver.
Okay, was it a gun that you hold up to your arm like this, or was it one you just hold in your hand?
I don't know.
Okay. Isn't it true that you only come up with this story after you heard someone else talk about it?
No.
Okay. You didn't overhear police or your mom talking about how Breasia was killed and come up with this story?
I talk about what I saw, not what they talking about, what I saw,
Okay.
not them.
Okay. You didn't make this report about what you saw until after Breasia was found, right?
I knew the whole story.
And you didn't tell the whole story when Breasia disappeared, did you?
I said I barely talk about it. I said that first before I got up here.
Okay, so it's your testimony that your mom and your family and everybody else is out searching for your sister. Okay? You know what happened, but you don't tell anybody, right?
No.
Okay, so your mom's out there literally scavenging every possible place to find the daughter that she loves. And you know that she's been shot, and you know where she is. And you let your mom go out and search that way?
I told her where she was.
You told your mom where she was?
Yes.
Right away?
Not right away, but someday after that.
So you're telling me now that you told your mom you knew where she was and where to find her, and your mom did not go look for her?
She did go look for her.
And didn't find her?
At that same place, she did.
Oh. Well, we'll ask her. That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, Cindy, I was just, I agree that, you know, he is asking an 11-year-old these questions. And I mean, he was 8 at the time. And yeah, he's showing it. I'm sure he's angry. And I don't even know what to think with all these everything he's saying. I mean, he's angry. He's saying this, saying that. He's not consistent, but he was 8. He was 8. That's what I'm trying to say. He was only 8.
Bree went missing about 3 years ago, right?
Yes.
You would have been 8 years old at that time. If you're 11 now, 8 years old back then.
Yeah.
See, I watched these blind. I have no clue.
And you talked about going over to a guy's house and that Bree was with you when you went over to that guy's house. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that happen when your dad first picked you up from, I'm sorry, when Henry picked you up from your grandma's house?
Yes.
So he picked you up from your grandma's house and then you went over to a guy's house.
Yes.
And what did Henry do while you guys were at that guy's house?
He was outside and we was inside.
So that happened before you went over to Andrea's apartment.
Yeah.
And so then you went back to, or after you left that guy's house, is that when you went to Andrea's apartment?
Yes.
And what happened when you got there?
We was playing games.
And where were you when you played games?
I was in the living room and she was in the bedroom.
When you say she, who are you talking about?
My sister.
At some point then, did the two of you go to bed?
Yes.
And where did you fall asleep?
In the bedroom.
At some point, did you wake up in the middle of the night?
Yes.
Where was Bree?
Not to be found.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions about fishing. Remember those questions? Now, you were asked the questions about you driving around with the police on the day that Breasia was reported missing. You remember those questions? And they took you down to Credit Island?
Yes.
And you told the police about your dad fishing during that conversation on July 10th, the day she went missing, right?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned, or you were asked some questions about some other guys that may have been.
Well, welcome in, Yvette. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I appreciate you being here, sweetie.
Fishing as well. Did you actually see any other people fishing?
I barely can see them.
Were they just so far away?
Way far, yeah.
How did you know they were fishing?
They had fishing poles also.
And did Henry say anything about fishing that morning?
No,
But you saw him with the fishing pole?
yes.
When was the last time that you saw Breasia?
When we was at Andrea's house,
And was she in the bedroom at that time?
yes.
Did you ever see her again after that?
That last time,
The last time?
yeah.
When was the last time?
When she got shot.
What? What? I'm sorry? TCN, what the fuck just happened? Wait. My mind's blown. He saw her when she got shot? Okay, sorry. Oh.
Were you afraid to tell people that you saw her get shot?
Yes, I was.
Why?
Because it's hard to talk about.
Were you scared?
No.
Were you worried you might get in trouble?
Somewhat like that.
Yeah, I knew she was shot, but I had no clue he was
I don't
gonna
have any
say
further
that,
questions.
that he saw it.
You may step down.
I didn't know he was going to say that. I haven't heard him say that before. Maybe I missed something. I don't know, or I don't know. I've heard him say it. Who's the next witness? If it's Aisha is the next witness, we're going to sit here for a little while longer. Is Aisha the next witness? TCN, is Aisha the next?
Your Honor, the state calls Aisha.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're not leaving yet because now I'm into it. I'm sorry. Okay, we're gonna be here a little. If y'all need to come for break, go ahead. I took mine. I'm good. Mom's fed. Tyler's away. Holy hell. Okay, it didn't come out before. Okay, it wasn't out there. Yeah, I hadn't heard it yet. That was the first time I heard it watching this. Okay, we're gonna roll into Aisha because now I need to know. Y'all know I'm just a nosy bitch like that.
Please raise your right hand.
She doesn't look.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
My name is Aisha Langford, Aishia. Last name Langford, Lankford.
Okay. Miss Langford, how old are you?
I'm 31.
Okay. Do you have any children?
I do. I have 3 children.
And we're using initials for your oldest child and your youngest child. What are the initials of your oldest child?
My initials is CLS.
Okay. And what was CLS's age back in July of 2020?
CJ would have been about 14, I want to say, I believe.
Okay. What's his date of birth?
It's, November 28th, 2006.
2006. All right. And so then actually, he hadn't yet had his 14th birthday if we're talking about July of 2020. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
All right. So the child would have been 13.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then what is the name of your second child?
Second child is
I have to pause there to say, looking at my screen and seeing the picture of Breasia with her mom sitting there on the stand, she looks just like her mother. She's a spitting image of her mother. Rest her heart.
Breasia Terrell. Oh, the initials?
No, we're using Breasia's name, but just for the other two children, we're using initials. And then what is Breasia's date of birth?
Her date of birth is 12/4/2009.
How old was Breasia then, as of July of 2020?
She was 10.
All right. And then finally, your youngest child?
Name or just initials?
Just initials for him.
DRL.
Okay. And then what was DL's age back in July of 2020?
He would have been 8.
All right. Now let's talk about the personalities of your children. Your oldest child, how would you describe him as an individual?
It's CJ. Well, for the most part, he's very active. He's smart. He's very helpful and a funny guy.
All right. And then Breasia?
Oh, she was a true teller, very caring. She helped out a lot, secondary mom in the house for the most part. She was real good. She was very loving.
All right. And as the only female child, in terms of how she would conduct herself relative to her brothers, how would you describe that?
Rough, but more like, I'm the other mom here when mom's not.
Not around?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Breasia, did she have any type of disabilities?
She had something going on. I want to say with her right eye. It was like a lazy eye. So she was like losing a little sight out of that one.
Okay. And then how about with respect to her hearing?
Yeah, it was messing up here and there. Also on that, I want to say that right side as well. She couldn't really hear a little bit.
All right. And then how would you describe your youngest son, DL?
Notorious. He's piece of work, but he's amazing. He's very caring, still loving, and very helpful. And he's a big protector for the most part.
Okay. Now, as for the children's grandmother, what is the name of the children's maternal grandmother?
Donita Gardner.
Could you spell Donita Gardner for our record?
Of course, it's DONITA GARDNER.
Okay. And then is Mrs. Garner actively involved as a grandmother in the children's lives?
Yes, ma'am.
And was she definitely involved in the children's lives during the time frame of July of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, let's talk about the father of DL. What is the name of the father of DL?
Henry Dinkins.
Is Henry Dinkins present in court today?
Yes, he is.
Could you please point him out and describe what he's wearing for purposes of the record?
He's wearing this manila-looking shirt, I guess, sitting right next between his little lawyers.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that identification.
The record shall so reflect.
Okay. And was Mr. Dinkins the father of either CS or Breasia?
No, he wasn't.
Okay. Now, how old were you when you met Mr. Dinkins?
I was about 18.
All right. And at that time, then, did you already have Cardell and Breasia?
Yeah, I just had Breasia a couple months prior to meeting him.
All right. How old was Mr. Dinkins when you met him?
Mr. Dinkins told me he was in his late 20s.
Okay. Did you later find out that that was not true?
Yes.
Okay. And was there quite an age difference between the two of you?
Yes, about a 19-year difference.
Okay. How long were the two of you involved in a relationship with one another?
For like a year or two.
Okay. And then during the course of that relationship, then did you become pregnant with DL?
I did.
All right. If you were to describe Mr. Dinkins' involvement with Breasia's life during the period of a year or so that you were dating him, did he really have a lot of involvement with Breasia?
He was around. He helped out and looked out for him and everything like that.
Okay. Did you consider him to be a father figure of Breasia?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
Okay. But then was there a period of time that he was no longer actively involved in your life?
Yes, when he got incarcerated.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. So then stepping out beyond that, how long did your relationship last with Mr. Dinkins after you conceived DL?
Probably a few months, maybe.
Okay. All right. Talking about the course of the 8-year period of time up to July of 2020, was Mr. Dinkins a regular figure within your life or the children's life?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. All right. Did Breasia consider him to be a father figure at all?
For the most part, yes, she looked up to him.
Okay, all right. Was Mr. Dinkins somebody that was actively involved in Breasia's life over the course of her 10 years?
No.
Was it something that was very sporadic?
And what does that mean? I'm sorry.
Just, occasionally, there'd be occasional contact throughout
Yes.
the course of her 10 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Now, let's talk about the summer of 2020. Had Mr. Dinkins been a part of your life or the children's lives leading up to the summer of 2020?
Yes, we used to do barbecues down at the river. He would come down, so he would spend time with Detorius more. So we would just hang out down there, make, hot dogs and stuff like that with the kids and family.
Okay, and when you say that we were involved in cookouts down at the river, who was responsible for putting on those cookouts?
I mean, it was just something that we all just come together, and it was just something that just kind of took place when we got down there.
Okay, was it like your circle of friends and people that Mr. Dinkins would have known?
Yes.
Okay, and then during June of 2020, did you have some contact with Mr. Dinkins by virtue of those cookouts down by the river?
Yes.
All right. Was DL down at those cookouts?
Yes, he was.
Would CS have been down for the cookouts?
Yes, he was.
And then would Breasia have been down there for the cookouts?
Yes.
Now, did you ever meet a woman by the name of Andrea Culberson?
I did.
When did you first meet Andrea Culberson?
I met her in the grocery store back in June with Mr. Dinkins.
All right. Did they happen to be at a grocery store that you had gone shopping at?
Yes, me and my mom had went shopping, and I had ran into him, and he introduced us.
Okay. And so then during that month of June, when you talked about there being some cookouts, had Andrea Culberson been down to a cookout, at least one cookout there that summer that you had occasion to sit and visit with her?
Yes, she was down.
Okay. And then as far as just your opportunity to meet and visit with Miss Culberson down at the cookouts, how would you describe the two of you, as far as hitting it off and, really identifying with one another?
I mean, for the most part, I thought she was okay. We were just talking and things like that, and, just getting to know one another. I didn't see anything different with her. Like, she seemed like a nice person.
Absolutely. Now, I want to direct your attention, if I could, to events of July 8th of 2020.
Okay.
Does that set the stage for events that played out on July 9th and July 10th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Describe what you were doing that day that really set the stage for events that developed on July 9th and led into what occurred on July 10th of 2020.
Well, July 8th, I was trying to get a hold of Mr. Dinkins' number because I knew he might have had some landlord numbers or whatever. And we were driving to a friend's house, and I saw him at the quick shop on 53rd.
Okay.
And Tori said, "That's my dad." So I pulled over, and we were talking. We exchanged numbers. He told me that he would take the Dories for a couple days for me.
Okay. And then so by virtue of that,
So my question is, the kid said, "That's my dad." She pulled over at the gas station and they exchanged numbers. So she didn't have her baby daddy's phone number? I find that odd.
were there concrete plans that were established there at the quick shop as to when Mr. Dinkins would be picking up DL?
Yes, he said that he will come get the Torius on the 9th. And I said, well, just let me know. So I'm able to call my mom because I had to work.
Okay, all right. Relative to those plans, who did those plans include of your children?
It include the Torius.
And that was the only child to go?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any intention for Breasia to go and spend a few days with Mr. Dinkins?
Thank you.
No.
All right. And did you even feel comfortable with Breasia going and spending a few days with Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay, but that was not the plan.
No, it wasn't the plan.
Where were you employed?
I was employed at Checkers Rally on East Locust.
All right. So just to set a perspective, are you familiar with Sudlow Junior High there on East Locust?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, across the street, yes.
Okay. Is Checkers located within that vicinity?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So if Sudlow would be on the north side of, Locust Street, is Checkers on the opposite side, on the south side of Locust Street?
Yes.
Okay. What hours did you typically work at the Checkers there on East Locust?
Typically, I worked at 11 to 4.
All right. Were you scheduled to work on July 9th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your scheduled hours, if you have some recollection?
I had to work at 11 to 4, but I had stayed an extra hour because staff hadn't made it in yet.
All right. So then you worked a little bit later than that afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. Was Okay, so let's go back to July 8th if we could. Now, you've run into Mr. Dinkins there at the Quick Shop, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point in time, then, did the two of you exchange numbers?
Yes.
All right. Did you not previously have his telephone number within your phone?
I had his phone number, but I had rebooted my phone because me and an ex-girlfriend broke up, so I had switched my number and things and rebooted the phone. So I didn't have his number, it didn't save, and my mom couldn't pull it up or remember it.
All right. After you received his number then on that date, did you add that to your contact list?
Yep, I added Victoria's daddy on as my contact, yes.
All right. So if you were to receive a call from Mr. Dinkins' telephone number, the name that would populate on the phone would be what?
Victoria's daddy.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am showing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibit 96-1, consisting of pages 1 through 7.
That's a
May I
cute
go to
scarf
the
she
next
has on.
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 96-1 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize States Exhibit 96-1?
I do.
How do you recognize States Exhibit 96-1?
I recognize it because it looks a bit like my phone records.
Okay. Now, at the top of that document, in the middle section, is there a caption that identifies what telephone number this cell phone log applies to?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Right in the middle at the top.
No, I'm not saying it, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Directing your attention to that middle heading. Looking at that, does that identify which telephone number these records belong to?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that telephone number?
It's 563-676-4247.
Do you recognize that number?
I do.
Whose telephone number is that?
That's my cell phone number.
All right. And then as you look at pages 1 through 7, does this, what date range does it include as far as incoming and outgoing calls that were received on your phone?
July 8th,
That
July
comment
9th.
threw me off too. The comment when she made it, it kind of threw me off because
July
her
10th.
girlfriend. I was like,
All right.
From
okay.
2020.
All right. Does this document then reflect the different contacts that occurred between yourself and Mr. Dinkins involving calls either made or received from your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce States Exhibit 96-1.
Exhibit 96-1 will be admitted.
Now, what I'd like to do, have we taken and highlighted portions from States Exhibit 96.1, which will make it easier for us to identify the calls that we're going to be talking about?
I'm sorry.
Yes. Have we gone through and highlighted the relevant calls that we're going to be talking about through your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so will that make it just easier to pick out the various contacts that you had either in incoming or outgoing calls from your phones to Mr. Dinkins' phone?
Yes.
For purposes of our record, could you please identify Mr. Dinkins' telephone number?
Of course, it's 563-726-4078.
Okay. Your Honor, may we publish this as we work through the various calls?
You may.
All right. Now, starting with page 1, let me start with page 1 here. Okay. And as we look at page 1, let's go through our first series, if we could. That very first entry, actually, the entries that we're seeing on this first page, what are the dates of the calls that were either received or you made to his cell phone?
You said the times?
The date.
The dates, they're July 8th of 2020.
Okay. And then just walk us through the number of entries that we have. So how many entries do we have highlighted here?
I see 6 so far on this page,
All
but there's
right.
more on the next one.
We're going to focus on page 1.
All right.
As we look at the mobile roll, were these incoming or outgoing calls on the 8th?
Yes, they were outgoing.
So
outbound.
Were these calls that you were making to Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay, now, that being said, the timeframes for these calls, how is that reflected? Is it reflected in military time or just what would be normal time that any of us would recognize?
Military time.
And then do you understand the adjustments to make when there are times reflected for a call based on military time?
I'm not familiar with that, no.
Well, say for example, if we look at that first call that you made, what is the time that you made that call?
5:46 p.m.
Okay, and then so is that appearing as 1746
Yes, ma'am.
military time?
Mhm.
So essentially, are you subtracting 5 hours from that?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, all right. So 5:46, how long did that last?
About 10, it looks about 10 seconds, it looks like.
The time of our next call,
It was 5:47,
how long did that last?
6 seconds.
The time of our next call,
It looks about, I think this is like 8 o'clock,
okay, so 2100 hours, if that's what?
9, it's like
9?
8 or 9.
No, okay, 9 o'clock, how long was that?
The duration time?
Yeah.
24 seconds.
I'm sorry, not 5 hours, 12 hours. Okay, the time of our next call,
It was 21:02 and it was 34 seconds.
the time of our next call,
21:02 and it was 0 seconds.
the time of our next call,
21:05 and that was also 0 seconds.
all right, and the time of our next call.
21:05 and it was 3 seconds.
When we look at either there being no connection or just a very limited time associated with that, were you able to make any direct contact with Mr. Dinkins where the two of you were having conversations?
No, it was more like kind of like a telephone type of tag thing, and it started in text messages was being passed.
All right, so now let's go ahead, let's go to page 2 if we could. During this period of time, then, what is it that what is the purpose of the calls?
The purpose of the calls was I was at first grabbing this number, so I had to call a couple times, so then he would be able to have my number as well. And then also to kind of try to figure out a good time and things like that for the tourists to be able to go.
All right, now, we're going to page 2. Does page 2 involve different dates then between July 8th through July 10th?
Yes, July 9th.
All right, now, how many calls are either going to Mr. Dinkins' phone or coming into your phone on July 8th on this page? And let's count our highlighted sections.
I see 7 from July 8th on this one.
Okay. All right, and then tell us what we're looking at in terms of date or time ranges.
I'm sorry, I'm not following that question.
Yeah, and then what times are these calls being made?
21:06, I see 21:09, 21:09, 21:09, 22:52, 22:54, 22:55.
Okay, so 2100 hours military time equates into what? If we minus 12.
It's like 9.
Okay, and then for 2200 hours, if we subtract 12, what does that equate into in terms of standard time?
10 p.m.
Were these incoming or outgoing calls that you were making?
These are outbound calls.
And then during this series of calls on July 8th, explain what it is that you are trying to establish.
I was trying to establish how long the tourist would be with him and when he was going to be able to pick him up and the location of his pickup.
All right. As we look at the duration of those calls, in the duration of those calls, were you able to make contact with him through, any type of telephone conversation?
I don't recall, but there's a few of them like 32 seconds, 40 seconds and things like that.
Okay. And are there several that are 0 seconds?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now let's go to our next date range. July 9th.
Okay.
How many entries reflect contacts either between yourself or Mr. Dinkins during the date of July 9th?
Looks about 7 on this one. Hold on.
Okay. All right. Now, you indicated that you went to work at what time?
I had went to work about, I don't even recall the exact time I had went to work on the 9th. I'm sorry.
All right. Your typical schedule, though, starts at what time?
My typical schedule started at 11, but there was times where I was going in early. Sometimes it would be like 10, sometimes 11 or earlier.
All right. And if you went in earlier, what would that be attributable to?
I'm sorry.
If you went in earlier, what would that be attributable to?
I'm not understanding the question.
Sure. If you went in earlier, what would be the cause of that?
Because we were short staffed.
Gotcha. All right. So then take us through our activity on July 9th. Are there any inbound calls that are coming from Mr. Dinkins' telephone number?
Sorry. Outbound. There's a lot of outbounds. I don't think I see any inbounds.
Okay, go to our first entry on July 9th. Is that an inbound call for Mr. Dinkins?
On July 8th, you said?
No, I'm looking at July 9th. Let me approach. Going down here.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so the first call on July 9th, is that an inbound call or an outbound call?
That was an inbound.
Okay, what time do you receive, or what time does that call, is it made to your phone?
10:40 a.m.
Okay, and then what's the duration of that call?
79 seconds.
Okay, and then is there subsequent activity between your phone and Mr. Dinkins' phone that shows that there's no connection?
I'm not understanding that question either.
Is there several calls after that where there's no communication at all, or attempts, like no conversations?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, based on duration of call, which would be how many seconds?
Like 0, it looks like.
All right, now in that first call for 79 seconds, do you know if you had a conversation with Mr. Dinkins or not?
I don't recall.
All right, but at any rate, before Mr. Dinkins went to your mother's house to pick up the children, did you have any solid idea of what the plans were going to be?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
The plans were going to be that Victorious was going to go with Mr. Dinkins for 3 to 5 days.
Okay, and then did you know what time he was going to be picking Victorious up? And if you don't remember, that's fine.
No, he had, I want to say he called or text, I can't recall exactly, but he called or text and said that he was going to be on his way. I thought it was probably around like 11 a.m., but I remember him saying to let my mom know that he was on his way, and I had quickly called my mom and told him to get Victorious ready.
Gotcha. All right. Now let's go ahead and let's move on to our next page. And I want to talk about the third page of this particular exhibit. Is there continued communications or attempts at communications on July 9th between the two of you?
Yes.
Okay. And just take a moment to look at the activity. We won't go through that line by line, but look at the time of it so that you can get a perspective. And then once you have a perspective, describe your memory of what was developing throughout the rest of the day.
Okay, so.
Sorry, I was here. I'm over here giggling. I was hearing something weird and I couldn't figure out what it was. Lola's over there having a dream and she's going out in her sleep. She's so cute.
So it looks like I called, like, yeah, there's an outbound call at 3:31.
All right. And then as we move later into the afternoon, is there more definitive contact where you can see that there were conversations that were lasting for at least a little bit of time?
Yes, I also see a few outbound calls, like around like 4:05, 4:17 for like 34 seconds to like 31 seconds. Yeah.
And then as you move later into the afternoon, after you would have gotten off work, do you see communications?
Yes.
And how long are those communications lasting?
The inbound call looks about 83 seconds. One was 188 seconds.
All right. Tell us what happened after you got off work.
Well, I got off work because I remember telling Dinkins that I was going to grab some clothes and jump in the shower and head that way.
Okay.
So I was just going to say that I was just jumping in the shower and head that way to drop clothes off.
Okay. Did you receive any calls that day from your mother to indicate that another one of your children went with Mr. Dinkins other than just DL?
Yes, after we had got done with the rush, maybe it was probably like after like 2 p.m., 3 p.m., she was saying that Breasia had went along, and then I had got the text stating that she was with Dinkins.
Okay. Were you surprised by that?
Not necessarily.
All right. Then as a mother, once you learned that Breasia had gone along, did that alter what you were going to do by way of going over to the residence where the children would be located?
Yes, I just made sure that I grabbed both of them night clothes and clothes for the next day.
Okay. All right. Now, when you got off work then, describe what you did.
So when I got off work, I drove to my mom's house on 63rd Street, and I got in the shower, and I made sure that I grabbed the bag and I packed up some clothes, and then I had gotten contact, with Mr. Dinkins to figure out exactly the exact location of where he was, so that I was able to get those clothes dropped off because I think that there was a storm coming.
All right. I'd like to direct your attention to State's Exhibit number 38. I'd like for you just to come down and I want you to examine this particular exhibit. And then if you could, tell us what was the address of your mother's residence? Go ahead, go back there and state that into the microphone so that we can hear that.
It was 614 West 63rd Street.
To give us perspective, where is that located here in Davenport?
Off Brady.
Off of Brady.
Mhm.
When we think of like the northern or the southern part of Davenport, is it located near I-80?
Yes.
Okay, and then is it more on the western side or the eastern side toward the Bettendorf border?
More of the western.
Okay, now go back to the exhibit and then I want you to go ahead and circle your mother's residence. And looking at that, was there a specific entry made to reflect your mother's residence? Okay. And don't say anything because we can't hear you. Go ahead and circle that. Take your seat. Is there a specific descriptor on State's Exhibit number 38 that identifies the location of your mother's address?
Yes.
All right. Where were you and the children living during this period of time?
At my mom's address at 614 West 63rd Street.
Okay. Had you been living there long?
Yeah, probably a few weeks, possibly.
Okay. And so had there been...
Okay, hold up. She said, have you been living there long? And she said, yeah, almost a few weeks. I don't find that living there very long at all, honey. Maybe she's young. A few weeks in a young person's life is, I don't know, a year in mine. That was just weird. Sorry. Pause for commentary. All right.
Some transition from your previous residence moving over to your mother's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you completely unpacked all of your belongings and the children's belongings by the events of July 9th through July 10th?
No, our things were actually in storage, and I had just like our clothes that we had on hand in the back of the truck.
Okay. What type of vehicle were you operating during that period of time?
I was driving a Ford Escape.
Sure. So then when you packed up clothing for Detorius and Breasia to go over to Andrea Culberson's, where were you collecting those belongings from?
At my mom's house in the back. I just popped the trunk. It was just going through the clothes.
Sure. What types of clothing items did you package up for the children?
I had packed up, I can't exactly recall the exact things that I packed, but I packed up some pajamas, and then I had packed up an outfit for both of them for the next day.
Okay. Did you specifically include pajamas for each of the children in the bag of clothing that would have gone over?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was it simply one bag of clothing or was there multiple bags of clothing that went over, if you recall?
It was just one bag.
One bag of clothing. And then did you have any idea what Breasia was wearing when Mr. Dinkins picked her up?
No.
All right. And then did you have any idea what Detorius was wearing when Mr. Dinkins picked him up, or DL was wearing when he picked him up?
No.
All right. Does that later factor into some discussions and potential confusion that you had with the police department about what Breasia would have been wearing when she came up missing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about footwear. At the point that Breasia came up missing, was law enforcement interested in identifying what clothing and shoes she would have been wearing?
Yes, ma'am.
What information, if you recall, did you provide them about potential clothing and or footwear that Breasia would have been wearing?
Like the shoes and things. Well, once I was able to look in the back of the trunk and see the shoes that possibly was missing, because my mom wasn't quite sure. So that's when I was like, okay, I remember her having, the white flip-flops, a pair of pink flip-flops, and then she had a pair of slides. They were white, and it had aqua blue trimming, and then the bottom it was like a soft cushion part, and it was it was an aqua blue as well.
Okay. Were those the three descriptions then of possible shoes Breasia was wearing when she would have gone over to the Dinkin residence to spend that couple of days?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. At any rate, let's go ahead and let's talk about that. So then you get off work,
Yes, ma'am.
pick up from the apartment. Where do you return to?
I returned, I had went from Checkers back to my mom's house at 614 West 63rd Street. And I took a shower, like I said, got the kids' clothes, and then got in contact with Mr. Dinkins to figure out where he was. And I started driving that way when he was giving me a good description of the area I was supposed to be going to.
What description did Mr. Dinkins provide to you that prompted where you first went?
Well, at first he said Jersey Ridge, and I'm like, oh, Jersey Ridge? I was thinking there's like another apartment complex over by Capri College, so I was gonna head that way. And he's like, no. He said it was like going towards the Walmart or something like that. And I was like, okay, all right, I think I know where you are.
All right. Did you end up going to the Jersey Meadow apartment complex located right next to Costco there on 53rd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you went over to the apartment complex, was this an area that you were familiar with?
Yes, I worked in the area.
Okay. Now, this particular apartment complex, did you have any friends or family that lived there?
No.
Okay. Other than going over that date, was this a location that you had ever gone and spent time at before?
No.
Had any of the children ever been over to this particular apartment complex to spend time?
No.
Would this have been an apartment complex that DL would have been familiar with?
No.
Would this have been an apartment complex that Breasia was familiar with?
No.
Was this an apartment complex that CS was familiar with?
No.
Before we talk a little bit further about that, I want to talk about sleep patterns,
Okay.
just between you and your three children. How would you describe your sleep pattern when you go to bed at night?
I'm out like a light.
All right. If you were to describe CS's sleep pattern, how would you describe that?
Like, the same. We both, once we're down.
How about Breasia?
Yeah, when she's down for the most part. Yes.
Okay. And then DL?
Same.
All right. Was Breasia ever known just to wake up and wander off?
No.
Okay. Was Breasia ever known to engage in sleepwalking?
No.
Okay. Was Breasia a child who, would just take off on her own?
No.
Okay. And if Breasia was in a location that she wasn't familiar with, would she be the type of child that would leave that location, just to search out mom or grandma?
No.
Okay. If Breasia didn't feel comfortable in a location that she was at, what would she do?
She would try to first contact my older sister or myself, or a number, or just someone that she knows. So then, they're able to figure out, So they're able to figure out exactly where she is and things.
Okay. All right. Now let's go ahead and jump back into where we were at relative to your questioning. So once you gathered the children's clothing, did you respond to the Jersey Meadow apartment complex?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach out and try to communicate with anyone to let them know that you were on your way?
I had reached out to Dinkins and told him.
Okay. And when you say Dinkins, who do you mean?
Henry.
Did either Breasia or Detorius have a cell phone with them that they would have been able to take to the apartment?
No, they didn't have a cell phone with them.
Okay. So then as far as your ability to communicate with anyone, whose phone would you have to telephone?
Henry Dinkins.
All right. Did Mr. Dinkins have your telephone number before the children went to spend time with him on July 9th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How are you sure of that?
Because I gave it to him, and he also had my mom number as a backup, so he had contact.
Okay. Describe what happened then when you went over to the complex.
I sat out there. I talked to Breasia for a little bit because she was holding her dog. She was trying to go in with the dog and things, and she was letting me know that she was learning how to be an AT&T agent, and she was really excited about it.
Okay. When you got there to the complex then, did you never go inside the apartment?
No, I actually sat outside because she had came running around the building complex of the apartment. She ran around.
Okay. And then did Breasia come meet you at the car?
Yeah, she met me at the car.
All right. So now tell us about the family pet. Had you taken a family pet with you?
Yes, I had her dog.
Okay. When Breasia saw that her little dog was in the vehicle, how did she react?
She was pretty excited. She was like, "Oh, mommy!" And I'm like, "Yeah, you can't take her," because she tried to take her inside. I'm like, "They ain't gonna want that dog inside that house." So I took her back, and she was like, "Oh, okay. I love you. Bye."
Okay. Was the clothing handed off to Bree to take into the apartment?
Yes, it was.
And then did you have any direct contact with Mr. Dinkins or Andrea Culberson when you dropped the clothes off there at the apartment?
No, I just headed home.
All right. Let's discuss the weather.
Okay.
Tell us about the weather conditions that evening. What time do you believe you would have dropped clothing off there at the apartment complex?
Around about maybe a little bit before 6:30 or a little after 6:30-ish.
Now let's go back to our state's exhibit 96-1. And then if you could, staying with page 3 of this exhibit, our last 3 entries, tell us what those time frames are for ingoing or outgoing calls. And let's be specific. All right, the first entry, is that an inbound call or an outbound call?
First entry here is inbound call.
So who would have been making the call?
It would have possibly been, I'm not exactly sure.
Well, if you look in the left column, it will say calling number. What was the calling number?
Calling number was Dinkins' number.
All right. How long did that call last?
It lasted 123 seconds.
And then what time did that call come in?
About 6:03.
All right. And then our next entry, is that an inbound or an outbound call?
That's an outbound call.
Who's making that call?
I'm actually making that call at this moment.
And what's the time frame of that?
It is 6:21.
And how long does that call last?
241 seconds.
All right. So does this give us a perspective of when you would have been having conversations with Mr. Dinkins about where to go?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
When you left the apartment complex, describe what developed.
Leaving the Jersey Meadows apartments.
Correct.
Well, I was gonna go to a friend's house because I thought I would have been able to beat the rain, but because it was just drizzling out and then it started coming down, so I started coming back towards my mom's house and I ended up getting caught and I couldn't see, so I ended up pulling over until it slowed down a bit, and I called my mom and told her that I pulled over because the rain was coming down too bad and I couldn't see.
Okay. What street were you heading down when this heavy rainstorm broke out?
I was heading on 53rd.
Okay. And then how far were you traveling, east toward Bettendorf or west the other direction towards your mom's apartment complex?
West towards my mom's apartment complex.
Where did you have to pull over because the rainstorm was so heavy you couldn't see?
I had pulled over by there's like this, it's like a liquor store, and then there's a apartment complex, like a candlelight apartment complex over there, and there's north across the street up there.
And when you say north, are you talking about North High School?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What did you do then because it was so heavy, the rain was so heavy?
I sat in the car, listened to my music playing with the dog, and I had called my mom and told her I had got caught in the rain.
Okay.
And I told her I'd be home as soon as the rain slowed down a little bit to where I was able to see.
All right. How long, if you have any idea, but how long did you have to sit there before you were able to start driving again?
Maybe, estimate probably like 10, 15 minutes or so.
All right. And was it an extremely heavy rainstorm during that period of time?
Yes.
Okay. Does that become something that is very relevant to discovers once Breasia's body was found? And if you don't know the answer to that, that's just fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You just know that it was raining really hard on July 9th.
Yeah, it was getting down out there.
Okay. What happened next?
I got once it slowed down a bit. I drove back to my mom's house, and when I came in, I instantly just grabbed my covers and I laid on the couch with the dog, and my son, my oldest son, had laid right in front of the couch in front of me, and I just went to sleep.
Okay. Did you sleep through the evening?
Yes.
Were you scheduled to work on July 10th?
I was scheduled to work at 11 to 8.
Okay.
Right.
And did that end up changing?
Yes, it did.
We won't discuss that just yet, but let me ask you this. After you went down on the couch at your mother's on July 9th, was there any attempted communication by your children, either of your two children, over at Henry Dinkins' apartment and yourself?
I didn't have any contact, but when I had woke up to use the restroom, I noticed that I had a missed call or two from Dinkins' number.
Okay. And then did you answer either of those calls?
No.
Okay. Did you attempt to return the call?
I believe I tried to return the call. I'm not quite sure. And I sent a text message because I also sent that a text message was sent to me too.
Okay. And who was the text message from?
I was hoping one of my kids. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. All right. Did you respond thinking in kind that it was one of your children?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go back to State's Exhibit 96-1. And let's go to our next entries. Now, as we look at the next page in that center section, how many entries do we have highlighted for July 9th?
We have 3.
All right. Our first entry, who's the calling number?
Calling number is Dinkins.
What time does that call come in at?
I think it's 9:11.
All right. Then our next entry, what's the calling number?
Calling number is Dinkins numbers again.
What time?
It was 9:13.
What was the time elapsed between the first call and the second call?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
What was the time elapsed between the first call and the second call?
The time, that's 9:12.
Okay, so just a little over a minute?
Yes.
All right, and then our third entry, what's the calling number?
The third entry, that's, the calling number is, it's my cell phone number, 676-4247.
And then who are you calling?
Dinkins phone.
All right, and then what time do you make that call?
I made that call at 9:16.
Was that call answered?
No, it wasn't.
So therefore, then, is it important to look at text communications that occurred relative to your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and let's set that exhibit aside for the time being.
Okay.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 96.2. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 96.2, and I'd like for you to take a look at that document. For purposes of our record, this consists of 3 pages, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Langford, as you look at this, do you recognize the various text messages within this document?
I do.
Okay. Whose telephone number were these text messages either sent to or received from?
They were sent to, sorry. It looked like I was messaging a friend and
we're not going to talk about the specifics, but are these text messages that came in on your phone or that were sent from your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they cover the dates of July 8th through July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 96-2, consisting of pages 1 through 3.
96-2 will be admitted.
All right. We're going to work from the back page forward.
Okay.
Do our earlier dates start at the back page?
Yes, it does.
All right. Now, Your Honor, may I publish this?
You may.
Okay. All right. Looking at this particular exhibit, how many entries do we have on page 3?
We have 2.
Okay, let's look at our earliest entry. What's the date and time for that text message?
It is July 8th, 2020 at 10:55 p.m.
Now, do you see just below that what would be a UTC time?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you see a -5?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you understand UTC time?
No, ma'am.
That's all right. I'll have an officer speak to that. But is it documenting a time based on UTC time?
Yes.
All right. Who is the text from?
Dinkins.
Okay. And what does that text say?
It says call me.
All right. Now let's go to the next entry. What's our date for that?
The next date is July 9th, 2020 at 10:45.
Who is sending that text?
Dinkins.
All right. And what's the nature of the text?
It looks like we were establishing exactly how long the tourists would be there.
And what does Mr. Dinkins indicate as far as the time frame that he was going to keep DL?
I'm keeping him for 3 to 5 days.
Let's go to page 2 of that document. Now, working our way from the bottom up, what's the nature of the text communication that's occurring between yourself and Mr. Dinkins? And if you could, tell us who's sending it, the date, and what's being said. And just read through all of those entries, working from bottom to top, that would be applicable.
Okay, so I got a sent message from Dinkins, July 9, 2020 at 11:28 a.m.
That's UTC
Oh,
time?
I'm sorry. Yes, UTC time. Sorry. No, I had sent that message to him. I do apologize.
Sure.
It was me stating that I would bring Detorius some clothes and that Detorius was going to love that to be able to spend time with him and for him to send me some pictures.
Sure. Next entry.
The next entry is July 9, 2020 at 11:31 a.m.
UTC time?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
And it looked like a message that was coming from Dinkins' phone. It states, I'm with Dink with his dad.
Okay. Did DL have a nickname?
Yes, he did.
What was his nickname?
Dink.
Okay. Our next entry?
Next entry is July 9, 2020 at 11:36 a.m. UTC time. A message was sent. I was saying, okay.
Continue.
Okay. Am I going just reading the Henry Dinkins messages or also friends?
Just read the messages between yourself and Mr. Dinkins.
Okay. And then it looks like July 9, 2020 at 2:50 p.m. UTC time. I got a message from Dinkins asking if I was off. And then July 9, 2020 at 2:51 p.m. UTC time. Dinkins had texted again and asked what time was I getting off. And I sent the message back July 9, 2020 around 3:31 p.m. UTC time stating for what they giving you problems.
Okay, and explain that.
Well, I had put 4 because we were busy, so I was a quick text. So I was like, okay, I get off at 4. I'm like, oh my gosh, like, why are you trying to get in contact with me? Are they giving you a problem or something?
Okay, so you were wondering if the children were being ornery?
Yeah, because he was asking, like, was I off? And I'm like, okay, well, at work, and I'm gonna bring them some clothes.
Sure, go ahead.
And I see, I got July 9, 2020 at 4:20 p.m. UTC time. Sent message. It looks like it was about. It says, "How about you just hit me because I hit your phone twice? All right,
Okay, and then were you sending that message to Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Explain why you sent that text.
Because I want to say that he may have called me or something. Not exactly sure. I can't say for sure, but may have called or something that he wasn't answering, and I was at work, and I'm just like, just hit me whenever you're able to get the chance to.
What's our next entry?
Next entry is inbox July 9, 2020 at 5:26 p.m. UTC time. Dinkins texted me telling me that it should ring.
Okay, and then from there?
I sent message at 5:26 p.m. UTC time. I told him okay. And then it looks like July 9, 2020 at 9:13 p.m. UTC time. A message said, "Good night, Mom."
And then do you respond to that message, "Good night, Mom"?
I respond to it, "Good night, I love you, Bree and Dink."
Okay, now let's focus on those times. UTC time, what I'd like for you to do is to subtract 5 from the time that's reflected. Are they accurate? Okay. Oh, hold on, give me a moment. Let me just double check to see if these are accurate for the time. Oh, what time does that come in then? Good night, Mom.
Let's see, that one comes in at 9:13 p.m.
Gotcha. All right, from there then?
From there, at 9:16 on July 9, 2020, I sent a message saying, "Good night, I love you, Bree and Dink." And then July 10th, 2020, at 8:08 a.m. UTC time, Dinkins text telling me to call him.
All right, and then I need to correct something for the record. So it looks like we actually have accurate times here. We don't have to worry about the UTC time. So then your first text from Henry Dinkins came in at what time on July 10th?
On July 10th, the call me, it came in at, it looks like 8:08 a.m. Yes, at 8:08 a.m.
All right. Put that aside, and we're going to discuss another topic. What ended up happening on July 10th relative to your work schedule?
Well, I had got woken up. My boss had called and asked could I come in. He probably called me about like maybe 7:42, 7:45-ish. Asked could I help come open up the store. They needed some openers. And I brushed my teeth and rushed out the door. I made it to Checkers maybe 7:59, 8 o'clock, 8:01, and clocked in.
And then when you got there to Checkers, did you clock in?
Yes, I clocked in, and then I got on the grill, And I got the text message and I was trying to call.
All right. As we look at State's Exhibit 38, the area that you've circled where your mother was at, were you at that residence the entire time from when you got home after dropping off the children until you had to go into Checkers that morning?
Yes.
All right. And so what was your cell phone always at that location?
Yes, it was.
And so therefore, with your cell phone at that location, can we assume that your cell phone would have never moved during that period of time?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibits 95-1 and 95-2.
You may.
Ms. Langford, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits -95-1 and 95-2. I want you to look at those exhibits.
It's
and tell me
okay.
if
It
you
wasn't
recognize them.
important. It wasn't
Yes, I
important.
recognize them.
Okay.
Oh, ma'am, back away from
Just
my
in
phone.
general, what does this group exhibit consist of?
My work schedule for a week.
Would that encompass the date of July 9th of 2020 and July 10th
Yes.
of 2020?
Yes, ma'am. You want me to read the times?
Yeah, and just give me a moment if you could.
Okay.
We're whispering about control. Yo, she's talking about
Give me a moment, Sharpie. For the time
Talking
being,
about a
I'll
road
come
trip.
back to that particular exhibit. I've got to do some checking on something. But at any rate, did you have a work schedule that showed that you were working on July 9th and July 10th?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when you were at work and we see that entry for July,
Well, thank you so much, Yvette. I appreciate that.
10th at 8:08,
I'm just me.
what developed from that point moving forward?
At work or
Yeah.
just a day periodically? Well, so at 8:08, I had got a text that said, call me. I was trying to call Mr. Dinkins' phone. No answer. I want to say I called him twice. And then I sent a text message and I told him that I wasn't going to play telephone. Call me when you get this message. I'm at work. And seconds later, he called me right back and he asked me, was Bree with me? And I said, what you mean is Bree with me? She wouldn't stay the night with you. I'm at work. That would make sense. And he was like, well, I just woke up and she's gone.
I want to be very clear about that. Did he tell you that he just woke up and discovered that she was gone?
Yes, he did.
Did that conversation then occur after that first contact in your phone log showing that he called you at 8:08 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
When he told you that he just woke up and that Bree was gone, what was your reaction?
It was more just a feeling. The feelings had took over a lot and emotions, and I was just yelling on the phone like, "What did you look around?" You know, because I kind of checked it off because like it didn't make any sense. Like, stop playing. You know, like how you just wake up and she's just gone, like she's just not there in the house. And I was asking about, of course, Andrea and Detorius because they were in the house as well. And he was like, "I don't know. I just woke up and she wasn't there." And I'm like, "Well, have you called the police?" And he's like, I'm going down there right now," because he was saying he was looking for her. And I'm like, "Well, why are you looking for her?" And that's when I got the texting family members, let them know that Henry had lost Breasia, and it didn't sound right. And my uncle insisted that I called the police, and I was at work and I was just crying, and I called the police, and I was trying to describe Mr. Dinkins to the person that I was talking to on the phone, and they stated that there was no one down there that made a call or anything like that. So I had to get off the phone with them because I had to scroll through and get Mr. Dinkins' number because they were asking questions I didn't know. I didn't know what she was in. I didn't know what took place that night.
I'll go ahead.
Sustained.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and ask another question. And so then anyway, when you were communicating with someone, was that an individual at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what types of questions were they asking you?
They were asking me, like, what was the location? What was she wearing? And I didn't know what she was wearing. I know what I saw her in that night when I dropped off clothes, but I didn't know what she was wearing for the day. I couldn't be exact of the apartment because I didn't come in the apartment. I just pulled in front. And only he could have answered those, so I gave the lady the number that I had for his contact.
Okay. Would that have included the number that is reflected in your telephone records?
Yes, ma'am.
And then can you read that number into the record once again?
Yes. It's 563-726-4078.
When you provided that telephone number to, were you talking with a female or a male there at the Davenport Police Department?
I think I talked to both females.
Okay. And so let's clarify this. Initially, what number did you dial?
I called 911.
Describe what happened when you called 911.
I called 911 and I told her that my daughter was missing. Dinkins said that, he woke up and she just wasn't there. And they told me, she said something about switching me over and I got switched over to someone.
Okay. Would that have been a representative of the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, like a non-emergency or something like that.
Sure. And then during this second contact, is this where you were being asked various questions in the process of trying to gather information?
Yes.
Okay. Then once you provided Mr. Dinkins' telephone number to the lady there at the Davenport Police Department, what did she indicate that she was going to do?
She told me that she was...
Your Honor, Mona Borelli has already testified.
Just hold on, everyone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can't be talking over one another. There's no objection. Ms. Cunningham, you responded.
Your Honor, Mona Borelli has already testified to this. So this testimony has come in, and we've had that individual present in court. So at this point in time, the concerns about hearsay do not exist because we've had that individual testify.
Excuse me? If you'd please use your microphone so I can hear.
That is cumulative and redundant.
No, it's not.
Overruled.
Thank you, sir.
You may
I
answer.
agree.
So what? I'm sorry.
Sure. And the lady that you spoke with at the Davenport Police Department, what did she indicate she was going to do?
She stated that she was going to get in contact with him to be able to get that correct address because all I had was an apartment, like a name. And because that's all I could remember. And she told me that she was going to call him and she was going to get the information. And I was crying. And I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? And she told me to stay at my job and wait. And someone will contact me or someone will come up to my job.
Okay. All right. By virtue of that directive, is that what you did initially?
That's what I did initially, yes. And my boss said, as I was sitting in the back, because I couldn't work, I was just crying because, I felt a crazy feeling. And so he was like, if that was my daughter, I would be down there at the police department. And I'm like, right.
Your Honor, this response is getting narrative, it's getting into hearsay, and I object and ask that another question be asked.
Sustained.
Okay. And then relative to the conversation that you had with your boss, did that direct the course of your conduct?
Yes, and I left.
Okay. All right. Now we're going to stop there. Have you had a chance to review the conversation that was recorded between yourself and the dispatcher when you called 911?
No.
No. Have you had a chance to hear it?
I heard a little bit of it.
Okay. And then did you recognize your voice in that call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you had a chance to listen to this, was this the conversation you would have had with the dispatcher?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may the record reflect on the showing counsel that's been marked as State's Exhibit number 77.
Okay. And with that, I'm going to leave y'all hanging. Sorry, but it is 8:00 here. And I got a few things I have to do. I've been here almost 7 hours. My Fire Stick came in to replace the Roku Lola chewed up. So I need to go install my Fire Stick. I need to go feed Mom, spend some time with the dogs and all that. So I am so glad that Yvette joined us today. We're so happy to have you. And yes, Cindy is one of my mods. She kind of keeps me in line here. There we go. Here we have rules. Always respect others' ideas, opinions. It's okay to be a bit snarky, sometimes pissy. I love it. Or even angry towards the people in the cases. We also throw things at them in chat. Shade and tomatoes. See Cindy's got it. She's got me. She's got me. I'm snarky, I'm loud, and I cuss. So that's me. So with that, I hope you all have a great rest of your evening. 1 o'clock tomorrow, we will pick this up right where we left off. I know, time got away from us today, Cindy, right? It just got away. I've been here. Right now, I'm at 6 hours and 57 minutes. You love it too? All right. I'm so glad you're here, Yvette. Thank you for joining us. And we have a cute little gang here that we just, I shouldn't say gang, that's wrong terminology, a little group here. And just so you know, Rubber Ramada is simply part of the Nut House. It's the crazy house. It's what we went back in the 90s is what we called our chat rooms back in the 90s. So we were the Rubber Ramada. We were the crazies. So with that, I'm glad you found me. And I want everybody else that is around, replay crew and everybody, y'all have a great rest of your night. Hit the thumbs up on your way out. Subscribe if you haven't. And with that, Rubber out. Y'all have a great rest of your night. Peace.
Life's a ride.